for me. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel, don't you know? Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, freedom is mine, and I'm feeling, I'm feeling, I'm feeling, I'm feeling, I'm feeling, I'm feeling, feeling. Yes, I'm feeling good.
Thank you, Xavier, Frye, for an absolutely outstanding performance. That was wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you for opening it up for us. And he'll be back again later on to close up our night at 8:55. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Victor, why don't you make some introductions and tell us what's going on?
Sheri, thank you for joining us. Thank you all for joining us on this 7th virtual event, the Full Moon Holistic Healing and Psychic Fair. We're going to be going on for the next 6 hours. We're going to have a lot of activities, including a playroom in which you'll have an opportunity to personally interface with each of our presenters today. They'll all also have their own private rooms where you'll be able to have private sessions as you choose, and that's between you and the person that you'd like to work with. First, let me introduce our hostess, the hostess with the mostest, Sheri Kaplan, the Revitalizer. Sheri, please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh, well, thank you, Victor. Well, those who know me and those who don't, I've been doing these events for 5 years live here in South Florida. And a couple of months ago, I decided to bring this online because this is our new normal in a way. So if you can't come to us, we will come to you. And we are bringing you affordable and accessible holistic health care, as well as mental health support, advice, and consultant from these amazing people from all over the world. So today we're going to give you a little taste of what they have to offer. They're all going to be bringing you some time in the main room to give their best of what they got, whether it's a live experience, whether it's a lecture, whether it's a demonstration, and they all end with a door prize. And then you're going to be able to go to their room afterwards and have Q&A with them and have some more time with them. Throughout the day, you can also go to their room and have private sessions. They all offer something for free for 5 or 10 minutes for you to get to know them a little better, to try before you buy. And then they also offer it from anywhere from $1 to $2 a minute for you to spend more time with them, either today or in the future. And then they also have an opportunity for the playroom, as Victor said. The playroom is for you to have a live experience with them. This is different than the main room. This is not lecture style. This is real hands-on experience where you're going to walk away going, wow, that was incredible. I want more. So today you're going to either A, stay in the main room, B, go into the playroom number 1, 2, the Healers Network room number 2, and then you can meet who's happening, like who's in the room, and then you can experience a little bit of what they have to offer and then go out to their individual rooms. And everybody has a number in front of their rooms. If you see on the screen, it should say their room number in front of their names. Linda we need to change her room number. Anybody else who is a presenter needs to have a room number in front of their name. Robert, everybody who's a presenter, Eileen, whoever's in charge, please do it for them if they're not doing it. The best way you can do it, all you have to do, everybody in the room, is right-click on your screen right now. Take your mouse, right-click, and it will say change your name. Or you can always scroll your mouse over to your name, over to the right hand in the chat, and go to more and drag it down, and you can change your name. We are going to allow you the opportunity to go into the breakout rooms. We're going to open up the rooms for you to jump around. Victor, would you like to talk to us about the breakout rooms?
Absolutely. So we're going to have several breakout rooms, and the breakout rooms are as follows. Number 1 is the playroom. Number 2 is the Healers Network Psychic and Healing Room, which will start at 3:30. Number 3 is Sheri's room, which she probably won't be at most of the day because we're going to be running around other places. Our engineer is Vicky. His room is room number 4. And if you have any issues at all on a technical basis, please reach out to Vicky. You can chat, put a message in the chat room. Alex is a volunteer and the co-moderator. She's in 6. Donnareyna Kessler is going to be in, I have 8 and 36. Which is the correct one, Sheri? I'm sorry.
She is an 8, and her name is Donnareyna Sessler. Everything you
Donnareyna, I'm
want
sorry,
is in
Donnareyna
Donna.
Sessler. I'm sorry about that, Donnareyna. And she's a reader channel, Inspirations, Gemstones. Number 9 is Xavier Frye. Xavier was just here playing that beautiful music for us. He'll be in room number 9. Alan Pratt, a healer, reader, and channel, will be in room number 10. Room number 11 will be Robert Wood, who is a reader, an aura and palm reader, and a channel. Number 12 will be Mire Molnar. She's a reader, a ShaMama, a talismama, and a jewelry vendor. Number 13 will be Linda Gifford, who is a foot and palm reader. Number 14 will be Ilene Cohn Reichman, who is a Magnetude EMF jewelry vendor. Number 15 will be Volunteer Annette. Number 16 will be Volunteer Trace. Number 17 will be Julian Michael, numerologist. He's got your number. Number 24 will be Tina Woolsey. She's an Ayurveda specialist. Number 25, Joe Petroski, a healer, a psychic, and a channel. And 33, Chandell Vidal, a shamanic healer, reader, channel, and vendor. So here's the breakdown for the main room.
Plus, we have some last minute. We got Ellen Pellegrino. She's in number 44. If we need to add her, she's a volunteer. She's going to be one of our moderators in one of the rooms. And make sure we add Linda to number 5. She's also a volunteer.
Linda, number 5, and Ellen, number 44. Did I miss anyone else?
Yes, there's Eileen Reichman, who's also a speaker as well as a vendor.
Yes, and I haven't gone through the speakers yet, but thank you, Donnareyna.
And I'm a vendor as well as a speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, Eileen's in 14.
All righty. And so here's the rundown, starting at 3:30. At 3:30 in the main room, we're going to have Linda Gifford doing her presentation, Heal the Brain, Heal the Body. Your toes don't lie. Come see what your toes reveal. She'll be also following up in her personal room 13, and she'll be in the fun room at 6 p.m. Her offer, a free 5-minute toe reading, which is a $75 value. And her information will be on the program, which I'm putting into the chat room. Everybody who enters the chat room, you'll see a program that shows everything that I'm going through right now. At 4 p.m., Alan Pratt, the Activator, activating your higher powers. Alan will share 5 exercises and practices to empower you on your spiritual path in your daily life so that you may excel in all domains and endeavors in 2021. He's going to be in room number 10. He's going to be in the fun room at 7 p.m. And his free offer is 1 free psychic or coaching question. And that's going to be in his room. At 4:30, Xavier Frye, the Lion Lightworker, who just played that beautiful song. His topic will be shadow work, bringing awareness and acceptance to the inner psyche. His personal room will be room number 9. And at 8 p.m., he'll be in the fun room for that experience. And he's giving away a 5-minute intuitive guidance and mediumship tarot reading. And he'll be giving that away in his room. At 5 p.m., Donnareyna Sessler, who just came on, the Solutionary Gemologist, choosing and using and making conscious gemstone decisions for gifting. Her personal room will be room number 8, and she'll be in the fun room at 8:30. And her giveaway is a 1-hour reading valued at $111. 5:30, Julian Michael, the Numbers Man. 2020, wake up to your life's purpose in 2020, 2021, and beyond. He will be in room 17. At 3:30 p.m., he'll be in the fun room for that experience. His room offer is a free reading for 5 minutes. It's a $35 value. I'm sorry. His door prize giveaway will be a session of 20 minutes valued at $170. At 6 p.m., Mire Molnar, the ShaMama. Her topic, what is intentional jewelry and how can you incorporate it into your practice? She'll be in room number 12 for her personal room. She'll be in the fun room at 7:30, and her free offer, a 10-minute consultation on finding your power stone. And she's going to have a giveaway, a handmade goddess tag valued at $800. At 6:30 p.m., Robert Wood, Split Aura, Know Your Soul. Robert's going to be in room number 11. He'll be in the fun room at 4:30. His free offer is a 5-minute palm reading or card reading, and he'll be giving away a door prize, a palm reading session valued at $35. At 7 p.m., Chandell Vidal, Nurture Thy Nature, Pioneering in Your Self-Healing. Her room will be 33. She'll be in the fun room for 5 p.m. And her free offer is a 10-minute intuitive guidance, one problem, angel card reading, or Bach flower consultation. And her door prize giveaway, 4 consecutive Reiki sessions or a free consult with Bach flower essences. You have to pay the $7 shipping, but it's valued at $497. At 7:30 p.m., Ilene Cohn Reichman, the C.N.C. of Magnetude Jewelry. She's going to be in room number 14. 5:30 p.m. for her fun room experience, and she's going to be dealing with how you can avoid technological stress by protecting yourself and your family from EMF, especially 5G. At 8 p.m., Joe Petroski, Profound Power. Be the magnificent being you were born to be. Become the master of your own health and happiness. He'll be in room number 25. He'll be in the fun room at 4 p.m. His free offer will be a 5-minute reading, and his door prize giveaway will be a 1-hour consult valued at $200. At 8:30 p.m., Tina Woolsey, the Harmonizer, Ayurvedic Wisdom for Resilience and Immunity. Her room will be number 24. She'll be followed at 6:30 p.m. in the Fun Room Experience. Her free offer, a complimentary tongue analysis and diagnosis, which I'll need after this presentation. And her door prize giveaway item will be a Prakriti Vikutri analysis valued at $175. So that's our lineup for today.
Woo! My God, I didn't expect you to do all that. So how do they find all of that right now, Victor? What do we have in the chat for them to find?
What you have in the chat room, and I'm going to post it again for anyone who came in late, is the program file, and you'll see it momentarily coming up. And this, if you print it out or open it up on your computer, it's a PDF file, will give you a list of everything that I just reviewed and more. And I apologize to all of our wonderful presenters. If I missed something, I apologize, but I'm trying to get this all in a very short amount of time. So thank you.
So while he uploads that again, what we did is created a beautiful PDF of today's event. So all you have to do is bring it up on your computer, and you don't have to ask what's going on in what room at what time, because we do have multi things going on. We have the lecture going on, and then at 3:30 we have the Healers Network room going on, and then we have the fun room going on. So once we get started in 15 minutes, Linda's going to be going on in the main room, and Julian's going to be doing an experience in room number 1 on numerology. So you have your choice after we finish the introductions, and Victor's going to do a meditation. So what we want to do is make sure you know how to move around. We created an open breakout room session. The beauty of this is that you can move around from room to room without asking permission or asking help. We figured out how to do this. So we opened up the rooms for you guys to go on the bottom of your screen. Take your mouse and hover to the bottom, because you're going to see a little black bar that you might not have seen before. You're going to see mute, stop video, security, participants, polls, chat, share screen, play, stop, recording, breakout rooms, and reaction. Make sure you're on mute unless we ask you to unmute yourself. If you decide you don't want to be seen, you stop the video and no one needs to see what's going on. If you want to see what's going on in the room, you hit the participants. If you want to see the chat, hit the chat, and you can communicate with us in the chat and privately. And then we go to breakout rooms, which is toward the end next to reaction. Breakout rooms, if you hit that and you hit the button, you should see a square, and you can be able to move around from room to room. If you have a problem, just write in the chat what room you want to go to, or you write to us privately, I want to move to what room. And the other bar is a reaction. You can put on the screen if you like, share, and if you want a heart, if you want to do a thumbs up, if you want to clap, if you want to do a celebration, that's a way for you to express yourself in the event to the speaker. So our biggest issue is the breakout rooms. We know this is challenging, but we're going to make it easy for you. So we did open up the rooms, and the rooms will open up in about 10 minutes. So Victor, I'd like for you to bring out everyone to the screen. Vicky, bring everyone out to the screen, and we're going to do a 30-second infomercial for every speaker.
And I'm going to time you guys at the 30
Great.
seconds, so you got to be honest about it. So let's open up the screen. Vicky, can you open up the screen for everyone?
Yes, it's open.
Okay. All righty, let's start. going in order by presentation. Let's start with at 3:30. We're starting with Linda Gifford. Linda, please introduce yourself, unmute, introduce yourself, and tell everybody what you're going to be doing.
So everybody put yourself on gallery view in the top right-hand corner so you can see everybody that's what's going on.
Hi, I'm Linda Gifford, and I connect the brain and the body together, and our hands and feet don't lie. We use our hands for a lot of things, and we hardly do anything with our feet. And our toes have a whole relationship throughout our body, about our life. And so I connect the brain and the body so that the body can communicate to the brain properly, and the brain can come down and take care of your body. So I'm looking forward to seeing you, and I appreciate you coming today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. Thank you. And now we have Alan Pratt, who'll be on at 4 o'clock. The Activator. Alan, please unmute and tell us what you're going to be doing.
Am I muted? Blessings, everybody. I sing and speak in light languages, and I have worked with literally thousands of light workers of all kinds around the United States. And I am here to activate your higher abilities and to help clear, and to do some healing work with you. So I'm on at 4 o'clock, and then I'm in the playroom at 7 o'clock to do some storytelling, all about gratitude. So awesome to be with you today. Much love.
Thank you so much, Alan. Xavier Frye, you're up next at 4:30. Please tell us what you're going to be doing.
Sorry, it took me a second to get that mute button to work. Hi, everybody. My name is Xavier Frye. I live in Portland, Oregon. At 4:30 Pacific, Florida time, I will be doing a presentation on shadow work and what exactly it is, why it's important, and why it's something that I think everybody needs to spend a little time involving their personal energy towards and getting that work done. I'm also going to be doing a collective reading for everybody in the fun room sometime later in the evening, and I will be also doing a little song at the end of the closing ceremony. So I'll be here. Nice to meet you. I'm in room number 9, and I'm looking forward to helping y'all see your true selves and shine a little brighter.
Thank you so
And 8
much,
o'clock,
Xavier.
and 8 o'clock in the fun room.
And he'll be at 8 o'clock in the fun room. And at 5 p.m., Donnareyna Sessler, the Solutionary Gemologist. Donnareyna, please tell us what you're going to be doing.
Hello, I am Donnareyna Sessler. I'm an intuitive, strategic, solutionary, and life coach and spiritual gemologist. And I'm going to be teaching a class on choosing, using, and making conscious gemstone decisions for gifting as a solutionary gemologist.
And thank you so much, Donnareyna. And coming up at 5:30, Julian Michael, the Numbers Man. Julian, unmute and tell us what you're going to be doing. Unmute. Unmute.
No. Julian, we can't hear you.
Julian, unmute. We can't hear you.
All right, here
There
I
we go.
am. Julian Michael, how's everyone doing today on this blessed day in November as we go into December? And I'm going to assist and optimize you in connecting with your oracle. And that oracle is your name and birth date. This is the ancient science of numerology. It's fast, it's easy, it's magical, and it's time for you to understand more of not only what's happening to you now, but to participate in December in 2021 with total magic. I'm in the fun room at 3:30. I'm speaking at 5:30. I'm in room number 17. I'm here to serve you. Blessings. Ciao.
Julian, thank you very much. At 6 p.m., coming up at 6, Mire Molnar, the ShaMama. Mire.
Hello, everyone. Well, I call myself a ShaMama because I really was empowered by the initiation of childbirth, and that has led me on to a path of really understanding my spiritual path and my gifts and what I have to offer others. I have a really fascinating background with really unique parents, and my legacy work is really connected to theirs also. And so together we do childbirth education classes that are very unique and different, all about the shamanism of birth and the shamanic initiation that childbirth is. And today's thing will all be about these talismans that my father and I make. So they're, my dad is a lapidary master, and together he and I make beautiful stone jewelry. And I will be talking today about one of the things about our jewelry is that it's also intentional. So each one of our goddess tags has a stamped intention. And so why did I do that? Why did we start making intention jewelry? We're going to talk today about what is intention jewelry? How can you use it? How can you use it? The energy of the stones and the intention of that piece to just, you know, sparkle up your life, give you some guidance, give you some grounding, give you some protection. And then I'll be doing a interactive ritual in the fun room, and it will be a place, you know, with this the moon eclipse, the full moon eclipse that's happening, I believe around today and tomorrow. This is a time of really big manifestation, and so I want to have a point where we can all put our manifestations in one place. So that's what the ritual space will be about.
Thank you so much, Mire. And at 6:30 p.m., Robert Wood, Spirit Aura, Know Your Soul. Robert, please tell us what you're going to be doing.
Hello, welcome from Boulder, Colorado. It's a nice, warm, sunny day, and I'm here to talk about your soul. Most of us know our body somewhat well, and then we know our mind, but some of us don't really get to know our soul. So I'm going to be talking about how to understand the container that holds your soul, which is your life that you've been existing way beyond this personal little life that you think you're currently living. And then I'll be in the breakout rooms and in my private room doing soul readings, and join me and I'll teach you a little bit more about what colors you vibrate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert. And then at 7 p.m., Chandell Vidal, Nurture Thy Nature, Pioneering in Your Self-Healing. Chandell, please tell our listeners what you're going to be doing.
30 seconds.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
30 seconds,
Perfect.
please.
All right, so basically it's an introduction to how to go about pioneering in your self-healing, different modalities within the playroom so that I can teach people how to connect with themselves through basic breath work, and also just some really helpful tools they can have in their toolkit during this time, the pandemic, to support their immunity. And in regards to my room, I'm going to be giving free consultations for Bach flower essence, customized to your astrology sign, and also a 7-minute solution for any obstacles you might have, advice, spiritual guidance.
Thank you so much, Chandell. And at 7:30 p.m., Ilene Cohn Reichman, the Magnetude Jewelry. Ilene, tell us what you're going to be doing.
Hi, can you hear me? Just checking.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Phenomenal.
Please.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Ilene Cohn Reichman, and I do energy work, stone readings. I'm a retired lawyer. I'm a nutritionist, but today I'm going to be educating on why your cell phone may be harming you and actually what you can do to prevent that. Just things you can do nutritionally, mentally, and most importantly, with this phenomenal jewelry called Magnetude jewelry, which is interchangeable, genuine gemstone and crystal jewelry for men, women, children, and fur babies, especially with all the remote learning you're doing and all the 5G cell towers anywhere. You can't escape it, even if you're in a rainforest. And so far, we're not living on Mars. So we are stuck and we must deal, and I can show you how to do that. So after actually before I speak at 5:30, I'll be in the playroom doing consultations nutritionally, and I'll also be having a raffle where you can win a piece of jewelry. And also you will have a consultation on what is going on in your life, 5-minute consultations for free, with a opportunity to have, after this event, a free 30-minute consultation. Thanks again for having me, and see you later.
Thank you, Ilene. At 8 p.m., Joe Petroski, Profound Power. Joe, what will you be doing?
Hi there, I'm Joe Petroski, and I'm the founder of Profound Power. And through my Profound Power healing and coaching techniques, I assist you in discovering, feeling, and being your magnificent self. It's my belief that we were born to be magnificent. We've lost that, and I help you be able to discover that. And I give you very powerful assistance and support and methods in my coaching and healing, so you can feel that you're supposed to live this beautiful life. And today at 4 o'clock, I'm going to be in the playroom. I'm going to be offering mini readings, which are going to be fun and exciting. And I think I already went past my 30 seconds. 8 o'clock, I'll be in deep exploration about your physical, emotional power and how to instantly increase that. Thank you.
And at 8:30, Tina Woolsey, the harmonizer. Tina, what will you be doing?
Hi, everyone. It's so lovely to be here. I'm a clinical Ayurvedic specialist studying at California College of Ayurveda, continuing my studies. And we have this wisdom, Ayurvedic wisdom, 4,000-year-old ancient Indian wisdom, which helps us to uncover our uniqueness. When we live in balance in our uniqueness, we live in bliss. We have optimal immunity, harmony. We live in harmony internally and also in harmony externally. I'm going to help you uncover your uniqueness. I'll also be raffling a full Prakriti Vikruti analysis so that you can incorporate these healing practices into your life and continue to live in harmony. We have a lot of power during this time of transformation, and I'm going to help you access it.
Thank you so much, Tina. Sheri,
Yes.
anything else you want to add before I do my meditation?
No, I think we went above and beyond. Overwhelming.
Absolutely. So
So
you were
we-
promised a guided meditation. I'd like everybody to close their eyes.
We're gonna do this before we go into bringing Linda out. And Victor, let me give you a little bit of background about Victor. Victor, the voice, was discovered after he attended a yoga class, and the teacher found out what his voice sounded like and asked him to lead the yoga meditation class, and he hasn't looked back. So he has podcasts on Om Times, and I asked him to be my Master of Ceremonies to support me today while I work the back end and put out any fires and support you guys. And this is our my 8th time that I've been doing this, my 7th event. So we love feedback and what we can do different and better, because we're only going to perfect this because we can only move forward, not look back. And please make sure you communicate with us in the chat. Just put the room number you want to go into or write to us privately, because once we get started, we're just going to fly for the next 6 hours. Okay, everybody?
And not to take too much of Linda's time, everybody close your eyes. I'm going to do this in 2 minutes.
No, you got 5 minutes. We're good.
It's okay.
How
Close
about
your
you,
eyes.
Sheri? Are you going to tell us what you do before
Don't
you
worry
got all
about me
day.
right now. We don't have time,
We-
Donna. Okay,
We
stand
got
by,
all
everybody.
day. Just
Everybody-
relax.
Everybody close your eyes.
Mute yourself, please. And
Mute
just
yourselves.
thank you, Donna.
And everybody close your eyes.
Thank you.
And take a deep and cleansing breath at your own pace and level of comfort. And let it go.
What happened to him? I can't hear him.
Everyone take a deep and cleansing breath
There we go.
to relax your body, your mind, and your spirit. Take another deep and cleansing breath to the center of your soul. Relax, peaceful, wonderful. And one more deep and cleansing breath to center and ground, and prepare yourself for this wonderful day that we're sharing together. During a retreat in 1988, this poem came through me, and I share it with you now, and it reflects what we're about to do. The energy flows from the love of the sun and charges a soul, the power of one. That energy shared with a spirit that's new, a heart opens up, the power of two. Ebbing and flowing from women to men, hearts on the wavelength, the power of 10. And when all of the millions with compassion run, the birth of the new mind, the power of one. Take one more deep and cleansing breath, a breath for the body, the mind, and the spirit. Let it go. Allow your breath to return to its normal level of comfort. And when you feel ready, please open your eyes. Namaste, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor.
Somebody muted me in the middle. That's why you didn't hear the beginning.
Technical glitches.
That's okay.
World, at least he started again. So that was beautiful. That almost brought tears to my eyes.
Thank you.
Would you like to share that? I mean, that was lovely.
Thank you.
That's a beautiful mission statement, honestly. It's like, ooh, power of one, power of 10, power of many, and here we are. You know, we got to bring this together, you guys. We got no choice.
Absolutely.
So as we get started, just letting you know right now, Julian is in room number 1. If you want to go hang out with him and learn about numerology, the Healers Network room is open in room number 2. And we're going to get started right here with Linda, who's going to talk about the feet and the hands don't lie. And this woman blew my socks off after we did a private session. I said, woman, you're not going nowhere. You're going to stay on my team. And when you're ready, you're going to come on board. And she came, she's ready. So everybody get your pens and pencils out and your pad, because you're going to want to check out what she's doing. For the next 25 minutes, she's going to blow you away, I promise you. And when you're done, you can follow her to her room in room number 13 and spend some time with her. And then she will be back in room number at 6 o'clock in the fun room, the playroom, to have some more fun with her, or you can see her all day privately. All right?
And I'm going to share her bio right now. Linda has a strong command of the human body mechanics and is very good at helping people improve their quality of their lives. She started teaching health classes in 2001. Her growing list of students includes firemen, policemen, traffic controllers, senior adults, parents, and children. Students learn how to make better choices to improve their well-being. Thousands of her clients learn how to reconnect their brain and body by identifying the cause of their emotional pain, physical pain, or disease. The methods are easy. As a healer, reader, author, and an inspirational speaker, she's going to show you what she does. Her website is healbrainhealbody.com. And I welcome to our show, Linda Gifford. Welcome, Linda. Please present.
Linda, you're on.
I get the, I'm on my, sorry, I'm on my room now. Everybody can see me?
Yes, we're watching you. Every move you make, every breath.
Okay. So at 25 minutes, right? Is that correct? Sheri, is that correct? 25 minutes?
Correct.
Give me an alarm at 20 minutes.
Correct.
I set your alarm for 8 p.m.
Okay, bear with me because usually I'm not doing this kind of setting, but I am getting used to the Zoom and I do a lot of consultations by Zoom. So I wrote the book, Heal the Body, Heal the Brain. Excuse me, Heal the Brain, Heal the Body. This one's called this opposite. And there's a lot of things on Amazon in the way of your brain and your body. And I just show it to you because there's a hard hat and there's all kinds of tools that you have in your own home. But we're not going to go through all of that right at the moment. What I'm going to talk to you today is about our feet. And so I kind of drew a little drawing here just so that you can see feet. And I'd like to have you take off your socks if you don't mind. You're in the privacy of your own home, so it won't be a problem. And look down at your feet and see what you can see. Everybody's feet are different. You can't imagine how many feet I go looking at in the summertime or when people are wearing sandals. I don't approach them, but it's always amazing to me. I have done thousands of feet, thousands of hands, and I just want to point out some basic fundamentals of this. So if you're looking at your feet, I just want to show you that, I'm going to use this one, that I'm going to show you that the webbing right here
Linda, you're muted.
Okay, can you see now? So our toes always change. Look at them today. Whatever they tell you today, I can guarantee you a year from now, they're not going to look like that. So the left side is how you communicate to yourself, what happens to you throughout your whole life. On your right side is how you deal with the outside world. This could be your family, your friends, your neighbors, whoever those outside people are. Never does your right foot cross over to your left foot. Your left foot is always you. It's where you are. It's the core of you. It's your soul, whatever you're doing and how you communicate and take action with yourself. Some of your toes are going to be separated like this, and some of them are going to be lapping over, and that's okay. I want you to take a look at on both toes, okay? On the right and the left, this is your destiny toe. This is what you were brought onto this earth for. This is your communication toe. This is your action toe. This is your relationship toe. And this is your prosperity successes and however you look at it. In our country, whoever has the fanciest car, the fanciest house and the fanciest clothes, we look at them as being successful for the majority of people. However, it could be accomplishments. It could be somebody that was dyslexic or had autism and now they're living a normal life. It's whatever you look at your successes and your accomplishments and also your dollars and cents, that will show up in this toe always. This is your destination toe. And oftentimes people will say, I don't know what my destination is. I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know why I'm here. This toe will tell you. This toe is how you communicate to the outside world. Excuse me, to yourself, not to the outside world. So how you communicate to yourself. And in this person, it's really direct. There's plenty of spaces in between each one of these toes. Most people's toes do not have spaces. I just wanted to point that out to you. So if you have any toes that are overlapping or real connected together or all leaning one way, please understand there is no two toes alike and there is no two people alike. We may have two hands, 2 feet, 2 eyes, 2 ears, but we are all different, both internally and externally. Can you still hear me? I just lost the screen. What happened? Shoot. Can somebody tell me why I'm not on the main screen now?
You are on the main screen.
You can see me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at now at a little one, so hang on there because it's little for me. So, so this is all about yourself. However and if you look at this main toe, it's going to look different than your big toe on your right side. It always does. Sheri, can you put yours on mute so that I have a bigger screen so I can see?
I am on mute.
Well, I don't know, but you're on there and I can't hardly see. So, so anyway, what I'm sharing is that some people have
Vicky, please spotlight her, please.
Separating.
Yes, she's spotlight.
Okay.
So some of them have separating. Some of them will lap over, and you may have 3 or 4 that lap over to each other, and that's okay. It's just how you communicate to yourself. And the outside world, if you look at this one, it may be a little bit fatter. It may be tilted towards the next toe over, which is the communication toe to the outside world. And the next one after that is the relationship. Excuse me, the middle of the 5 toes is the, shit. Okay, so this one right here is the action toe. This one right here is a relationship toe. And this one is your prosperity, money, however you get prosperity, money, actions, receive any awards or whatever from the outside world and how you accept them. It is a proven fact that this toe, the relationship toe on each foot, is the one that breaks the most And there is ER records that say that. Most people tell me that it's always this little toe. And I know I've hit my little toe before, but it's very interesting. The research has been done. And surprise, it happens to be relationships on each toe. It can be our relationship with ourselves too, by the way.
How many people have broke the second toe? Put in the chat that you broke your second toe. Just ask them. It'd be interesting to see.
Yes. Can somebody tell me?
Yeah, we're gonna put in the chat. We're gonna see what they write. Has anybody broke the second toe? Go ahead.
And if you want to unmute yourself and ask a question, please feel free to do that, because between me talking about this and looking at the chats, it's just way too much for my brain. So I connect my brain and body all the time. So you can pitch in anytime you want and ask a question. So if you notice here, this toe on this person, and by the way, these are real live people, okay? This toe here is heavier, fatter, and this toe is little. What it tells me is this person receives all of their prosperity and all of their rewards from themselves. They don't look for the outside world. Now, if somebody is looking for the outside world, they may be similar, or they may be, this one might be a little bit bigger. This relationship for to this person, that relationship has nothing to do with what the action of the outside person or the communication to that outside person between this person and whoever they're communicating with. But if you look over here, this relationship toe is leaning towards this action toe. In other words, this person would not take on anything without for action or for the relationship with themselves unless these two toes communicate to each other. And this person has a direct communication to themselves. They don't look at what they're doing. They don't look what their the relationship they have for themselves. They don't even look at their prosperity. They are clear with their destiny toe. And if you notice, this destiny toe tilts out towards the outside of the foot a little bit. And this one does too. But this communication toe to this person is tilting. This is tilting out, but this one is tilting towards the action. So this person really looks at the action and communicates with the action of the outside world before they know that they are on the right path, that they're making the right choices for themselves with others. And then this is the relationship toe with others. And that not only in most recent years, if you measure it from here to here, it's about a little more than halfway up. So the majority of the length that they've been alive is they're leaning towards the action of the outside world. And so because this one is a communication toe, this one is a relationship toe, the action of the outside world is really, really strong for this person. So in other words, if there's a salesman that comes up and says, and this is a woman, by the way, and a salesman type of man that says, oh, I can do this, and I really appreciate that, they're not going to listen to them unless they look at the action of how they're presenting themselves as well as what they're saying. And then the prosperity toe and how they look at the prosperity and the action and everything is not that important to this person. So in other words, this person isn't going to rely on their livelihood. They're not going to rely on how they have a house, have a car. They're going to be more dependent on themselves and how they take action with themselves when it comes to prosperity and money. You can see how much different those are. And they're always going to be like this unless they change. And as we get older, our feet will change. I want to go to this one because if you notice, and a lot of people have bunions, okay? And I want to share with this, if this is when we come into this world and see the light of the day up here where the webbing is, but this bunion is way down here. This is when they were in the womb. and whatever happened in the womb. So I give an example. If they're older, their parents are probably already gone. But and so I'll give in. But if their parents are still alive, I'll have them go to both their parents if they can, but particularly their mother because they're in the womb. And I'll say something like this would happen, like your father's favorite meal was chili, and your mom wanted to make chili and make him really happy that night. So she fixed chili when he got home from work. And then they eat the chili, and as they're eating the chili, he says, "Oh, I want to go to bed and I want to make love to you tonight. Is that okay?" And she says, "Sure, but I have to clean up the kitchen." And he says, "No, let's leave the kitchen and let's go to bed." And she'll say no. And then, they'll get together and they'll clean up the kitchen really fast so they can go to bed. And then they get all cuddly, and then the baby starts kicking them. And of course she can feel it, but if he's snuggling up to her, he can feel the baby kicking. And then he'll say, "Why is that baby kicking?" The kicking is because they ate the chili, but they're getting upset because they had to clean after the chili. They had to do all of those other things that the mother took on, all that emotional stuff. And please understand, it's not just one time if you've got bunions like this. I literally had a client back in the mid 2000s, and she had her bunions removed at 14. She had her bunions removed at 16, and she got a new doctor because her father changed insurances. And so her new doctor said, "Go to Linda's first before you have," it wasn't the podiatrist, it was their primary doctor, said, "Go to Linda before you have those removed." And so she did. And as soon as I got through, she says, "Mom, are you at home?" And she said, "Yes." And she says, "You're not going to believe it, I don't have bunions." And her mom says, "Yes, you're already scheduled for bunion surgery next week." And she says, "Mom, you're not going to believe it. I only had to see her 3 times, 3 more times. She learned how to keep those bunions away. She only had those 2 surgeries, and I see her every once in a while when I go into that particular place that she lives. She's a Starbucks manager, and I'll say, "How are your bunions?" And she'll start laughing. She'll say, "Of course, I don't have bunions anymore." So she learned how to get rid of her bunions. If any of you have crossed over toes, and if you do, just chat with me right now and I'll explain what those 2 toes are. So I need to know the foot, and I need to know which toes they are. So does anybody have a question on any of their toes?
You got to give them a moment if you're going to open it up. I'm sure there's a lot of people who want to know because we only got a few minutes. And then they can follow you to your room and to have more time with you. So we got 5 minutes for toe talk, and then you can offer your prize, and then they can follow you to your room. So who in the chat would like to have some answers?
Linda, can you go over a little bit about the middle toe?
The middle toe is our relationship toe. This one is the relationship to yourself. This is the relationship to others. And you can tell those are really, really different on this person.
It's how they attach to the next one, if they curl under, if they're separate, if it's longer, where it curves, where it's swollen, where the lines are, where it's red, right, Linda?
That's it. Do you have any other, you want to describe what that toe looks like?
It's fascinating. How swollen is it?
Oh, maybe she got off. Anybody else have a question?
No, she's there. She just has.
Hi, how you doing? No, actually, one that's right next to my right foot, the middle toe, the one right next to it is kind of like, it looks like it's on like an angle pointing outward.
No. On your right foot.
On my
Is
right
it the
foot.
second toe or the one next to the little toe?
Next to the little toe.
Okay, that's the relationship to the outside world. What is it doing?
It's pointing outward, it looks like it. My knuckle is going to the right a little bit.
Okay, and then why did you ask for the middle toe? What was the characteristic of that middle toe that
because I thought I got what everything was, because I think you're phenomenal and I adore what you're doing, and it resonates with me completely. And I didn't hear middle toe, but because it's funny, because I wrote that toe that I have as an angle was my relationship toe. So
yeah. And is it pointing towards the little toe, or is it pointing towards the center toe?
The knuckle is pointing towards the baby toe.
Okay, so it's twisted?
Yeah.
Okay, and is the tip of it going towards the center toe?
Yes.
Of course. So, it at the knuckle, I don't know how old you are, but if you just take that toe, divide it in half, and then figure out where your age is based on that.
18.
Okay, that's it. That's your halfway mark?
It's a little below my halfway.
Okay, the knuckle that's towards the success toe.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so about 18. So I'm going to say 17 to 19. You were successful at whatever you were doing. And now currently you're going over towards that action toe with others. Does that make sense to you what I'm saying?
I'm trying to understand the action towards others. I mean, I'm successful.
Okay, because you're the tip of that toe, you said that it was leaning more towards the baby toe, but the top of it is now heading towards the center toe, correct?
Bingo.
Okay, because of that, you're looking at whatever the outside world is. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean a spouse or a child even. It can be how you look at every relationship, okay? You're leaning towards the action of people before you have a relationship with them, whether it's a heartfelt relationship or whether it's just a casual neighbor relationship. Does that make sense to you what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're fabulous. Yes.
Well, your toes don't lie. And the reason that I really like to do this work between the hands and the toes, and I'll do some more hands later on, but the reason I like to do this is because I'll tell people that we're with our bodies 24/7, and we can keep an eye on whatever's going on with our hands and feet. And people, all they have to do is just text me, and I put everybody on tune-ups. So if you want to follow me all the time and have me take care of you, I am not the person. What I want to do is empower you as much as possible, and for you to understand what you're doing and how you change. I literally have doctors that get in an automobile accident and will take and text me their toes and then get back to me and say, I don't want to have anything to happen to my body. I don't want to have any problems from this accident. What can I do? And what is my toes telling you? And I said, come on, I'm no Houdini. Give it a few days, then text me back and I will tell you, because we can stop it oftentimes before it actually gets in our body. So what I do is the gift that I got from an automobile accident is I can feel from the end of your toes all the way to your brain and see where those blockages are. And that's what I do. But with the pandemic, I can't do that in person so much, although I traveled a lot. But so now I'm doing it more and more by Zoom and by just plain old texting. And it works every time.
Linda,
So,
thank you so much for your
you.
presentation. And please tell our friends and viewers here how they can get in touch with you.
You can get in touch with me on my website. It's healbrainhealbody.com. And on there is a link to get a hold of me. You can just click that on and it'll directly email me. And then as you become my client, then I'll give you my phone number and put you in my contact list so that I know when you're calling, what you're calling about. So,
and for those of you who'd like to interact with Linda, she's moving to room 13 following this presentation, and at 6 p.m. she'll be in the fun room.
Correct.
Linda, thank you so much. That was
Thank
absolutely
you very
wonderful.
much for switching
Thank you.
me. Thank
But
you. Bye-bye.
before we finish, she's got a door prize to give away.
Oh, door prize. That's right. I forgot.
Yeah, everyone's got to do a door prize. So Linda, I need you to write down on a piece of paper a number from 1 to 100. And everybody in the chat who wants to win a session with her needs to write down a number from 1 to 100, and you're going to win a session with Linda. What are you offering, Linda?
Well, it says it's 5 minutes, but I would like to give it 15 minutes if that's okay. Somehow I got only on 5 and I could have sworn I put down 15. So I'm going to give you 15 minutes of a toe reading, and it's valued at $75.
So your door prize is, yeah, it says $75 for 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Right. So we got a lot of numbers coming in. Just keep writing down your numbers from 0 to 100 if you want an opportunity to win this. This woman charges $300 an hour, everybody. So you're going to get 15 minutes with her. She was life-changing for me, and that's why I brought her on board. This is awesome, really cool, and I want to learn from her. I want to be her student. Like, ever since I learned from her, I've never looked at my clients' toes the same way again. And I literally do look at my clients' toes when I do my sessions, and I massage them and I pull them and I touch them and I feel what's long, what's short, what's tight, what's inflamed. You taught me so much, Linda, and you are a master. So anybody here who wants to learn from her, she learned so much. She has been this guru follower. She traveled all over Australia. She spent years learning what she's learned, and she has a really unique way of teaching what she teaches. Honestly, I would like to learn from you and pass it on to me. I'm sure other people in the room are fascinated by this. Are you not? Right?
Absolutely. So Linda, put a number down on a piece of paper between 1 and 100, and we're going to see what you came up with.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, 6.
6. I don't see a 6 in the room. Hang on.
The
Nope.
closest we got is a Joel at 11.
Joel at 11. Joel's the winner.
And Joel's the winner. Thank you.
Joel, Joel, L-E-Y. Make sure you get in touch with Linda, please.
And we're going directly to room 13.
Right now, if you want to have some more time with Linda, go hang out with her in room number 13.
No, when do I give him, when do I give Joel the gift?
Well, he's going to come hang out with you, and you're going to exchange your information with him, so you can do it in the future. You don't have to do it today. If you don't want, do it in the future. Okay?
Okay, yeah, then he can keep on going. Sure. Thank you.
That's right. So Joel can just come visit you sometime today, make sure the exchange is done. If you want to go visit with Linda, follow her right now. And next we have Alan Pratt coming up, right? And then we also have Joe at 4 o'clock in the playroom. Why don't you tell us what's going on? Vic.
And coming up at 4 o'clock is Alan Pratt. Alan, are you here with us yet? I think somebody has to get Alan back over.
I am so here.
Oh, here he is. Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
So let me tell you about Alan Pratt, the Activator. Alan Pratt sings and speaks in many celestial languages, taking participants deep into a shamanic trance state where we connect with our spirit guides, release trauma, and activate our higher abilities. Alan's healing credits include full recoveries from throat and tongue cancer, kidney cancer, breast cancer, brain injuries, spinal injuries, chronic lung disease, Bell's palsy, shingles, thyroid condition, chronic fatigue syndrome, hip and leg mobility surgery infection, tongue ring infection, chronic foot pain and gout, and measurable improvements with clients suffering a range of diseases, including paralysis, trimengial neuralgia, ALS, arthritis, diabetes, hearing loss, eczema, urinary tract pain, abdominal cramps, and addictions. He tours the U.S. producing healing events and works with clients from around the world. Alan's going to be in room number 10 after this presentation, and he'll be at the fun room at 7 o'clock tonight. Please welcome Alan Watts. Alan, how are you?
Alan Pratt.
Alan Pratt.
I'm sorry.
Alan Watts. That's quite a compliment, Victor.
I think
Alan Watts would be great, but I'm Alan Pratt. Thank you,
I think
Victor.
you need to work on my brain for me, Alan.
Glad to. Okay, everybody,
Everybody, lock yourself in and get ready for this ride, okay?
Thank you, Sheri.
Seriously, enjoy the next 25 minutes with this man.
Thank you, Sheri. Thank you, Victor. All right. Okay, everybody see me? All right, now, I am going to talk about 5 practices very briefly that are very powerful for being a healthy, happy human being, and for being a light worker, and for activating your higher abilities, whatever they are, across all domains. Number 1, move. We as a culture have become sedentary. We have our faces locked into screens. We are too materialistic, and we are not athletic and physically active enough. So we need to dance and move and walk and play and be silly and be athletic way more than we are. And the one practice that I'm going to share with you today is my modality that I'm receiving directly, called Iyo Ui Zui. Now, there is a movement aspect to this that is a cross between yoga, dance, channeling spirit, moving energy, making mudras, feeling emotions, breathing, and playing. And so I'm not going to demonstrate this because I'm only going to take 2 minutes for each of these distinctions, and then we're going to spend about 15 minutes for me to do some healing work with you and to activate your abilities through singing and speaking in light codes. So I'm not going to demonstrate this movement modality. I'm going to invite you to look on my Facebook profile sometime later. I just posted it right before this fair, this holistic fair today. It's on the top of my feed. You will see 5 video clips of me doing this practice, and there is accompanying text to talk about what it is I'm doing. And the magic of this practice is that you don't need to be trained. You can just get on a mat and start doing some yoga stretches and start letting spirit move into your body, and spirit will work with you and play with you, and you will channel spirit even if you're not used to it. It's kind of a build it and they will come. If you get into it, it will happen to you. So there's no specific training for this. It is excellent if you have studied one or more yoga modalities. And if you have not, I do recommend that you go to some yoga classes, but then see what comes out of you. Let it be unleashed from within and let the movement just come. I am 61 years old next month, and I have been an athlete for much of my life. And I started doing yoga on and off starting in my 30s. But this distinction, this kind of cross between yoga, dance, and all the rest just started for me 4 years ago when I was 57. And it is changing my life. So I recommend that you take it on. If you're not on Facebook, then you can email me through my website and I will send you the video clips and the text. So that's number 1 is move. Number 2 is cleanse. Most people have not cleansed their bodies. And this is an ancient spiritual practice across all cultures and most religions, cleansing the body. You can eat a healthy diet, but if you don't clean out your body from all of what we were raised with, whenever you make the change, you got to clean out your body. And even if you live a very clean life and a clean diet, then you still, because of our atmosphere and because there are toxins in even the healthy food, it's good to clean out your body regularly. I began doing cleansing when I was 39, so more than 20 years now, of all different types of fasting and juice cleansing and herbal cleanses. And so I'm going to name 3 things for you to consider. One would be a 28-day full system herbal cleanse, either Arise and Shine or Adjuva. There are several different brands. So that's 1, 28 days to really clean out all your organs, your blood, everything. Number 2, juice fasting, like 3 days a month. 5 days every couple of months. If you haven't done some juice fasting of at least a few days, get into it. And there's tons of information on YouTube, online, on Facebook. I have a group on Facebook called the Monthly 3-Day Cleanse Community. So find me and I'll add you to my fasting and cleansing group. And then number 3 is a gallbladder, liver and gallbladder cleanse. If you have not done a liver and gallbladder flush, but have done all other kinds of fasting and cleansing, it is still imperative to cleanse our liver and gallbladder through a very specific kind of cleanse using olive oil and lemon juice and apple cider vinegar. There's a preparation to it. One must do this properly or one will experience great pain. So liver and gallbladder cleanse, juice fasting, 28-day full system cleanse. That's your second distinction. Number 3 is fuel. Most of us eat food. Most of us love cuisine. I would encourage you to consider what goes in your body as fuel, because it is. And our fuel ought to be plant-based. If you're not going to be completely vegan, then you still would want most of your diet to be plant-based, with a small amount of animal products. I was 100% raw vegan from the age of 39 to 44 or 45. And in the 16 years since then, I have been a mostly raw vegan who eats cooked food and has eaten fish and eggs for the last 15 years. I went back to being completely vegan a couple of months ago, and I'm so happy. So it's your process, but here's the distinction to go by. You want to be more green than grain, more live than cooked, more alkaline than acid. Okay, take that on for your fuel. The fourth distinction is nature. Nature. Most of us, because again of the things that I spoke of with the first distinction, faces in screens, we're working all the time, we live in cities, we're not getting out into nature enough, most of us. And so for those of us who are not, I encourage you that even if you're in a city, get out into nature, whether it's the smallest parks in our cities, or really taking a couple of days and getting all the way out into the country. We need to connect with the sacred lands and just all land in general, whether that's the mountain, the desert, the jungle, get in the water, and to be cleansed and activated. These are all practices that activate our higher abilities and make us healthier, happier human beings. So for nature specifically, I encourage you to hug trees. That's your message today. I was 50 years old before I hugged a tree, and I mean really hugged a tree. And I would have considered myself a nature lover. Loved to go hiking, loved to look at trees. But it was a 19-year-old who was working with me, a brilliant young man, who said, Alan, you got to hug the trees. And for the last 10 years, I've been a tree hugger. And if you get out there and if you wrap your arms around the tree, now look to see that there aren't bugs crawling, and you want there not to be sharp, sticky stuff. So check your tree out before you throw yourself around it. But find some very huggable trees, whether they're skinny ones or really fat ones. Wrap yourself around a tree and feel the tree wash you clean. Well, feel the energy just melt into the earth. And we're healing the trees too. The trees want us to hug them because we help them be cleansed and balanced and purified as well. So that's the fourth distinction. And then the fifth distinction is plant medicine. Plant medicine is distinct from pharmaceuticals and Western synthetic chemical medications. Plant medicine, meaning marijuana, psilocybin, mushrooms, San Pedro, iboga, DM. One I really want to encourage for most people is ayahuasca. And now a lot of people have heard about ayahuasca. It's becoming very popular in our spiritual and tribal cultures and as a healing tool and as a tool of enlightenment. If you have not heard about ayahuasca, the word is spelled Ayahuasca, ayahuasca. And it is trippy, psychotropic plant medicine that comes from the Amazon and from other tropical regions that is almost most of the time and most properly served in a ceremony by a credible shaman. And it is a part of a ritual. And the spirits are brought in, and it's a very safe, protective place, because working with plant medicine is it's an intense experience, and there's a lot of purging, and it is a multidimensional experience. And people have often said, well, can't you get this kind of experience through meditation or long, deep fasting or Sufi spinning or orgasms or any of the number of other practices to achieve enlightenment or an enlightened state? And what I say is I've done all of those, and plant medicine is simply distinct and very powerful. And the plants, these powerful plants, exist for a reason. They are here for us to work with them. So plant medicine is the fifth distinction that I'm sharing with you today before we move into our light code activation. So all of the distinctions that I talk about when I speak in front of audiences are on a page on my website called Powerful Practices. And my website is alanpratt.net, ALANPRATT.net. So these 5 practices are what Spirit told me to share on this full moon weekend for this virtual fair. So again, those practices: move, cleanse, fuel, nature, plant medicine, keeping in mind the specific distinctions that I've shared with each of those topics for you today. Now, let's all breathe and relax. And for the next 15 minutes, I am going to let spirit move through my body and voice, and I'm going to channel the light codes to activate your higher abilities as artists, business people, healers, psychics, family members, lovers, breathing, simply breathing. The great mystery, we need not know how it works. We believe, we have faith, we love, we are open to receive. Gramsci. Breathing moves energy. Relax your jaw. Inhale deep and sigh. And let the old trauma go. Out to the trees, to the sky, and the breeze. Feeling is healing. We're willing to feel. Old pain, rise from deep within, rise from within the bone, rise from our organs, rise from our blood and muscle, rise from our groin, heart, and mind. Feeling is healing, and so we Shandara, Kelve, Parshetima, Kunji Iki, Baba Shurupuya Mamampi, Lalanan Kuru, Wangan Koposha, Ulvi, Ulvi, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, breathe it out. Archangel Michael, cut the cords. Archangels Ariel, Uriel, Raphael, Gabriel, Sandalphon, Expedia, Metatron, Jophael, Lady Portia, Lady Nada, Lady Lyria, Maria, Madre, Maria Magdalena, Samuel, Saint Germain, Lord El Morio. Breathing and feeling, releasing and receiving, activating our higher abilities, letting go of blocks to our highest self-expression, balancing our chakras and meridians, releasing old trauma, attached energies and entities, lower vibrational entities. Rise on your carpet, your magic carpet, and ride out to the trees, out to nature, the violet flame, the violet flame, the violet flame of transmutation. All will be reborn as we release. We liberate these energies and entities to nature through the violet flame, to be reborn, to have life anew, love, love, love. With love we release, with love we receive. Okay, Spirit's going to bring in a kind of language to really dig deep and pull something out. So as you exhale, stick out your tongue, please, and go, ah, and let's see if that triggers a release for you. Grisha mambre quindere quan Sheri. Quan is here. Graglurgi, granglurga, grechmarglenda, grengpurging, gringdurgmaga, grengsling magreng mia, Mary. Energy moving in and out of our chakras. Energy moving as we breathe. Spirits of the animals, spirits of the plants, spirits of the crystal nation. ancestors, ancestors, we bow to you. Continue inhaling, and as you exhale, stick your tongue further out, make some sound, and really breathe loud. I've done this with thousands of people, with large groups of people. It'll trigger a release. So I'm going to start coughing in a moment. I can feel it. That's to help you release. When the participants aren't fully releasing, the facilitators will assist them by channeling and doing it for them. We merge bodies when we heal. So I can feel you. And I feel this is about stuff's coming up for you. So stuff's coming up out of me right now. Don't resist the coughing. If you're yawning, belching, hiccuping, if you spit up a little bit, that's all good. It's ways that we release. I feel like more is going to come up out of me, so I'm just hanging on for a moment. Otherwise, more light languages are going to come in for the next couple of minutes as we close. I'm going to go for about 2 more minutes, maybe 3. Breathing with me, breathing deeper. If you haven't not had a release yet, Spirit sometimes pulls it out in the last couple of minutes. We want to release so that we are activated. Even if you're not consciously, if you're not actively releasing, you're still receiving the activation. Breathing a bit deeper. Inhaling deep into the belly, let out a few big sighs. Okay, here comes. You might. I'm going to release for you. Are you here? Are you got me? Everybody still hear me? I think I went mute there for a few seconds. I'm coughing up stuff for all of the participants. That's why I'm coughing into a paper towel and wiping my eyes. Tears are coming out. I think I'm going to cough again a little bit. We're going to close out the healing. So just breathe, 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 because I've only got about 5 more minutes, and we're going to do a drawing, the raffle drawing. So if you would like to put a number in the chat box so that I can see what numbers you're picking for your raffle anytime in the next couple of minutes. Everybody just relaxing. I feel there's a little bit of light code going to come out of me just to close this out. I see people putting numbers
Alan,
in.
don't. You just brought them from almost throwing up to doing a door prize. We need to.
I know. So, and Sheri's with me, so that's why I said, everybody just relax. I mean, I
really
saw the timing and I thought, oh, I better close this up. You know,
We need a little
there's the
smoother
stage manager.
transition. We need
It's
a
the
smoother
stage manager in me.
transition.
So,
Stage manager says you can't go from puking to door prizes. You need a little.
so
Okay.
folks, just take a minute and breathe. Sheri's
Yes.
right. I'm so used to doing this that for me, like being in ayahuasca ceremonies, I can turn and have a full-on puke in a bucket and then just come right back up and start singing with the musicians.
No.
So
You're live on
breathe.
Facebook. You can't do this to them. You got to walk them through this slowly, okay?
Everybody, thank you, Sheri. All right, so folks, relaxing the physical body. Our guides are still with us. Plant, animal, ancestor, ascended master, crystal, and mountain nation. Sentient beings from Middle Earth and from many star nations. Breathing. Simply breathing. Relaxing the shoulders and the eyebrows and the hips. We are grateful. That's the theme today and this weekend. We are grateful, and we are grateful for the activation during this 25 minutes and all day, for activation, for healing, for balancing, for love and compassion from the world of spirit. So now, as we're relaxing and gently coming back,
Alan, we are grateful to you for this work that you've done for us. And you're going to do your drawing momentarily. I'd just like to let our visitors know that Alan will be in room number 10 for his own work, and 7 p.m. in the fun room for the fun room experience. Alan, pick a number between 1 and 100. And folks who are listening, write your number in the chat room right now to win his door prize.
So don't say it yet. Don't say it yet, because we want everyone to have one last chance to write it in the chat.
Yeah.
If anybody is on Facebook or watching us anywhere else but here, you must be in this party. This is where the party's happening. You know, you can watch us all you want, but this is where it's happening. This is where the door prizes are. We have 26 door prizes. This is where you have one-on-one experiences. This is where you have real-time live experiences. So come on down. We have another 4.5 hours left of this, everybody. So Alan, before you make your number, put in the chat.
I sure do. And the reason I was grinning already is because somebody got it early on. Ram, congratulations. Now it's backwards on the screen, but everybody can tell, or is it?
Ram got it. 4-4. No,
40,
we got it.
You got it. So Ram, talk to me later and we'll set up a half-hour reading for you. Much love to everybody. I will be in room number 10. Thank you so much for working with me today. I am also activated and blessed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And Ram, you can move with him to room number 10 to make arrangements for your door prize that you've won. And Alan, namaste. Thank you so much. That was absolutely
as well
wonderful.
As everybody else. Please join Alan right now in room number 10, because I know you're still activated and you want more.
Q&A.
So join Alan right now to stay activated. You stick around right now for the next presentation, which is Xavier. So please introduce Xavier. And before we do that, we need to let them know that we have something else going on in the playroom. So who's in the playroom right now?
Robert
Wood. Robert Wood is going to be doing Spirit Aura. Robert, what are you going to do in your room right now?
Moon.
Unmute yourself.
Anyone that wants to talk to me about their aura colors, their soul, will pick some crystal stones for them and do some talking about any questions or things they want to know about.
Come see Robert. He's amazing. Just not just a chit chat. Come experience Robert. He's a palm reader, an aura reader. He's a soul connector.
That's right.
Awesome. He's from Colorado. He's up in the mountains with the rest of us. So please go join Robert. as we bring Xavier into the room and the Healers Network.
Now I got to go to Playroom, I guess, huh?
Yeah, you're going to go to Playroom. We're going to move you there if you can't do it yourself. Everybody go join him in number 1. And number 2, we have the Healers Network Lounge, and then we're going to bring Xavier in.
And let me tell you all about Xavier. Xavier is a light worker. He helps people navigate the chaos of the inner psyche so that they can evolve and live their best lives in the outer world. The work he does focuses on what is hidden in the unconscious mind. He helps people shine a light on what's been tucked away in the back of the mind. He's a human potential architect and a truth sayer. He helps clients dismantle the false reality which they create so that they can write a new narrative for themselves. His website is lionlightworker.com. Please welcome Xavier Frye. Welcome, Xavier.
Thank you, Vic. What a nice introduction. Yeah, so let's just go on and just get right into it, shall we? So let's see, there we go. I think I can make this work. Is looking okay to y'all? Yeah? Everybody can see all this just fine? Uh-oh.
Perfect.
Went the wrong way. Excuse me. All right, let's do this. So, shadow work, bringing awareness and acceptance to the inner psyche. So what is shadow work exactly? According to science, the average person uses about 10% of their brain. The other 90% of what goes on inside our minds occurs in the unconscious, that is, without our knowing or our awareness. The unconscious houses our deep emotions, subconscious desires, memories, and our fears. While we are young and still innocent, before we've learned how the world works and how to protect ourselves, life will deal its hand and we inevitably learn about pain. Perhaps mom and dad go through a divorce, or perhaps one of the parents may have been abusive or absent. Maybe a theocracy imposed on us at a young age had a terrible impact on our development. Perhaps the parental figures had poor communication skills and resorted to yelling as a default. Then, as we get older and we start to experience life outside of our family, we may find ourselves wounded from people other than our parents. Perhaps bullies had a negative impact on you in childhood. Maybe your first girlfriend dumped you within hours of saying yes for the other kid that sat next to you in band class that you thought was one of your best friends. Other people might have abused you, people that you thought you were safe around. These are just a couple of examples, and I'm sure anyone listening right now could come up with even more painful and dramatic examples. I'm talking about this even a little bit might have even caused some discomfort for more than a few of you. That pain and discomfort that you feel at the mention of these things is but a mere echo of what was once felt when it originally happened. As time progresses, we learn to adapt to these stimuli and learn to be comfortable with them. Abuse becomes a norm and trauma responses become a default. We learn to cope with our pain and become high functioning despite them. We compartmentalize these behaviors and we tuck them away and we hide them. We forget about them and we go about our lives. Some of you might be thinking, oh, that's just life. Everybody has had something like that. What's the big deal? The trouble with all this is that the unconscious is far more powerful than the conscious part of the brain. The unconscious is what rules our perceptions and beliefs around the world, ourselves, and important arenas in life, such as self-worth, respect, and love. The unconscious is what the rest of the world is created from. Anyone who's in the New Age community and heard of the law of attraction knows this. What you focus on turns into your reality. That would sound easy, right? You'd think so, but that logic is flawed. Do you remember when I was talking about the 90% of the unconscious? Well, that's the majority of the brain. If your unconscious mind doesn't agree with the fluffy New Age affirmations that you're spouting off, you're literally just wasting your breath and your energy. Every part of your being, body, mind, and soul, must be in agreement about what you're vibrating. If you don't believe that you're worthy of love, it will be impossible to find it. How is one to find true love without the hope that it even exists? If you don't think you are deserving of the things that you desire, they will never actually come to you. It is impossible to manifest your dreams if your unconscious is putting out a contradictory vibration to what your conscious mind is putting out into the universe. This is similar to a stringed instrument that is not properly tuned. The sound that comes from it are dissonant and unpleasant. No one is going to listen to gather around a guitar player who can't tune his instrument. So what manifests in the outer world is a reflection of what's going on in the inner. There's a Hermetic axiom from the Golden Dawn which states, to cause a change from without, one must cause a change from within. This is one of my favorite quotes as far as universal gold nuggets are concerned. This means that if you want to change the way that life looks in the outer realm, you must handle what's going on in the inner. You must bring order to your chaos. You will continue to attract people that trigger you in the ways that your parents did until you forgive them, until you get over it, until you handle it. You will continue to repeat performances of your traumas and manifest situations and people in life that reinforce them until the work to reprogram these beliefs is completed. Truth provides awareness to what has been forgotten in the dark of the unconscious. The first step of solving a problem is admitting that you actually have a problem. When you have awareness of the problem, then you can actually make some steps toward fixing it. Here's a little Gloria Steinem. I'm a fan of hers. She says, the truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off. Engaging consciously in the unconscious is the definition of shadow work. This isn't an easy thing to do by oneself because of the pain and the fear that has been left to fester and grow unchecked by the unconscious mind. They are wounds after all. As time goes on, these unchecked shadows become the basis of what is created in our reality. The conscious mind can only do so much with only 10% of the brain's bandwidth. Many different great thinkers have tried to pierce the veil of consciousness and shine a little light on our shadow selves. The first guy I'm going to talk about is Carl Jung. He spoke on and coined the term projections. You've probably heard this word before. Projecting is a self-defense mechanism that is initiated by the subconscious that puts the issues outside of oneself onto another. A lot of times the projection has little to do with the person they've been put upon. These projections prevent the person that is doing them from actually looking inward at the wound itself. Why? Because it's painful. Left unchecked, these unconscious issues manifest into self-sabotage, violence, escapism, and other negative coping mechanisms. Ironically, instead of keeping the person safe, they actually wind up creating more instances that reinforce the negative beliefs and behavior patterns that are causing the problems in the first place. So until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. That was a quote by Carl Jung. Another great thinker that deserves the mention of the realm and the psyche would be Sigmund Freud. He's known as the father of psychoanalysis. Some of Freud's work has been posthumously discredited due to his extremism in the realms of psyche and sexuality. However, his work still holds some validity and is the stepping stone from which psychology developed itself from. His studies pointed out various neuroses and attachments that revolve around different styles of parenting. Freud took note that the various differences between parental involvements during different phases in childhood that played a way in the way people behaved in their adult life. For example, if in childhood the mother was distant and cold, her child would likely be drawn to dismissive and cold partners. Someone with an abusive father will likely have issues with men throughout their life. Yeah, like I said, Sigmund, yeah, he got a little extreme with his own projections, I think. Everybody's heard of the Freudian slip, so that's where that guy comes from. And then we're gonna also talk about Pavlov. Pavlov is another psychologist who studied the behavior of his animals when he went to go feed them. He noticed that over time, his dogs would salivate every time he took food out to them. And he wanted to experiment to see if he could get those dogs to respond the same way to something different. So he started to bring a dinner bell with him when it was time to go to food, and he would ring the bell, and the dogs learned to associate the bell with the food or the feeding time, right? And so he noticed that after a while, he could just ring the bell and the dogs would salivate, okay? So another guy named John P. Watson wanted to improve upon Pavlov's experiment. He's very famous for an incredibly inhumane experiment. He did an experiment on a little baby named Albert, in which he basically, he came into the room with the baby and screamed at it and shouted and made lots of noise and got the baby all agitated. And eventually, and he would just do this every time he saw the baby. Eventually, he would start to bring a white rat with him and also stimulate the baby in the same ways. So the baby learned to associate this white rat with things to be afraid of and to cry about and to be fearful of. And so the long story short of this is that they found that the things that are in common with all of these is they found that the neutral variables, i.e. the food or the noises, created a natural response, right? The condition variable was the bell or the rat. And so what they found is that if you can basically teach a baby to be afraid of a mouse just by being mean every time there's a mouse around, just imagine what can happen with small children and their families. Now that I've hammered on exactly what shadow work is and why it is what it is and what's important and why we need to pay attention to all this, let's have a look at what's going on in the world. I think 2020 has been a very dramatic year. And I think it's been a year of some collective, some forced imposed collective shadow work on all of us. We've had pandemic, we've got fires, civil unrest, cancel culture, and collective call out as we dig our heels in on how we as a collective treat one another. Not to mention, we had a lot of astrological things that went down that really just kind of contributed to some of the stuff that was going on. This meme here was something that I posted on my own Instagram back in June. We had Saturn in Aquarius, which was the last time that happened was the Rodney King riots. Pluto was in Capricorn in June, and that was during the American Revolution. And then Neptune was in Pisces the last time when Rome fell. So in June, we had all three of those things happening at the same time. So without getting too far into what that might mean with all these planets dancing around doing their things, we're going through some major upheaval as a collective and really having to examine ourselves on a big level as well as on an individual level. So one of these things that really, really, really needs to be paid attention to is the racism. I feel like, quite frankly, that is a big, big issue as far as our overall collective shadow work is concerned. And particularly here between the BIPOCs and the white folks here in America. Racism is a learned negative behavior that has been cultivated through generations of reinforcement. Unfortunately, up until recently, this problem has been treated like a non-issue since the civil rights movement. The BIPOCs have had their fair share of trauma passed down through the ages from the environment as well as within their family unit. There's a lot of unprocessed emotions that I believe have programmed and kept us in a held down paradigm. On the same coin, white folks seem to be experiencing a cognitive dissonance with theirs. A large majority of white folks don't believe it's actually happening or say things like they don't see color, but in the same breath feel the need to silence and downplay the BIPOC's experience when they speak on the issue. The other percentage seems to be in shock that these issues are still happening and have some guilt that needs to be processed and worked through. Some of you listening may disagree with what I'm saying in regards to racism. Some of you may have the urge to argue with me with this after the fact. And those of you that fall into that category would do well to remember that we are a collective, and remember what I was saying about our psyche and the skeletons in the collective closet. Well, these are only coming up because they have not been given the proper attention that they deserve. These feelings, traumas, and issues are valid. And just like the wounds in the shadows and of children that need to be paid attention to, or the subjects in the experiments that I mentioned earlier with Watson and Pavlov were conditioned to behave that way. So do the BIPOC's traumas and feelings about their past need to be honored and respected as well. Not for nothing, but our DNA has memories. So all of this stuff is still very, very much present. And, we quite frankly haven't, we still got some ways to go as far as all that is concerned. There's some major acceptance that needs to be that needs to happen before we can move through all of that. So one thing I noticed in particular is that in my work, humans tend to put their emotions within a toxic binary of good and bad. It is natural to want to put things in terms of good and bad because humans respond to pleasure and pain. Pleasurable feelings get thrown in the box of good, and the heavier feelings get lumped in the box of bad. The trouble with this is that emotions are neither good or bad. Some may feel much better than others, but neither are inherently good or bad. Emotions themselves are just emotions, and the emotions are part of the body's way of communicating with the mind and soul. It's not about the binary. It's more about the duality. Feelings exist on a polarity spectrum, much like hot and cold. Where does hot start and cold begin? They're just different degrees of the same polarity. Neither of them are good or bad, and the mind is what interprets and adds the notion of good and bad. There's no need to run from the unpleasant feelings in the emotional spectrum because they're necessary. They let you know when something isn't right. They let you know when boundaries need to be created and when you need to protect yourself and when you need to make some changes. So to ignore these would be hazardous to your psyche and health. Laughter can be expressed using joy, anger, or tears. And the same can be said about sadness. Once again, I remind you that these emotions exist on a polarity. The emotions themselves aren't good or bad, they're neutral. What we do with them, however, is another thing entirely. In my experience, I have found that most people, especially as spiritual folks, tend to try and stay above their negative experiences. They ignore the negative feelings by judging themselves and everyone around them while trying to kill their ego. This is a fool's journey that cannot actually be done. The ego is no criminal. The ego's is just one's way of expressing themselves on the material plane outside of the collective. There isn't anything wrong with it. It's not supposed to go anywhere, and you certainly can't kill it. It's an integral part of your being, and it's only doing its job, which is to seek pleasure and avoid pain at whatever cost. It's simply necessary for survival. Ironically, the thought of killing the ego is a ploy of an overactive ego. Light workers that ignore the shadow aspects of their mantle are doing themselves and the people that they work with a disservice. Without delving into the shadows and integrating the changes into the subconscious, none of the work on the outside in the conscious realms will take hold or have any substance or sustenance. Just as a negative and positive connection need to be made in order for an electrical current to properly travel and ground itself, so too must humans experience the polarity of their emotions. Without that balance between the negative and the positive emotions, there is no growth and flow in life. We must stop associating good with light and evil with darkness. What happens when you close your eyes? Darkness. What happens when you plant seed in the soil? More darkness. And what happens when there's a baby in the womb? What is that baby in? Nothing but darkness for 9 to 10 months. So we've got to stop looking at darkness as if it's an evil thing and hiding from it, because that's really where change in creation occurs. Like I said, darkness is not evil. light is not good. Evil can look you dead in the eye in broad daylight, and you might not even notice it. So this is a hard pill to swallow, but that's what shadow work is anyway. It's not fluffy, it's not easy, and a lot of times it requires the assistance of someone who has done that work within themselves to hold space for another to work through theirs. This is what I believe light workers are actually here to do. And we travel down with the individual into their private hell and assist them in their deep inner work because they wouldn't have normally done it alone. Over the years, I spent a lot of time studying some different modalities. I found that I enjoy using the tarot to help people connect with their inner psyche and to just kind of put things out on the table so they're not like so dramatic. These cards provide the first step in acknowledging that there is indeed a problem. Once the cards are out on the table, we're able to look at these things with a bird's eye view and assess what limiting beliefs, traumas, and baggage needs to be accepted and released. It's best to look the truth in the eye and accept what is there. Once that awareness is gained, a plan can be made and the work can be done, can be begun. This is just like getting a diagnosis from the doctor. Another modality that I have seen a lot of growth with my clients is Reiki and the human design concept. It's a unique synthesis of a lot of modalities, and I've gotten a little ahead of myself, excuse me. But Reiki is a very soft energy that is a loving, healing, universal concept that just kind of flows through the person and gently helps fill the person up and move through these things. It's very gentle, it's very powerful, and with some consistency, it can most definitely make some dramatic impacts and shifts in another person's being. It helps the body let go. It helps the body's natural healing process accelerate. And it really, you can't really overdo it because it has all these built-in safeguards in it. It doesn't even actually tire out the person that's actually performing it. So it's super safe, it's super gentle, and it's really effective. And the other thing that I'm super into is what's called human design. And human design is a concept that combines multiple modalities like the I Ching and the Kabbalah and the Hindu Brahmin chakra system. And, it cross-references numerology and your birth date from the day you were born and 88 days before you were born. So you get this very unique chart called a body graph. Let me see if I can move this down real fast. I'll just show you some bodies that I've done recently. And the body graph basically is your own personal blueprint for what you are, who you are, how you operate in the rest of the world. My computer is acting a little slowly right now, so I'll just go to this one instead. And it shows you just you. It shows if you like a lot of operating in the world as you are is to operate as you are. And this stuff shows you how you got here. Okay, this stuff shows you how you showed up in the world and not what you became due to societal conditioning and due to what shows up in your life. So these colored in stuff shows what's not going to change about me. And the white stuff is going to show what does change about me. And depending on where you were born, what day you were born and what happened and what the planets were doing, this whole chart can look completely different. And so this is a very unique style of mindfulness and self-mastery tool that I've picked up on. I've been studying it for about 6 or 7 years. It's very useful. It shows you, it gives you a lot of whys, and it gives you a necessary awareness so that you can catch yourself when you're in your dramas and making bad decisions and making things that are going to, and in your quote unquote, not self, that creates all these baggages and things that you got to deal with later in life. Okay. So let's see here. Let me get back to this. And yeah, so that's that. This is very important stuff. I think me in particular want to, I find myself, anytime I do a reading, it winds up getting into these shadowy things anyway. So I figured I might as well knuckle down on it and hone in and escort y'all through these places and sit with this stuff and be with these things. I also do a lot of one-on-one work with my clients, and I am also looking to take on some folks that want to work with me for a longer period of time. Like I said, consistency is what's going to be needed to take these things on and actually make some changes necessary as far as who you are and what you're becoming and how you're being in life. And like I said, if you're in alignment with who you are and you know who you are and where all this stuff came from, you can look at all these things that we've discovered through the other processes in a very objective way with some awareness, and can tackle it with, instead of just being at the whimsy of your emotions and your stress and these negative stories in the back of the mind that keep you in the certain place that you are. And like I said earlier, without this shadow work, there's literally no point in making all of those fluffy affirmations and things, because your body, your mind, and your soul have to all be resonating with that same thing like a tuned instrument in order for that harmony to occur and to attract that resonance in the first place. So if you'd like to work with me later, you can reach out to me on my website, www.lionlightworker.com. I also, like I said, I've been doing readings since I was 14. I've got the same deck of tarot cards that I started out with. Very reliable, very nice guy. And I'm, very eager to help you folks break through some of these conversations and really make some tangible changes. Because I find that, it's nice to go to a therapist and talk about all these things, but, until those, talking about it is only going to do so much, and so that's where these things come through, and that's how we go from there. So if you'd like to work with me later, feel free to reach out to me on my website. I'm also on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter at Lion Lightworker. And I'll also be in the fun room here in a little while to do a collective reading and help pinpoint some of these shadows and things that we may have been ignoring as a whole. So,
Xavier, our deepest gratitude. We're resonating with your wisdom, your heart, and your compassion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Follow him, everybody, right now to room number 9 if you want to continue with him into his private sessions.
And we also have to have a drawing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and he's going to do a private drawing. Exactly. So everybody write down in the chat if you want to win a session with him. What is your number? Write down your number. Go for it, everybody. He's amazing. I curated all these people that are here today because they're amazing, and I would not pull them into my collective unification of providing this message to the world. So he's amazing, just like Linda is, just like Ellen is, just like everybody else is today. So put down in the chat what number it is that you want to win. He's going to write it down, and you're going to have an amazing session with him. And then you can follow him to his room number 9, and then he's going to do a fun room experience at 8 o'clock. He has a free orientation if you want to do an offer with him. He has what are you doing? 5 minute, 10 minute?
Yeah, I'm doing a 5 minute little powwow, and we can go and do something longer if you'd like to do afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, please mute yourself. So if
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Somebody's talking. I'm sorry. If anybody would like to have a session with him, he's offering a 5-minute freebie, and then you can have a longer session with him for $1 a minute. So guys, go for this.
Okay, and what number did you select, Xavier?
My favorite number, number 9.
Number 9. Let's see, is there a 9 in the room? Let's see who's closest. Do you have it, Sheri? It looks like I don't see anyone close to 9. I guess
5.
Priestess L, I think. Who had 5?
No,
there's a 5.
And Lynn had a 5.
We have a Lynn.
Lynn is the winner.
All right, Lynn. Come. I'm gonna need your. This is for a human design intro report.
Lucky you.
And it's valued at $150. It comes with a 1-on-1 Zoom session where we talk about everything that you are and everything that you aren't. And I will also supply you with a 15 to 20 page report on the information that we gather so that you have something to look at later.
Awesomeness. Listen, so anybody out there on Facebook right now, if you want to get in on these $2,600 worth of door prizes, you need to come here in this chat here. It doesn't cost you anything to come in. Just come on in and party with us. Play with us until 9 o'clock.
Oh, wait a second.
Sorry,
We
Sheri.
have a dispute here.
What's that?
It looks like someone had a 12. Who had the 12?
Cindy. Cindy Cat.
Uh-oh.
But it wasn't in the chat.
Oh, Jay Shap had 12 and it was in the chat. Absolutely.
Oh, Jay Shap. Okay.
Jay Shap. My friend Jay, she had number 12. Okay. No, Jay. Cindy
All right,
says no.
Jay.
Jay. Okay. Jay, I'm sorry that we got the wrong number there, but Jay is the winner.
Wait a second. Did we close it and then they added?
No. She was back up there. She was back on top.
Yeah, she's one of the
That's why I
ones.
missed it. Yeah.
Okay, so we got to make sure that we look who got the winning. Jay has 12, and what did you pick?
He picked 9. So that's the difference of 3.
Darn.
Hey, you know what, Xavier? Would you do me a favor? Give it to Lynn. I'll pay for it because that was my goof. Let take care of both of them.
Okay,
How's
sure.
that? How's
Sure.
that? Okay. So Lynn and Jay, what you'll do is you'll follow Xavier into his room, which is room number 9, and you'll give him your contact information, and he'll arrange for doing this at a later time.
No, I'm not going to let you do that. That's
No.
very kind of you.
It's on me. Seriously, it's on me. I got it.
All right.
I got
So
it. Okay.
Jay and Lynn,
That's
if you will
correct.
meet me in room 9 shortly afterwards, I can plug in your stuff and we can go on and get that party started.
Xavier, thank you very much. We got to move on.
I
All right,
just
thanks for
wanted
having me.
to, if I could just interject and let everyone know that today we have over $2,500 in value of prizes. There will be prizes going on throughout the day, so stay tuned.
And later on, I'm going to give away 3 copies of a book that I co-authored with my wife. So let's get Donnareyna in there. It's her time to shine. Let me give her a little introduction. Donnareyna has over 40 years of experience as a jewelry designer, spiritual gemologist, minister, multi-oracle, and intuitive coach consultant. She is a certified crystal healer counselor, a rebirther, and a teacher. Donnareyna uses extensive energy techniques, including color music healing essences and herbs, plus gems and crystals. Her specialty is the mineral world. She's available for phone and in-person multi-oracle and card of your destiny readings and spiritual consultations. The Inspirations Unlimited Gem Calorie setup is available to seen by appointment, either in Delray or through Zoom or FaceTime or WhatsApp. She'll give you that information later. Please welcome Donnareyna. Welcome, Donnareyna.
Welcome. Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to be here. I'm really enjoying the energy of this fair and this event. So I want to invite you all, if you have anything that is a gemstone on you, near you, to bring it on. Bring it close by, because we're talking about solutionary gem gift giving for the holidays. And one of the things I wanted to talk about is, how many of you are familiar with birthstones? You can raise your hands as I see you. Birthstones, zodiac stones, different stones that resonate with who you are. I'm getting a little bit of a yes in different rooms. And I am going to lead us in a very short meditation just to share with you about where some stones can go. So if you have your beloved who's looking to open up her throat or his throat, what would you use? If you needed a grounding stone, where would you go? So put your feet flat on the ground. If you have any black stones or grounding stones, hematite or a shungite, feel free to put it under your stone, or visualize a black stone under your each foot. And let us ground our energies into this black stone. Let us ground our energies into the earth, knowing that black stones ground and brown stones, metallic stones, can be very, not only grounding, but also releasing of negativity. One of my favorites is shungite. And
Yeah,
shungite,
Donna, can I ask why do we have a little bit of noise going on?
say,
There's a little bit of noise going on.
There's rustling in
is
your
your-
mic. So whatever you're moving around with your hands is making noise, background noise.
how's this now?
Perfect.
Perfect. Okay, great. Well, good, because we're still on the black stones and we're still grounding. So thank you for assisting me in grounding this workshop. All right, and let us take a deep breath as we continue to ground our energies into the ground. You can visualize a black stone under your feet or just be wide awake, alert, and enthusiastic, and feel that energy as you get grounded. As you release anything and everything that does not serve you, visualizing a shungite or a black tourmaline for protection or defense against EMF rays. I wear them on my fingers because I find that as I walked into a seminar a moment ago, this man who was a leader, I loved him. He said, "Oh, you're very grounded." And I wear shungite all over the place. So I can protect myself. I give it to my children, my friends, so they can protect themselves. I drive with it, and it is very helpful to wear a black stone under your belly. I'm wearing a piece of black tourmaline. It's a sacred geometry piece. It's a Metatron cube and a flower of life in a black tourmaline. Black tourmalines are especially known for releasing mental and emotional negativity and mental thought forms that are not conducive, are conducive to your growth, but not necessarily conducive. So it helps you to do the hokey pokey and turn yourself around, because that's what the black stones are all about. And I have a piece of elite shungite, and in my fun room, I will be talking more about shungite and EMF rays and defense mechanisms with shungite and protective items. And also I will be sharing more in the fun room at 8:30 about sacred geometry and being able to give a gift that represents your beloved's needs in a sacred geometry piece, like a Ganesha talking about protective, or a Star of David, something that resonates to you and your beloved when you want to give a conscious gift. And these items come in lapis and malachite and coral and turquoise. And I will be sharing about them as we move up in our meditation. And the next stone we're going to talk about are the red stones, Roy G. Biv. So let us ground the energies of the black stones. We also have obsidian and snowflake obsidian, and bring the energy up to the base of the spine, the root chakra, starting the rainbow bridge. And we've got jasper. Red staunches the blood. And I particularly like the red stone of garnet. It's the way of influence. And whoa, sorry about that. It seems to be pulsating, so I'll give you another one. So you can see the shiny red of a garnet stone. See that all? It sparkles and it energizes. The red stones are stones of energy, especially coral I mentioned, which is available in sacred geometry forms. It comes from the sea and it's gentle, but it's incredibly energizing and wonderful to not only wear below the heart, but on the heart. And ruby is a quintessential red stone that helps to open the heart. It's that of the heart chakra and the root chakra. So not only does it attract love, but it also grounds it and assists you in self-loving. Ruby. Now we're going to move up to the orange stones as we visualize the red stones in our root, expanding our root chakra and moving to our sacral with carnelian. So if you know of anyone who is needing to be grounded, those black stones and red stones are wonderful. If you know of anyone you'd like to gift a stone of carnelian to open up their sacral, a piece of jewelry such as this could be very helpful to wear. And the black and the orange and the red stones are good to wear under the heart. However, there is exceptions all over, especially with garnet and carnelian, because they work really well with opening up the heart. And carnelian's the way of instruction, and garnet is very influential. It happens to be a January birthstone. So let us also know that we have opal. And opal is many different colors. It's orange. And where is that orange opal? I put it somewhere. Well, just visualize it since it's not right here now. That would be a great thing to do. And let us move to the yellow stones as we open up our sacral and our second chakra till we get to the chi, to the center of our body. And one of the best stones for our chi is citrine. It's the way of solution. It's also a wonderful birthstone for Geminis because it assists in being able to solve problems and be able to communicate the solution. So citrine is a wonderful stone for the way of solution. And then we have tiger eye. And tiger eye is also the way of discovery. And I have a tiger eye as you walk into my home, right on the doorknob, because it's so highly protective, along with golden pyrite. So let us breathe in the energy of the yellow stones that not only protect us, but have us mentally aware and knowledgeable from our gut. You know, that gut instinct, those yellow stones sure help us. Now, if you know someone who is really looking to be more solutionary in their life, to be more grounded in their center, someone who might be a Gemini, who wants to be more solid, that's a great stone to give, a tiger eye or a citrine. Now let's move up to our hearts. Okay, where are we? There we go. My favorite stone is jade. It's such a wonderful healing stone. And it happens to be with a prasiolite, a green amethyst. And you know, amethyst is a stone of transformation. So the stone of a heart transformation or emotional transformation of the heart or working with emotions is prasiolite, praise and gratitude. And gratitude is one of the more wonderful ways of opening up your heart and releasing anything and everything that doesn't serve. If it happened in the past, then you don't need to bring it in the future. And wearing peridot, which was the rage in the 40s, because peridot is known for releasing grief and loss. And the last teardrop is always the tear of joy, the tear of release, the tear of what was. So now what is? What am I going to create now? Peridot is a great stone for that. So the green stones are wonderful stones for stones of the heart, the fourth chakra. So people who are looking to create more love in their lives, emeralds for balance, rubies, and green stones, beautiful green stones. And here is a necklace that has a myriad of stones. We have the yellow sapphire, we have the ruby and emerald, and we're going to be moving up in a moment to the blues, and we'll be talking about the blue sapphires in a moment. And I did want to talk about the throat chakra because that's so important before we get to the indigo stones of sapphire and the blue stones. So here we go. Let's open up our heart as we visualize, as we put a green stone by our heart, as we feel our hearts opening and expanding, as we feel the ruby in our heart, creating more self-love and attracting a beautiful mirror image to us, to ourselves, in form of a partner and friends who are heartfelt, with the green stones, with the rubies. And now we move up to our throat, and the color is light blue. And some of the birthstones that are light blue, oh, by the way, emerald is a birthstone of May, and it's also a zodiac stone of Taurus. And later on in Aries, late Aries and Taurus is the stone of the emerald. I'm here. So here we go. We're in the blue stones, and the blue stones are, I'm showing you, as angelite. And the light blue stones is the fifth chakra to open up the throat. And here we have a celestite, the way of expression. It's from Madagascar. Isn't that great? Woo! Gives us the ability to speak with more clarity. My favorite stone that I happen to wear oftentimes when I'm speaking is an aquamarine, because it also is a psychic defense stone of the throat. What that is like is when you're speaking and anything might get in the way, it gives you the opportunity to make it part of the dance. So if you stumble, you just keep on going and keep on dancing and keep on speaking, and nobody even knows that you might have had a stumble or forgot what you were going to say, because life isn't always perfect. Here we go. Here's an aquamarine. Here's a stone that you can thumb, that you can put on your throat. You can visualize the opening of your throat, the expansiveness of your throat, the ability to share.
We can't see it, Donna. Can you move your camera lower so we can, oh, there it is. Thank you.
Here it is. Here it is. Thank you, Alex. The ability to speak under emotionally charged situations, the ability to communicate. I do not go on stage or even go on Zoom without it. You can see it around me. And aquamarine is the Pisces stone. It's a March stone, but if you're born at the end of February, aquamarine's your stone. It's a good birthstone, and it's a good stone to buy for someone who is a Pisces. And you can buy stones, tumbled stones, in many stores, anywhere from $1 to $5. You can buy a whole chakra kit for $20. And they have them in so many different places. So let us now breathe into our throats, knowing that we're expanding our abilities to communicate, knowing that these stones, etherically coming from Delray Beach, are assisting you in expanding your ability to communicate and to speak with clarity as we move up, to our 5.5 chakra, to our ears. Right now I'm wearing aquamarine, but a 5.5 chakra stone, one of my favorites, is called tanzanite. It's periwinkle blue. And what it does is it assists us in not only being able to speak, but to be able to listen and then speak the wisdom of what we're listening to. It helps us to open up our hearing, not only physically, but also etherically, to listen to spirit. And another stone, and this is a quintessential pair of earrings of tanzanite. So tanzanite, the periwinkle blue stone, kyanite, which can be a 5.5 stone wearing on the ears, or tanzanite can even be a 6 chakra stone, because kyanite, kyanite is this color. And you can see how it can really work, opening up the third eye. So we will move from the throat chakra as we open it up to the ears where we listen to spirit, to the third eye, which is a 6th center where we have the ability to see. We have the ability to open up our clairvoyancy. And sapphire is one of those stones, the stone of Virgo, the blue sapphire, or this stone, which is called azurite. This is the quintessential. If you look really carefully into this stone, you will see the druzy natural blueberry azurite nodule. And that is the indigo ray, along with the sapphire from the necklace. Can you see that color? That deep navy. It opens up.
Yes, we can, Donna.
It has the ability to help us discern, help us see,
Yes.
and situation assists us in being able to speak from our wisdom.
That's right. And our throat. As we close it up, we got a couple of more minutes as you're moving from
Okay, we're working with amethyst,
Yeah.
and that
Yeah.
is the seventh
Yeah.
chakra. That's
as
the
they start, and they're going to start putting in the chat the winning numbers as you're finishing up, Donna. Okay.
transformation.
Okay.
And then we go to the white stones, and the white stones, selenite.
Right. Beautiful.
Helps us to create our auric field and have it be pure. So the purple stones, sugilite, transformational stones, into white stones for purity.
Amen.
And bring everything down and ground into our feet. Any questions, come to my chat room, come and see me. And are we at a completion time now?
Yes, we are wrapping it up. We
Okay.
did pulled it in time, and Victor's going to allow you to pull your winning number as we pull. Everyone can write in the chat what the winning number is as you write it down on a piece of paper, or you can tell us in about 1 minute after we get enough numbers in the chat how they can come see you in room number 8 some more with Donna. Right?
That's right.
She will be in room number 8.
By the way, I don't know if you have seen this, but I happen to have a opportunity for you to even have a look-see at some of the gemstones and my Barbie doll that I got for my birthday. She's wearing a blue topaz, and those of you might be here who got my email with Barbie welcoming you.
Well, beautiful.
And Donnareyna will be in her own room, room number 8, right after this. And at 8:30, she'll be in the fun room. And her door prize giveaway is a 1-hour reading valued at $111. Let's see how many numbers we've got in there. We got a bunch of numbers in there. Okay, ready, set. Donna, what is your number?
88.
88. Let's see who we got closest. We got Leah. Leah is the winner. Look at that. Leah had exactly 88.
Leah
Wonderful.
got 88.
Congratulations, Leah. So, Leah, what you should do is follow Donnareyna into her room, which is room number 8, and make an arrangement for that reading at some other time. But that's the way you do it. Thank you so much.
Magical. Thank you.
And I also am going to be in room 8 for any questions about stones.
Absolutely.
And any questions about conscious gifts.
Thank you, Donna.
Giving for the holidays. Thank you, Sheri. Thank you, Victor.
Our pleasure.
Thanks everybody for hanging out with me.
And
Thank you so
again,
much.
if everybody wants to be moved to a different room, if you're having any challenges or difficulties, room number 1 is the playroom where the experiences are happening every 30 minutes on the hour. Right now at 5:30, we have Ilene Cohn Reichman, who's a Magnetude jewelry lady. And then Donna, you can follow her into her room. And then we have our next speaker up, who is going to be
Julian Michael.
Which I'm so excited about to hear because I never have enough time to listen to Julian.
And before we
just
introduce...
letting you guys know how you can move this around. And I'm sure anybody who's just joining us right now wants to know how this works. We have a couple of minutes, Victor. Let's give them a little quick orientation, okay?
Absolutely. So if you want to go from this main room to a breakout room, on your computer on the bottom right-hand side between recording, or I'm sorry, you don't have recording, but share screen and reactions, you either have 4 squares that say breakout room, or you have 3 dots that say more. You click on the more, you select the breakout room, you'll have a little white box pop up showing you all of the room numbers. You select the room you want to go into, and you click join. It's that simple. If you're having an issue, then very simply please move me to room whatever in the chat, and our wonderful engineer, Vicky, will take care of that for you.
As well as our volunteers, Alexandria is here to help you in the chat. I'm here to help you in the chat. We have Ellen Pellegrino here. We have Linda. We have Annette. We have Trace. We have everybody kind of monitoring every room to make it as simple and easy as possible so you're not stressed out.
And very quickly, before we bring Julian Michael in, I have also an offering that I'm giving away 3 copies. I'm going to do one right now.
Yeah,
This
start
is a
giving
book.
it away.
This is a book which I can't, there you go, called Pet Prayers and Blessings. My wife and I wrote this in 2008, and we just published an updated, revised edition. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick a number right now between 1 and 100 for the first copy, and put your numbers in the chat, and whoever is the winner will get the copy.
I have some giveaways too today. I need to give away. Don't remember to like offer it. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So 0 to 100, we got Pet Blessings, Victor's book. Oh, we got a lot of little prizes coming in. You got a lot more. We have over $2,600 worth of door prizes here today, and you have to be here in the room to make it happen, everybody. So,
alrighty, is everybody put their number in? I'm gonna wait 1 more minute.
less than 1 minute. 0 to 100. Come on. Pet Blessings. I'm curious what pet blessings are.
It's a book. It's a book about bringing spirituality to our animal companions, including how to welcome them into your home. Unfortunately, how to grieve for them and give them a funeral if you desire to do so when they cross over the Rainbow Bridge. It's something that we did in 2008 originally, and we just did a revised edition. Okay, I think we have all the numbers. So the number I'm choosing is my birthday, which is 17. So who's closest to 17? Let's see if we can find 17. I saw 12. Raquel was 12. I think that's the closest number to 17. Raquel, you win the book. And Raquel, very simply, if you go into the chat and go and pick my name out privately, and send me a private message with your email address, I'll reach out to you and we'll make arrangements to send you the book. Thank you. Congratulations, Raquel.
All right.
All right. Now, Julian Michael, are you here?
Woohoo! He is. Get ready, everybody. He's awesome.
Julian Michael, make yourself known.
All right, here I am. Does everyone hear me?
There you go. So let me tell you about Julian. Julian is a numerologist with more than 40 years experience. He's a past life hypnotherapist for 30 years. He's an author and a writer. He's appeared on ABC's Nightline, New York's Fox 5, CBS's Saturday Morning Show, numerous radio shows, and spoke at conferences in the US, Brazil, Paraguay, and the United Nations. Julian brings an entertaining and unique presentation style to his work. He's been called the Robin Williams of numerology, not neurology, Robin Williams of numerology. Please welcome Julian Michaels. Good evening, Julian.
Hello. That a very fast story. I was at a party a number of years ago, and it was very plush, very unique. And this woman, we were all just amazingly dressed. And she went up to me and we're talking, and she asked me, what do I do? And I said, I'm a numerologist. She goes, oh my God, you're a neurologist. And I said, no. And all of a sudden she goes, honey. And she's screaming to her husband. And all of a sudden she goes, honey, he's a neurologist. And he goes, wow, that's interesting. What school did you go to? And all of a sudden there's like 10, 15 people around me. And I look at all of them and I go, I'm not a neurologist. And they go, you're not? I said, no, I'm a numerologist. And in those 15 people, all of a sudden I taught a class of numerology at this party. Okay, let's begin. Quick stories. All right, so let's all just connect with ourselves and the primordial sound of the universe. We're going to Om 3 times. And the Om is O is the 15th letter of the alphabet. It's a 6. And the M is the 13th letter of the alphabet. It's a 4. 6 and 4 is 10, 1. So we're connecting with our Kabbalistic tree, the tree of life, the 10 sephiras of Kabbalah that is within and around us. Let's begin. Take a deep breath. Every day is a birthday. Pearls of the day. It is November plus 28 plus 2020. Numerology is a science. The father of mathematics is the father of numerology, Pythagoras. And he said everything in the universe is number, and that number has a meaning. We have names. Those names correspond to and have letters. Those letters correspond to numbers. That number is a frequency. Even though our parents named us, we name ourselves because we're walking, talking frequency. As numerology is a science, an ancient science. Pythagoras, the father of mathematics, father of numerology, not only a philosopher, a mystic in 550 BC. So a lot of us are asking now, especially with everything that's going on, what's going on? What is happening? We're searching the internet. We're asking friends. We're meditating like we've never meditated before, and yet the answers are within. And you are the oracle. Your name, your birth date is your oracle. This is your frequency. This is your physical as well as your cosmic movie that you're in at this time. And here we are on this day. As I said, every day is a birthday. Pearls of the day. The pearls of the day I do on social media and on Instagram, Soul Magic. 11 is a 2. Remember, numerology, Pythagoras, soul mathematics. 1 and 1 is 2. 28, 2 and 8 is 10, which is a 1. So now we have a 2 and a 1. 2020, 2020 is a 4. Today is a 214. It's a 7 universal day. It is a day of the 7, which is that of bringing up our soul detective. We're all soul detectives, and we're researching the stars, the planets, and beyond. If you look at the 7, the form of the 7, it's a parabolic antenna that's facing the earth, getting all of these nutrients and nutriments from the earth, connecting with the elements, as well as all the sensoriality of Mother Earth, bringing it to the arrow and pointing it towards the stars, the planets. The 7 musical notes, the 7 colors of the rainbows, the 7 chakras. Today is a day to really heighten our minds and to go beyond. And what I ask people as we go from November to December, November has been this 11. 11 is a master vibration. I'm sure a lot of you, if we had the time, we would talk about how many times in the last months you've been seeing 1111 on clocks, on the internet, on television. 1111 is appearing everywhere because it's the master vibration, and the 11 is known as the messenger of light. The messenger of light. The word light, and words, my friends, children of all ages, all sentient beings, words also have a meaning, an in-depth soul explanation from those letters which correspond to numbers, and those numbers create a meaning. They have a meaning. So the words have a meaning as light. L-I-G-H-T, L3I9G7H8T is a 2. The sum is 29. 2 and 9 is an 11. So the word light is an 11, which is 1 and 1 is a 2. But there's the 11 again, the messenger of light, the messenger of the gods in numerology, as well as that of the person who is the problem solver, as well as the person who is the diplomat, as well as the host, hostess. The 11, justice in tarot, laws, rules, regulations, what's been going on with our party systems in regards to the elections. The 11, justice. The 11 is also connected with that, with the angelic realms. When you're seeing 1111, my friends, it's all about you connecting with the angelic realms. Your angel is right next to you. And your angel is telling you, hey, hi, how are you? I love who you are. I love what you're doing. Thank you so much for everything you have been doing. And please make a wish. Please make a wish. So when you see the 1111, make the wish. And we're going into 12. We'll get into that in a moment. 28, the 28, 2 and 8 is 1. So today is a day to be the explorer, the pioneer, to take charge. And ones are the leaders. And what are leaders really? Teachers teaching other people how to lead, empowering them, realizing that if you are born in January, or if you're born on the 1st, or if you're born on the 10th, or if you're born on the 19th, 1 and 9 is 10-1, or the 28th, you're here to understand how to take charge and be the leader teaching other people how to lead, realizing we can't do it alone. Not only you as a one, we ourselves as human beings cannot do it alone anymore. It doesn't matter how many rules and regulations. We are human beings here to understand how to be with one another, especially in 2021. We'll get to that in a moment. 2020, it hasn't been easy, has it? Show of hands. I can't see your hands. Okay. 2022, again, 11-2. 2 is sharing yourself, sharing your abilities, your wisdom, the zeros. Anytime you have zeros, it's God's protection, as well as zeros is your mirror. And in 2021, there's that mirror again. In 2020, we had 2 mirrors. We also had 2020 vision for us to awaken to our vision, to awaken to being visionaries, to being the way showers of our vision, not the vision of others or people who are telling us how to live, how to breathe, how to think, or anything. It's important that we connect with our vision within ourselves, our hearts, our souls, especially as we go into December, going into 2021. Stop and ask your heart. And first tell your heart, I love you. Thank you for beating in my chest. These seconds, these minutes, these days, these years. And I love you, I love you, I love you. And listen to your heart. Connect your heart with your soul. Put it out there that you wish to speak to your heart and your soul. And then start listening more to the whispers in your heart, in your soul, of the sentient beings that show up around you, from your dogs and cats or birds, or even a butterfly fluttering by you, as well as the symbols around you. Listen to the whispers, listen to your meditation and prayers. Listen to what is being given to you as a wonderful opportunity for you to understand how to align yourself and deal with whatever it is that's being put in front of you as we go into December, as we go into 2021. And as I said, the 7 universal day today is a day to expand our minds and our consciousness. We're going into a full moon, and this is what this psychic healing fair is all about. And God bless Sheri and all of the people who have put this together. On this full moon, 3 days before, 3 days after, always important when we're around a full moon. And if you don't understand astrology, it's okay. If you don't understand numerology, it's okay. Whatever is calling you, just kind of like as if you're putting your foot in the water and just seeing if it's warm or cold or tepid, just to feel the temperature of what is being brought in front of you. But in astrology, it's an eclipse. You're being eclipsed. Your emotions, your energies, everything is being eclipsed in a Gemini vibration, in this duality. In your duality of yin and yang, in your duality of heaven and earth and heaven and hell, and all that's been going on with you in this December, as we go into it, and as we're launching on this full moon on 11/30, 2020. 11 is a 2, 30 is a 3, 2 and 3 is 5, 2020 is a 4, a 9. Numerology works from 1 through 9. Why? Because there's 9 months to pregnancy, and then the human being is born. So everything works in cycles. After 9 comes 10, which is a 1. So on this day of the launching of the eclipse Gemini full moon, you're being asked to reflect, take what serves you and move forward and be present. Be present in your world and in the world. Realize that every moment is a present given to you by source. 9 is all about being one with higher mind, one with the divine, one with source. We're being asked to connect with source, to be present. And also, my friends, we have work to do. It's time to do everything you can to have the confidence, to have the assertiveness, to realize your self-worth. Because there's no more dilly-dallying. No more dilly-dallying. It's time for us to wake up, to work with each other, with God. God is source, with our sentient beings that are teaching us, that they're teaching us their language, animal communication, telepathy, pictures. Next time you see an animal, a dog or a cat, stop and throw it a picture into its heart, into its mind, and wait. And all of a sudden, the animal will shake and go, wow, what was that? And all of a sudden, they'll realize, wow, they're speaking my language. And what they'll do is they'll throw you a picture. That's the way animals communicate, through telepathy. Animals are here to teach us how to use our minds on another level, to connect us with our clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, our psychic powers, our psychic energies, not to be afraid of it, because we've had our past lives, our previous lives. We've been in all kinds of situations, believe me, we have. And now we are here now to be guided in our freedom. In our freedom, that's what 2021 is all about. It's about sovereignty, liberty, freedom, our freedom as human beings. So this full moon is all about launching ourselves and our self-worth as we go into December. My God, December, the last month. And people are going, wow, these months are moving so fast. And some people are going, wow, it's really slow. My God, it's really slow. 12, 1, 2, 3. Right away, you have the Trinity. Right away, you have the Trinity of that of the triangle. You have communication, expression, artistry. You as the artist, as the communicator, as the teacher, as the one who has these words, open your mouths. Open your mouths, my friends, and allow the gods to come through. Open your mouths and allow truth and love to be shared from the music and frequency of your voice. Sing, dance, have a good time in December. And if you're and if you're restricted, you still have a space and you still have social media. And if you're not restricted and you can go outside, breathe the air, breathe the oxygen. It's your right as a human being to breathe oxygen, pure, into your lungs, and massaging your bones, your cells, your whole beingness with oxygen that rejuvenates, regenerates you in every which way, that opens your mind, that expands you so you can deal with all that's going on right now. The 12 is a 3, 1, 2, 3, it's a pyramid. If you care to build a pyramid, find a pyramid, be in a pyramid, visualize a pyramid. Visualize yourself in a pyramid. The 1, 2, 3 is all about communication, expression. It's celebration. It's the holidays. It's celebrating each and every person. And it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat or fascist or communist, or if you're black or green or red, or if you're extraterrestrial or whatever you are. You're of this universe. You're of source. Celebrate each and every person and their God particle. Their God particle. The 1, 2, 3 in December, as we go into December, it's also in tarot. It's the hangman. And I love the hangman. Why? Because we're being asked to turn upside down. We're being asked to turn upside down, right? So we can see things from right side up. So we can see things also from a different perspective. Seeing the whole clock face, seeing the whole calendar, seeing everything that has happened to us, taking what serves us moving forward. You're being asked to see life from the upside down, not black and white and this way and that way, from many different dimensions and feelings and emotions. The 3 is not only about communication, expression, it's the child. It's you connecting with your child, the child within yourself, as well as if you have children. Connect with them. Give them hope. Give them hope and remind them that there is joy, that's eternal joy, that we are joy. And nobody has the right to take joy away from you. My brother, my sister, my child, you. No one has the right to take joy from you, your imagination from you, your creativity from you, your voice from you. No one, nobody, nobody. No scientist, no government official, no doctor, no one, nobody has that right. Because it's time for you in December to drive your awareness, into 2021, which is a 5. It's freedom, or even you feeling more suppressed and allowing yourself to be suppressed. Right? You're a citizen of the world, a citizen of the world. Time to lift yourself up as well as the people around you. The people around you. Even in the prayers as I've been praying a lot, and it's important that you align yourself through prayers. Our Father, Om Namah Shivaya, Hare Krishna, or Shalom, whatever religion, whatever philosophy, connect with that frequency, up your frequency so you can help others. So you can help others. Love yourself within and blast that energy out and see the miracles that you've created. How many miracles you've helped and created in the last days and weeks and months and years, and it will continue. Believe, have faith, have faith, have faith in you and the we. In all of the ancient texts, in all the prayers, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us, not I, us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we. There's no I, it's we now. It's all about we. Allow yourself to be in the we. Allow yourself to be in the we now. Don't think about yourself. You know who you are. If you don't, connect with me, or with Victor, or with Sheri, or whomever's on this panel, or whatever you're getting the calling. It's time for you to align, be in equipoise. This is not romper room right now, my friends. This is not romper room. We're being asked to really step up, or we're going to be turned not only upside down, inside out, we're going to disappear. You're going to disappear. Get lifted up. Align, prayer, frequency, music, whatever it takes, get that frequency up in 2021. 20 is hidden knowledge. 21 is the androgynous dancer of the universe, connecting with your androgyny, the male and female within yourself. Again, source doesn't have male or female. It's androgynous. Angels don't have male and female. They're androgynous. Connect with your androgyny, the male and female, your power, and go out there and empower others. And allow the synchronicity, and anytime you have synchronicity happening to you, say thank you, and let's have more.
Absolutely, Julian. Thank you very much. Namaste, my friend. Namaste.
Woo!
Sheri, you want to say something?
You guys can always do this non-reaction reaction. It's called the reaction button next to the recording. You could always do a little hearts, a little love, a little clap, a little, this is a way you can respond to the speaker. Awesome. Awesome, Julian. Awesome.
Awesome, Julian. And Julian is giving away a free session, a 20-minute session, which has a value of $170. So let's start putting our numbers in the chat room. And Julian will pick a number, and he's really good at numbers. I tell you right now, from personal experience,
He already knows who the winner is, and then
he
you
already
can
knows.
him
That's
to
right.
his room.
Yes, and I'm also giving away a free car.
All right.
And he lives in New York, so there's no such thing as a car.
That's true.
The joke's on you, haha.
Oh,
And
really?
while we're waiting for all the numbers to come in, Raquel, I need your email address. I need you to email me with your mailing address so I can send you your book. And I sent you my email address in the chat.
Beautiful. You guys having fun yet? Can we see some response in the chat?
Yeah, can we see some love? Send us some love. I'll show you what it looks like. That's what love looks like right there. That's love, baby.
Just give us some little response so we know that we're doing a good job. Whether you want to just love you, thank you so much. Whether you want to do a little reaction button, you can always put it in your chat. We just
And
want
Julian,
good job.
the androgynous in me loves the androgynous in you.
Thank you so much, Victor, with a V. Victor with a V. God bless you.
And God bless you.
We
Okay,
are,
Julian, what's your magic number?
the first number that came to me was 79.
79. Do we have a 79? Let's see. I don't see a 79. The closest number I see to a 79, and correct me if I'm wrong, Raquel again with a 46.
46.
I mean, this girl is doing it.
Raquel, you're the lucky person today, Raquel. But if you don't send me your email address, I can't get you the stuff.
Raquel, and we're going to Vegas. Darling, we're going to Vegas with your luck. Come on.
Now, Raquel, you're going to redeem your prize by following Julian into his room, which is room number 17. And if you follow him there, you and he will make arrangements. And Raquel, I got your email address. I'm going to email you. Please send me your mailing address so I can mail you the book. And I will be happy to do so. So right now, coming up at 6 p.m.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sheri.
Hold on.
Sherry's going to give something away.
Hold on. Just before we move, anybody who's just joining us has no idea what's going on, Victor. So
this is true. Did anybody just join us? If anybody's new, just put it in the.
No. We have to assume they don't know what's going on. It's been 3 hours. We got 3 hours left.
Hey, I've been here. I don't know what's going on.
So they need to understand how this process works. Basically, we got a few minutes to give them a little orientation. Can we do that?
Absolutely. So what's going to happen here is you're going to take part in the main room and see the presenters. And Mire Molnar is coming up next, ShaMama. And after each of those presentations, you'll have an opportunity to follow them into their respective rooms. There's also a place called the Fun Room, and the Fun Room will be open and available to those who want to have more of a interplay with these folks, these wonderful folks. And the way you get to them is on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, at least in Windows. There's a little thing that says either breakout rooms, 4 boxes, or right next to that, there'll be more, and you click more, and then the breakout rooms, and you'll see a list of rooms. A white box will pop up. Find the room you want to go to and say join, and you'll be good to go.
And if you have a problem getting into the room, do not hesitate. Just send us a message. In chat, I can't get into the room. We can see your frustration.
Absolutely.
Send us a private message. Anybody with the V in front of their name, we can move you through. So right now, we got the main room going on. We got the Fun Room going on. We got the Healers Network room going on. And every healer and reader and every participant in this place is available right now. And you can go in and have a session with them. Everybody offers a free session, whether it's 5 or 10 minutes introduction, for you to get to know them better and you to want to go and buy more. So whether you want to spend $1 or $2 a minute to take it a little further after you have a taste, this is what we're offering for you today.
Raquel, you're going to meet Julian in room number 17. He'll be joining you there momentarily.
And don't forget, this is Small Business Saturday.
That's right, Small Business Saturday.
Small Saturday. Okay, Small Business Saturday. This is like all of us small business people here right now are just trying to survive. And we don't need a location anymore. We don't need 4 walls, but we come together without walls. Even though Julian has some, bricks behind him, we've all these got little backdrops. We are all here in the same purpose and the same reason is to give ourselves exposure and to get ourselves out there to the world, right?
Absolutely. It's about healing the world and bringing us all together and extending and helping people remember about love and compassion, the fact that we're all brothers and sisters and we're all in this together, at least in this dimension.
Beautiful. So who's up next?
Before we go to who's up next, Sheri, do you want to give away something? You said you wanted a chance to give something away.
Oh, me? Oh,
yeah, you.
I'll always give away something. Sure. I have my own little my book that I wrote, 17 Ways to Open Up the Root Chakra. I have a video. I have an audio version and a printable version, and I will give you a private session with me as well for an hour. It's $75. So this is a 30-minute consultation with the book and my chakra reading and a card reading. So if anybody wants to win a session with me, throw it in the chat. Thank you for reminding me that I got something to give away.
There you go. And next half hour, I'll be giving away another one of my books.
Okay, write down your number. Let me write down my number right now.
Write down your number. And Mire will be coming up shortly.
0 to 100. Okay, I'm not going to look.
And while she's doing that, I just want to say, Lynn wanted to know where you can get a voice like mine, and she complimented my voice. I actually have had this voice since I was 13 years old.
Okay, I like it.
That's why he is Victor the Voice.
That's right.
Okay, so right now we got my number.
Okay, what is your number? 39. So does anybody have an exact hit on 39? I didn't think I saw one. Let me see what's closest. Hang on. Thank you, Mark. Closest, I think, is 44, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like 44. 44. Who had 44? I saw 4. Mire. Mire won the book.
No, the practitioners can't apply.
Oh.
No.
Oh. Okay,
No.
then the closest one after Mire was 55, which is Jay Shap again.
Jay?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yep.
Awesome.
And no favoritism, but I know Jay personally from business from years ago.
Oh, beautiful. Sorry to all the practitioners. We have to leave it to the guests.
Okay.
You work something out on your side. You have to understand that.
Our next guest up is Mire Molnar, and she's ShaMama. She is a graphic designer by trade and works at a self-directed democratic school in Santa Ana. Inspired by her father's deep love for nature and her mother's deep love for ritual and the Sacred Mother, Mire most naturally became a pagan and has actively practiced for 25 plus years. Mire has been involved with social and environmental justice activism her whole adult life. She has a history of inside the indie music scene and has played in many bands, even has a song featured in a Disney film. Mire is naturally a producer and has put together numerous events, parties, fundraisers, websites, and small films. Her intuitive abilities come out while working with the minerals. She loves choosing intentions for the talismans as they call to her, thinking of the keepsake jewelry as her spell work. She has a loving partner and a daughter, and they live communally with 2 other musicians in Santa Ana, California. Her website is talismama.com, and she joins us tonight to talk about ShaMama. What is intentional jewelry and how can you incorporate it into your practice? Please welcome Mire Molnar. Welcome, Mire.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm so grateful to be here today. I'm just going to change my view up. Just a quick change. My website is talismama. Oops, I did it wrong. Talismama.life. I'll put that up there. Talismama. There we go. No, it keeps, never mind, it keeps auto-correcting. So anyways, talismama.life. But anyways, my name is Mire Molnar. That was a fun introduction. So I make talismans with my father. He is a 35 plus year master lapidary artist. And my story is sort of unique, how I got to working with the stones and sort of finding my calling within the stones. I'm wearing 2 right now. I chose the intentions ritual and intuit. And so, whoops, that one might be flipped. So my mother is a midwife. My father is an artist, and I'm going to switch over to screen share and just kind of walk you through some photos while I chat about what I do. And go to this. So as said in my description in my bio, I'm a longtime pagan. And so I joke about that because what do you get when you mix a Catholic and an atheist together? You get a pagan. So I was brought up in an interesting environment with a midwife for a mother and an artist as a father. And so through this, I got to experience childbirth all the time. I witnessed home births, and simultaneously, my father was always showcasing his love of nature and kind of combating the Catholicism that was brought through my mom's side of things. And so my mom brings the ritual, my dad brings the love of nature. And so during my pregnancy and my birth, I was called to make a birth a birth necklace. And I call these now a Lush Talisman of Power. And so this was my birth necklace, and I intuitively designed this and found stones that felt like they would support my process, and I handmade everything. And so the making of this piece, and then using it in my birth, I actually did a tantric dance through my birth and got to, you know, wear my own jewelry and really like embody something very far out. You know, you really connect to source in a really, really extreme way. For any of you who've birthed, you know what I'm talking about. It's like nothing else. All the shamans, I'm convinced, throughout history, any male shaman has always been trying to mimic this experience that womb, you know, people with wombs have, womens have. And so I created this piece and used it in my birth, and that sort of, that experience, it showcased for me that, you know, birth was a shamanic initiation. It was much more than, you know, the medical establishment would have you understand it as. And through my initiation, I became really clear about some of my intuitive abilities. I started learning how I could channel, and I started working with the stones. And so today I'm going to talk to you guys about like what is intentional jewelry. So I'll start just kind of by going through my most intentional jewelry pieces are the goddess tags. So this is a design that I came up with. I come from like a punk rock background, was very deeply involved in the indie music scene. So I love things to look urban, and I want things that are fun to wear, comfortable. And I do like to go back and forth from being like kind of streetwear to, you know, professional if I have to be. So this design is based off of the military dog tag. And I think it was fun to play off of that as well, like the goddess tag. And this isn't just for women or women or people who are feminine. That's not what the goddess is about. So the goddess tag is about bringing that divine feminine, which is what we were just talking about, the androgyny, that sacred androgyny and all of this. So the goddess has just been like left out of the conversation for a long time. And I really do believe that balancing back with the goddess and bringing that energy back, that divine feminine back, the partnership model, you know, as we do this work, like Julian was saying, like it is go time, right? So it is now time for us all to really do the deep work, not just the personal work, but the communal work. And, you know, for me, what that really is about is we have this structure that's been based around the dominator model. And that's, you know, that's pretty much what the patriarchal model is all about. And that patriarchal model stems from, you know, the mythology behind like how we got to this point. There was a literal ripping away of the goddess, literally killing off the goddess, making it okay to kill the goddess, making it okay to kill the mother because the mother meant nothing, didn't have any connection to the child. That was the story that was the initiation of separating ourselves from the myth of the mother, the myth of the goddess. And so as we are all light workers and we're trying to connect with, you know, with Mother Earth again, with Source, for me, stones really shine through as a way to play with this energy. They are of Earth. They are these beautiful, they are Earth. I mean, that's really what they are. And so these have been really fun to create. So they each have an intention, and I basically go through the stones and look at them and just kind of, I'll sit with them and feel their vibrations. I'll do some research on the stone, and I'll decide like, okay, this is what this one's intention is. And sometimes people will, you know, custom ask for things, and that is totally okay as well. And so how I wear these is when I want to create, and I'm just going to stop share for a sec and just kind of talk to you guys. So when I'm like getting, so there's so many different ways where what you wear can, you know, help you go out into society in some powerful way, let's say. So I wear mine for a few different reasons. I could wear it in ritual. I could wear it for protection. So I've recently made a piece that's not on the website. And this is a, you know, the lighting and stuff won't do justice to these because a lot of them really like spark when you get the sunlight on them. But this is a tiger's eye and a Nagual stone with the line going through it. And this one is like specifically something that I wear when I want protection. And as an empath and an intuit and just somebody who's very sensitive, a light worker, I feel like protection's like critical right now. I feel sometimes that some of us who are gentle beings can also become like scapegoats or easily, we're easy to access, and so we can be abused easier sometimes. So it's really important for me, and I sometimes just wear them at home because now I'm on quarantine all the time, but just wearing them. And so what I'll do is I'll wear the piece, I'll connect to it, I'll breathe a few times into the piece. And that's how I set my intention for the day or for that event or for that ritual. And so that's basically how I use intentional jewelry, is just that easy. It's like a small spell to just set like a magical intention or set some type of intention, an empowering intention to, you know, go with you throughout the day. And then it's also a touchstone. So you can connect to that energy anytime you need it. And that's really nice and supportive. And then on top of that, they're just beautiful, and you can wear them a bunch of different ways. And but you might have your own set of stones. So this isn't just like for my work, of course not. Whatever your special stone is that you have at home or a piece of jewelry, I highly recommend ways to like turn it into an intentional piece of jewelry. And it's great when something is stamped or says something on it, you can like resonate with a word or a number. And there's lots of jewelry out there that has maybe somebody's name. I also do like breast milk and ashes jewelry and moon blood jewelry, and I'll show you some pictures of those in a bit. But so you might even have like a piece of keepsake jewelry. So the way to like activate it, I mean, there's a number of different ways. And as a pagan and witch, and I'm all about just play with it, like make it the fuck up. Like it is not, I don't know, for me personally, it's like you find something that works for you. You don't have to do it the way that anybody's taught you. You just show up with true intention. And so some things that I like to do is maybe give it a moon bath. So that means put the piece, especially crystals, love that kind of thing. Put the piece outside under a full moon or under a new moon. And then when you bring it back in, you can take some sage and just, you know, put the sage smoke a little bit under it, and then give it your intention. You could wrap intention, you could write it on a piece of paper, wrap it around the jewelry, set it under the moon. You can do things where you bury it. You could take a piece of jewelry that, let's say you want to reclaim, let's say a wedding ring or something that maybe has negative energy, and you want to, you know, change out the energy, reclaim it as an intention piece. You can put it in a plastic bag, then cover that with something, you know, or put it in a nice, like, it just depends how you want to do it. But you could put it in a velvet bag, then cover that in a plastic bag, stick that in the dirt, wait 5 days. So there's all these fun ways that you can, you know, make something intentional. Crystals and stones are really good. And there's so many resources. Just look up online. I always just type, you know, amethyst healing attributes, and a million things pop up. And what I just kind of do is I'll I'll read like 3 of them, and you kind of figure out, you know, the truth about that stone if you read a few different articles on it. And so, you know, you can turn anything into something intentional, and especially if it has, like I said, the stone, the mineral qualities where you can, you know, align it with a color or a chakra or something that's going to support you, that's great. So that's a really good way to do that. And I'm just going to kind of walk back through some of the stuff.
And can I ask a quick question? Because
yeah,
you got some high prices, and I think you told me that you had some opportunities to be flexible. Can you talk about that?
absolutely. So basically, we, you know, 2020, it's just been an insane year. So we're all trying to, not all, but I mean, for me, it felt really important to be transparent, to be accessible. And what I love about 2020 is finally some things have broken open where like the typical capitalism isn't necessarily the only way to do it anymore. And that really gave me some freedom. And so I've always loved sliding scale because I typically haven't made much money, but I always like to give something, you know, and so I'll always give something if I can, but it may not be the actual price. And so this was something that I kind of downloaded as something that needed to happen for my pieces. I feel like every single person needs a goddess tag now. And I will work with you. If you have no money and you want to trade, come talk to me. If you're able to do the tier 3, basically it shows exactly what amount of money I'm paying my dad, who is typically the artist. Sometimes I do the work as well. Sometimes I typically do all the stamp tags, and I do a lot of the goddess tags, but oftentimes it's my father. So we might split that amount of money, and then it just says how much money is going towards the admin, marketing, equipment, that kind of thing. And so this, then, you know, there's tier 2 and tier 1 is the full offering. And so I really want to make this accessible to everybody. Stone jewelry is so beautiful, and I want to honor the work of the artist, you know. I didn't want to like not say the true price because, you know, my dad has been doing work for 35 years as a lapidary artist. He's so amazing. So I want to make sure that he gets paid his top dollar if people can afford it, and if not, then you do what you can. We're here to serve. These are beautiful creations that we want to see on people. And so he also, this is my father's unique, you know, he was the first one 30 some odd years ago to make this design, these crystal rings. They are so fabulous. No one's doing anything like this today in the same way, although people have knocked it off, but these are not made in China. These are all made on a solar farm in Orange. Everything's solar powered. My dad, when he goes to get the rocks, he's driving all in biodiesel that he has made himself. So this is a very unique offering, and you know, very special, beautiful designs that he does here. And these, now we get into the breast milk and keepsake jewelry that we offer. This is Moonblood, and Moonblood is so powerful to work with. And I highly recommend, again, as intention jewelry, and just in general, using like keepsake as intention jewelry. Like, I've had people pass away, and it's so lovely to have their ashes. Like, this is an ashes piece, and you just like kiss it throughout the day, and like they're always with you. And it's just a really nice way to keep somebody, you know, next to you. This one's a breast milk stone. The bottom stone is breast milk. The top stone is garnet. Same with this. It's the bottom stone is ashes. And so these are a really affordable line that we try to just make so that people can, you know, enjoy either their, you know, the deceased, or honor their blood. This woman who this ring was for, she stopped having her moon. And so having a this bottom stone is her moon blood, and that's the last of it. And so this is a really fun ring for her. And these are our original designs. That's moon blood, and we can do these with ashes, you know, or breast milk as well. So that's fun too. Let's look at the time. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I think I'm getting close to ending here. So yeah, we're going to talk more about, if you are curious about intention pieces. Oh, here's a huge intention piece, the Lesh Talisman of Power. Now, these are really fun. These we go into, this was a birth necklace, and we go into a meditation, and basically I ask like your higher power to talk to my higher power, and I download the design. And we talk about what stones you need for, like this is usually for a big initiation, a surgery. It could be for a gender change. It could be for, you know, anything that you want to mark a big occasion with, and you want to, you know, it's priestess wear, really. You know, it's like really wanting to dress up for the occasion in a big way, and really like have something that is bespoke and handcrafted, handmade just for you. And so over a series of meditations, the design comes through, the stones come through, and then I work again with my father, master craftsman, and he materializes it and makes it come to life. And that's really fun.
Mire, not only is the work that you and your father do beautiful, but it's such stewardship of our Mother Earth. Thank you so much for doing that. That really touches my heart in such a big way.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And that is my dad and my mom together in one. And I really do feel like that's my legacy, is to fuse what they have taught me and continue it.
Absolutely. Sheri, you want to join us?
I am here.
Mire, so you're going to be in room number 33, and I'm sorry, not room 33. You're going to be in room number 12. My apologies. At 7, you're going to go there right now, and then you'll be at the fun room at 7:30. I'm a little bit tired. I apologize. And your giveaway, you're going to be giving away as your door prize one handmade goddess tag valued at $800. So what we're going to do now is we're going to ask our members of the audience to start picking numbers. And Mire, would you select a number and we'll do a drawing for you?
Yeah, I'm trying to get off stop here. Here we go. Yeah, so here's the piece.
Yeah, this is a huge drawing, everybody. This is like having a car.
Oh, and did I show off my crystal knuckles? These ones are really
I love your knuckles. I absolutely love your knuckles.
Like I said, I love urban design. I love mixing stuff that you would wear on the streets. And honestly, like I wear these every time I go to a concert or anytime I go to the city. So they're
awesome.
So this is a jade piece. It's in steel, and I thought this was very suited for the times. It's hard to read here, but it says grace. It's hand stamped, the word grace. So go ahead and choose your number. I already pre-picked a number, so I don't have to worry about that.
And again, other presenters.
Like, if people are able to pay shipping, that would be awesome. It's usually about $10 if you're in the US. So.
And again, our other presenters are not eligible to win, so please don't put a number in.
And again, an hour from now at 7:30, she will be in the private room during a ceremony. Tell us about your ceremony.
Yeah, I was just thinking that as well. So I wanted to do an interactive, it's tricky on Zoom, but we're going to have a whiteboard where everybody is going to, like the time of this full moon and eclipse is about manifestation. It's about saying your truth. And so I wanted to have a place where we can all speak our truth, put it out there as a possibility, get it out there and send it off. So it would be really beautiful. If anybody, it won't be a lot of time. I'll be doing a ritual in the background just to hold the space and to like amplify the manifestations. But all you have to do is pop in. You can get creative. You can draw something. You can text it. It's all on this whiteboard. And if everybody could pop in for just a second, that would be wonderful.
And that's actually going to be in the fun room, right, Sheri?
In about an hour from now at 7:30.
In the fun room, right? Okay, but right now she's going to be in her private room, room number 12, for the next hour. Okay.
But
do we have a number?
Number. Guys, this is an $800 piece, man. I want to like do this myself.
Mire, you there?
Okay.
What happened? Where'd she go?
We lost her?
Did she go on to the other room already?
She's in her room.
Oh, no, she has to
we
come
need
back.
to
She has
keep
to
her
come
out
back.
here. We're not done yet with her, Vicky. We need to do
Okay,
this.
okay.
The suspense thickens.
Last chance, everybody. Put in the chat. You cannot be a practitioner to put in your number. 0 to
Participants are not allowed to.
0 to 100. Put in the chat the number that you want. If you're listening right now on Facebook, you must be here to be able to participate. That is the benefit. Doesn't cost you anything to come in, everybody.
Mire, where are you?
Where did she go? Let me see where she's in the breakout rooms.
I think Vicky said he was going to bring her back.
Yeah, she's in her room.
Sorry, I got sent to my room. I don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Little trigger
How does
happy
that feel? Yeah, and that talk about childhood stuff. How's that?
Okay, Mire, what's the magic number?
29.
29. Let's see who's the closest. Everybody had high numbers. It looks like Danny might be the closest, but let me look again. Oh, no, wait a minute. Sheri, can you look with me? I'm having trouble seeing this.
I see 43 at Danny.
Danny, what about, somebody said 11. Alexandria said 11, but who's 11?
43 is too close.
Now 29 does become 11, so that like.
Oh, I see. It says,
Numerology standpoint, that could work.
it's Priestess El Pellegrino was 11.
Well, she's also participating in this, so I think we need to give it to Miss Danny.
Okay, Danny, you're the winner. And Danny, the way you can claim this is you'll follow Mire to her room number 12.
Beautiful, beautiful.
And she will make arrangements to have that sent to you. And if you can pick up the shipping, that would be lovely.
And then in my room too, I have all my cards out if anybody wants to do a reading or just talk about stones or intuitive fashion and jewelry. I'll be there. Or birthing. If anybody wants to talk about birthing, I could do that too.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Marie. That was wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks for being
So
here.
go follow her to her room right now for Q&A, and then she'll be back at 7:30 in the playroom.
And our next presenter
Go for
is
it.
Robert Wood. And Robert has spent 45 years of his life helping others, sharing truth about soul purpose, doing intuitive reading, spiritual counseling, aura readings, and teaching. He's an experienced coach and a very good spiritual advisor. His coaching sessions always leave a positive impact on people. He specializes in providing guidance to people who want to channel their higher selves. He provides home-based services. He helps people in finding their true calling and knowing their real soul and spiritual relationships. Robert has dedicated all of his life to helping people spiritually and has helped so many people find peace in their lives. He helps those in need by intuitive reading on them. His website is spiritaura.com. Please join me in welcoming Robert Wood. Welcome, Robert.
Hello. Am I out here? Yay. I guess I'm looking at myself in two different pictures there. So I've got both my iPad and my computer. There we go. How do you guys see me on my computer?
Make sure that one is silent though, okay?
Is it both silent?
One is silent.
Yeah.
No, fine.
Is it coming through fine now?
Yeah.
Cool.
Loud and clear.
Good afternoon for most of you from Boulder, Colorado. It's starting to sunset, but I've got a beautiful sunset and it's great to be here. And thanks, Sheri, for doing this. Sheri and I met, 3 years ago, and came down to her live performances and talked to her group and did readings. And it was such a pleasure to know Sheri, and she told me about doing this. So here I am. I haven't done a lot of Zoom presentations, but being myself, I'm just spontaneous spontaneous, but I always like to open up a connection and talk with a little meditation. So who's ever here, just close your eyes for a moment as we're going to do a little invitation and invite in our higher spiritual self to guide this experience. So just take a deep breath with me and go within inside yourself and feel your center. Wherever you call your center is, find that place of center where the outside stimulus are shut down and there's just a sense of I am and a presence of being. My talk today is to know your soul, and to know your soul is to know your true self, the self that is created by you. There is an energy of your true self and your higher self that is beyond your human personality. So as you take just a deep breath, feel within the stillness of your mind that you invite an awareness, any awareness you might have of this true self that's often been referred to as the soul, you that was created by the universe, God's self. And feel it, and then just be happy in this moment to be your true self, because who and what you are is your own creation. Take another deep breath and just relax into that experience. And whatever comes to you, whatever awareness, whatever insight comes to you, just be grateful for it. Just feel like it came to you and you're in touch with it. And it's an awareness of some gift, some message, some understanding. Just in this moment, some awareness, a color, a light, an image, and a feeling, something came to you. Some understanding as you found your center. And just be with it for a moment. And then just to accept it is to just do an ah. So just make the sound of ah. And then slowly come back to the room. You can look into your computer, stretch for a moment, and welcome back to the physical presence of yourself. That was a real nice introduction that they did for me. And yes, I can't believe it, but I've had 45 years of teaching about spirit. I had a spiritual awakening when I was 29 years old, and that caused me to get out of my physical body. It was a little traumatic because I was going through a relationship change, but I was thrown out of my body and saw my soul, and that was a profound change. And the real profoundness of it, several of you have probably had some relationship loss and felt the pain of losing somebody you deeply loved. Well, I was feeling a lot of pain for a month or so, but when I came out of that soul awakening, I didn't have any pain whatsoever over the loss of that relationship. And that kicked me on my spiritual path. I was very much a physical person, living a very physical life, drinking lots of beers, doing lots of partying, driving a Lincoln Continental, and making lots of money in real estate. I was a real estate broker from my family heritage. And then I dropped all that and left that and came down to Florida, actually, to St. Petersburg, Florida, and spend lots of time meditating on the beaches down there and started teaching spiritual classes. I was involved with Unity churches and started teaching there. And then from that, about 2 years of doing that, I came out here to Boulder, Colorado, and have been teaching and sharing and working ever since. I had a spiritual center for 9 years, and that was really fun teaching. And I taught the Course in Miracles and taught a lot of other spiritual classes. In my own natural self, I'm a Cancer person, and the Cancer people are very intuitive and sensitive. So I started developing my intuition, but as I kept working with my spirit, they wouldn't let me really do a lot of getting out in the world with my spiritual teachings. But then one year they were said, okay, you're ready. And I went out to a spiritual expo in the East Coast. And I think it was, what was the show? It was in Philadelphia. And I taught there and it just had tremendous responses. And since then, I've been doing intuitive readings for people. The intuitive reading energy is, there's a little difference between what I call a psychic, and psychics have gifts of reading your personality, your mind, and your current life situations. A spiritual intuitive is someone that works a little bit in the higher dimensions of your soul. And so as a spiritual intuitive, I'm working a lot with your soul. And the difference between the soul understandings and the human life understandings is you're a human person and you develop your personality. The soul essence is the part of you that came into this dimension and started, but it was alive and existed before you came into this physical dimension. Many of you probably know that you were alive and existed before you came into this incarnation, and that is your soul. An easy way to look at it is when you look at your physical body, you think of yourself as a physical human being. And as you start to get into the physical body as a young baby, you start to feel the sense of a self-identity. And that is your personal self. And after about 3 or 4 years, that personal self forms its own container. And you start to identify, when you're a really baby soul, you don't have as many boundaries and you can see into the spirit dimension. But as you start to develop your personality, you develop a little separation and you separate yourself as an individual. We call that the it or the ego. The it ego forms its own matrix of human experience, and the first container it gets identified with is its body, because you have to feed the body to keep it alive. And so the first container that you're aware of is your physical body. And then as you start to develop your own individual personality with all your human life experiences, you start developing a personality self. I also call that the lower mind. And within that mind self also is a container. There is the emotional self, or your emotional body. And the emotional body is made up of how you swing in your emotional self. You see many people have different types of emotions. And of course, today we see a lot of people with bipolar energies, people with different kind of emotional swings, from anger to sadness to depression to joy to all types of emotions. And the judgmental part of yourself contains your body of emotions. So I've just described 3 parts of yourself: your physical self, your mental self, and your emotional self. Well, there's another part of you, which is called your soul self, and it also exists in a container. If you're a little bit of a person that works in the scientific field, in the quantum fields, they have developed and proven the quark particle, that is particles that exist within and around the atom. And then they've also proven the helium particle, which is, and I probably didn't say that right, it's the God particle. They've scientifically proven that. And that is particles that contain a different type of field. So the quark particle, or your light body, is a container as well. And in that container holds all the different lives you've lived, all the different memories that you were able to retain and store. And so when I had my awakening, before I had my awakening, I had no connection at all to my soul. My soul had a connection to me, but I didn't have a connection to my soul. But when I had that awakening, my soul started to connect with me, and my soul self started to integrate into my personality. And then because that experience was so profound and I was so devoted to it, I went through a process of integrating my soul with my personality. And so I'm a unique individual personality self, which is quite fun and happy to be around. And I'm also a soul self, which has lived many, many lives and had many, many experience of doing what I'm doing now. I've had many lives as being a spiritual teacher, and it just comes really natural. Many people say, well, how can you do what you do? And I tell them, because I've been doing this for thousands of lives. I was a guru, I was a spiritual shaman, I was in Greece doing many different past lives experiences. And so it's real easy for me to do it now. And so I carry a soul consciousness of being a spiritual teacher, and it just comes natural, and I'll do it for the rest of my life. And I'll probably do it for many lifetimes to come. Just because that's what I love to do. And so when you want to find your soul, you have to learn to go through your bodies. You have to learn to turn off your physical body. And you might say the world is a body too, because the world is a container. Another container that many people get in touch with is astrology. The planets hold a certain orbit, and a lot of that orbit energy is a container, which you study astrology, then you see that everything is kept in the containers of astrology. And then, of course, God is the ultimate container, and he holds everything, and everything is within God, spirit. If you want to know your soul, you have to get away from the world. You have to get away from your personality self and your emotions, and you have to go deeper into the light of your soul essence. This takes a lot of training and development and work on yourself, because most of us are focused in our outer physical world, spending lots of time in the physical world, spending lots of time with our own physical appearance and our physical thinking, and a lot of times very trapped in our own emotional thinking. So to get out of that, you have to spend time meditating. And the best way to learn to meditate is to learn to have a focus within yourself, in your chakras, and find which chakra that you particularly like the most. Some people are very naturally physical people, so they like to be in their root chakra or their first or second chakra. Some people are very kind of fairy and spiritual like, so they might want to hang out up into their third eye and crown chakra. And some people are very balanced and want to be physical and spiritual, so they operate a lot from their heart chakra. But you find a place in yourself. This is what you have to understand to know your soul. And then you find that center, and you learn to stay in that center. You learn to stay in that center for beginning periods of practice for 20 minutes. And ultimately, you can learn to stay in that center every day for a couple hours, 4 hours, 10 hours a day. One time on my spiritual path, I was guided to stay in my soul center for 12 hours a day for a year. That caused a big spiritual advancement that I made, and that was a commitment I made. I don't think that most people have to do that or should do that. That's not necessarily your path, but it was my path. But you do need to spend time knowing how to center yourself in something beyond your human self, your personality self, and your mental self. And then when you learn how to center there, that is where the opening starts to come. That is where the integration starts to happen, where you integrate between the physical being, the mental being, and then into the light being, and you start to receiving light transmissions. Light transmissions are seen through color, energy, light, vibrational energy, images, and memory. Your soul is just basically a collection of memory. Your personality is just a collection of your memories. Everything that is in the universe is a collection of memory. Memory is absolutely everything, because it is the crystallization of thought, and all thought in the universe is stored. People that work with the Akashic records, they're often tapping into the universal soul bank of everybody's records, because everything is recorded. Scientifically, they've proven that you can remember everything in your brain. Every single memory you've ever had is stored somewhere in your brain. You can't access it because you don't know how to go to that particular point and access it, but every single moment of your human life has been recorded and is still there. That's why you never have to worry about losing your mind, because if you start having Alzheimer's, dementia, it's still stored there. You don't have access to it, but it's still waiting there for you. Don't don't worry about any of your loved ones that have lost some of their memory, because it's still waiting for them. And when they pass from this world, they will remember everything that they have ever experienced it, because it's in their soul. So the commitment to meditation, the commitment to know your soul is very important. And the one thing that you have to understand is that your human mind doesn't want you to understand your soul. It's doing everything to stop you from knowing your soul, because it wants you to live in the physical dimension, and it wants to keep its own identity. The more that you know your soul, then your personality self has to diminish a little bit, and your soul self increases and expands. And the more your soul self integrates correctly and uses your personality self, then the more your higher soul self, which is really you, is leading your life and taking charge of your life. So there is something with your personal self surrendering and letting go. So your higher self, which is really you, is running your show. And that's daily, where you surrender and feel like your true self is in charge of your life. And it's quite magnificent, because you personally don't have to figure out your life. You just have to allow your soul to come in and operate your life. And it's working on another dimension. So it's working with your guides and your spirit beings, and it's helping you live your life to the fullest. So it's really worthwhile to know your soul. It's really worthwhile to live in that higher dimension. I don't know how much time I have left, but I'm just talking from my heart and my truth. Part of knowing your soul is to know your aura and to see your aura energy. Your aura is like everything, it's a vibration, and most vibration is recognized by the colors that you see. You can just think of the different colors that you know about and the colors that you like, and that reflects to your main soul colors. Most of us are individual of the 12 great rays, and we vibrate through our soul energy, these different colors and rays, and that makes our soul individuality. My soul is very yellow, so I'm very joyous, I'm very happy, I'm a very loving person, and I'm very common sense, down to earth as well. So when I vibrate my yellow soul purpose, then I'm living from that soul essence of teaching about spiritual practicality, which I love to do. So when you get to know your soul, you get to know your primary color. Many people are blue souls here that we talk to, because their blue soul is a master soul and a great teacher soul. Some people are healers, so they have green souls. So as you get to know the colors of your soul, which I help people do, then that helps you let your soul come in more, help you accept your soul, and then you do your soul purpose here. Doing your soul purpose on this planet is the greatest experience you can ever have. So I don't know if I can do questions and answers here, or if I can answer any questions you need. I'm supposed to be in my room number 11 after this and talk to some people. If you want to do a reading, I've got a special. Normally I do readings for $2 a minute. I'm doing it for $1 a minute here. And if you want to get a soul reading and talk to your guides, I do that channel. I've been doing that, and I love to help people see their soul, know their soul. And of course, ultimately, your purpose is to know your soul and to live your soul purpose. So can I answer questions for people? Is that possible?
You sure can, Robert. Thank you so much.
Oh, wonderful.
Good
Go
to
ahead.
see you. This is Alex.
Alex, yay. I love Alex.
How are you?
After I take a great shower, I love hugging you.
Oh.
That's a private joke.
Do we have any questions? Folks, feel free to put it in the chat or unmute yourself.
I can chat more and just chat, or you can ask a question.
And then we will move him into his private room for you to have some time with him in number 11. And
Yeah, Robert.
Doing a door prize. So somebody has a question, go ahead.
Yeah, Robert. Boy, you gave a whole bunch of information that was really quick, and I was trying to follow it.
Yeah, I know I'm chit-chatting fast.
Yep. I love you talking about your colors yellow, and that's your soul purpose energy essence where you vibrate from. Is that what you said, sort of, kind of?
Everybody has a primary soul color. The levels of you and your core essence don't change as much from lifetime to lifetime. Your core essences don't change from lifetime to lifetime. You keep enhancing it, developing it, and that's your individuality. And then the other different rays that come through your chakras are things that you develop. So as you integrate your soul into your human experience, these different rays and different energies come through, and that makes your soul individuality. So you find out what that is, and then you concentrate on that, and you intuit what that soul primary energy is, and then you let that come through you, and then that activates your soul purpose, and you do your life work here.
So it's a matter of sitting with and allowing that color to come through and
yes. And just follow where it takes you and invite it in. Lots today is talking about learning to receive. You know, we give a lot, but we also want to learn to receive. So the greater receiver you are, you're receiving your true self. And the more you allow yourself to receive and allow it to come in and invite it in, then that inviting and allowing to come in, it does come in, it does start operating for and through you, and you start listening and becoming a part of it yourself, which is really you. So you're not, it's not an alien, it's not a far thing, it's really you coming through this personality. Sometimes our personality is so dense, we don't let so dark, our personality, so at least mine was so dark and so dense, it couldn't come through until I had a big awakening, and then it started coming through. Once it comes through, it really starts to take over your life.
Did that correspond with putting down the beer?
What's that? Well, see, part of my soul loves to play Santa Claus. So for a number of years, I was playing Santa Claus. This year, I may not be able to play Santa Claus because of the COVID energies, but I love playing Santa Claus.
You're so cute. You thought I said beard. I was saying beer.
Oh, beer. Oh, beer. Well, beer is a substitute for your higher self. You can drink lots of beer but that's a substitute for your higher self, I think.
I have a question, Robert.
Yes.
What is the meaning of a silver soul?
A silver soul? A silver soul is one that wants to mirror and reflect and show how to live in the human personality in a better way. So it's a reflection of helping people see themselves or seeing parts of yourself that you may not want to look at. It's also a protective energy that helps protect you from dark forces that are trying to attack you. So you're often naturally a protector.
And Robert, to the point you made before, the line from the Moody Blues song, question, when you stop and think about it, you won't believe it's true, that all the love you've been giving has all been meant for you.
Yay, I love that. Thank you. It's true. This boy knows how to share. What's that?
Will you tell us how to find you?
My phone number is on the little bio about me, and Spirit Aura is my website. And then I'm going to be in room 11. So come chat with me, just talk with you and share with you. But my website contact information is there, and I'm available 24/7. When anybody wants to work with me, I'm available because I love what I do and I'm here for you. So just feel happy to come chat with me in room number 11.
And now we're going to ask you, I'm sorry.
He loves what he does, and he's happy for you. Go see him. I'm putting it in the chat right now.
And his information is in the chat. Yes.
Yeah,
and I'm happy for you.
Wonderful.
And Alan's coming up next at 7 o'clock. Everybody, if you didn't get a chance to have an experience with Alan.
Is Robert going to do a raffle?
Yes, he is.
So why don't we do that?
So everybody put a number into the chat room. Robert's going to pick a number between 1 and 100, and he's giving away a palm reading session valued at $35. So put your numbers in. Robert, select a number, and we'll let everybody. And I'm sorry, presenters are not eligible to win the prize. So.
And it's actually, I think there's a typo. It's not $35, honestly.
It's $3,035. So
no, I don't know what the value is, but there is a typo.
For you, it's free. For you, it's free.
It's worth a lot. It's worth a lot. That's all.
It's worth what you think it is.
So we have a couple more seconds, folks. Put your numbers in, and he's going to pick a number, and we're going to pick the number closest to his.
Yeah, he's an aura reader, palm reader. He taps into your soul. He does card readings. He's an intuitive.
And I'm gonna be in Florida,
Yeah.
hanging out with
When
you
you coming?
sometime.
When are you coming down?
As soon as I can get free from this Boulder, Colorado energy.
Let me know if you want to do
Where
that.
in Florida is he coming?
I'm gonna be on the by Sheri in the Hollywood.
Maybe even Sherry's house. Who knows?
Who knows?
Between me and Sheri, then, not far from me either.
Well, I
That's
do have
great. Welcome.
I do
Who's
have a
saying
room
that?
to rent, and he is inquiring. So who knows?
Oh yeah.
Okie dokie. So what is the magic number, Robert?
11.
11. Does somebody have an
Teacher.
11? There it is. MS had an 11. Let's see if anybody else
Oh
had an
my
11. Hang on.
MS.
MS. MS is the winner. MS.
MS.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Yay.
MS, what you need to do is you need to join Robert in room number 11. He's going to be there momentarily, and give him your information so you can work it out together.
What do you mean, Julian?
I'm sorry, Robert. I'm so confused with the numbers flying in front of my eyes here.
No.
Yeah,
Robert, in room number 11.
No.
I'm off to 11. See you in room 11.
Join him right now if you want to continue the conversation. And then
Continue knowing.
Alan Pratt in room number 1 for an
Thank you, Sheri.
Thank you,
Robert.
darling. Then we have Robert Pratt, the Activator, in room number 1, and we have the Healers Network Lounge in
Okay,
room
now how do I leave this
open.
space?
We will move you.
Okay, there we go. Move me.
And before we welcome Chandell, I'm going to give away another one of my books. My book is called Pet Prayers and Blessings. It was co-authored between me and my wife, Lori Sue Brockway. We did this in 2008. This is the newly revised 2020 edition, which is just published on Amazon. And I'm going to pick a number between 1 and 100. So people put your numbers in if you want to win a copy of this book. And if you do win, please just email me or message me rather your email address so I can get your mailing address so I can put this in the mail to you. And we'll take a couple more numbers.
So are we mixing these numbers up with before? Do we have a
No, I know where they started.
You know where they started again?
I know where they started.
Okay, beautiful.
And I'm going to put into the chat room while the numbers are coming in. I have 2 podcasts on Om Times Radio, and also I have a YouTube page with guided meditations. It's all free, and I'm putting in that right now. So you have my YouTube channel and my Om Times radio podcasts, which are Wednesday night and Thursday night. And I have a lot of the folks that you're seeing here are the types of people I have as my guests. So
the types of people, yeah.
The types of people, the
I'm
kinds
glad
of folk.
we are the types of your people.
Spiritual folk.
All right. So coming up next, we have Alan in the playroom. If you guys want to have an Alan experience, this is like a one-timer. You got 30 minutes with Alan in room number 1. Room number 2, you have the Healers Network, which is open for sessions. You got privates. You got mini sessions with the real healers and readers, and then you can go into the private room for individuals, and then you can upgrade and spend $1 or $2 a minute to have more time with them.
Okay, my number.
Every half hour. You got
My number.
What?
56. Did anybody have 56? I can't see. Let's see. Lynn had 56. Anybody else?
We have an exact 56.
We have Lynn, you're the winner. Lynn, if you would just drop me your email address.
You didn't peek? That's amazing. Yes, I'll give you my email address.
And anybody, just give me your email address and then I'll send you an email from mine and you can give me your mailing address.
Yay. Right now or put in the chat?
You can private chat it to me if you'd like, if you prefer.
Well, if you guys, I hope you're enjoying this effort. If you got in this event for free or $1, we appreciate any support you can support us with. It's a bit.ly link /love donations. And that can help us keep us at this low price for you to participate at these amazing services.
Okay, so we're going to introduce Chandell. Our next presenter is Chandell Vidal. She's the Nurture Thy Nature Pioneering in Your Self-Healing. I'll read her bio right now. She's the founder of Love, Rebirth, and Nurture Thy Nature, Pioneering in Your Self-Healing. She's known as the midwife of the soul. She's a shaman, medicine woman, spiritual life transformational coach, a psychic, Reiki practitioner, placenta specialist, Alva method practitioner, Bach flower practitioner, homeopathy, angel card reader, author, and public speaker. She comes from a long lineage of healers using herbs and flowers. She specializes in facilitating women of narcissism and domestic violence, women victims of narcissism and domestic violence, and supporting women during preparation for pregnancy and during postpartum transformation as a placenta specialist. Her mission is to stop generational trauma through inner healing work, a very important mission, and help women heal and remove the gunk before giving birth to strengthen the connection to their bodies with inner wisdom. Her website is, she has a couple of websites, nurturebynature.com and loverebirth.com. Please welcome Chandell Vidal.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. Thank you for the Healers Network for having me here, for all of you who have come and participated with us. And I'm just really excited to be able to basically live my soul's mission, which is to share what I've come across that has been helpful in regards to pioneering in your self-healing. And I wanted this to be a little bit of an introduction to pioneering in your self-healing. So for anybody out there that's has anxiety, who is highly critical, very judgmental, then this is something that you might want to pay attention to. I'm going to share some tools and some just school of thoughts for a reminder of, just keeping things simple and being able to work through what we're working through. And I do want this to be interactive. So by all means, if anyone wants to raise their hand to interject on anything or have a conversation, I think please do. This is all about you guys. It's all about community, which is actually the first thing that I want to talk about when it comes to pioneering in your self-healing. I'm so thankful.
Chandell, before we get started, can you shut a door so we don't hear the children in the background?
I'll go ahead and I'll move. Unfortunately, they're already behind closed doors. I do have children. Okay, so hopefully this is a little bit better. So I just wanted to share one of the first pillars when it comes to pioneering in your self-healing, which is community. There is nothing that we can do necessarily without somebody, a community or someone to be able to hold our hand sometimes. I feel like when we have come from a traumatic event and we're looking to pick ourselves up and we need more self-esteem, more confidence, we're unclear and unable to really see things for ourselves, that it's very helpful to have somebody by our sides that can hold space for us without judgment. And I know sometimes that can be hard to, right? A lot of us think, well, how can we find people we can feel safe with? And you'll find your people, like the Healers Network. The Healers Network is a perfect place for us to be able to communicate, connect, learn from one another, share stories, tools. We all have, something that we've come from that has supported us to be where we are now, and to share with you all our experience. And it's not one size fits all. Everyone gets to figure out how to honor their own nature, which is why my company is called Nurture Thy Nature. I feel that by being in a place of figuring out what really is valuing ourselves, what is honoring us, what protocol, what strategy would best suit us to optimize this body that we're in, which is technology. It has the wisdom, the intelligence of God itself. And, if you're ever doubting that, just look at pregnancy, look at the miracle of how conception happens. It's mind-blowing, really. And so community is so essential when you're embarking on pioneering, because you want to be able to connect to people who are looking to do the same. They're looking for the same outcome, peace, harmony, empowering themselves. They're tired of what I feel personally is more of the mainstream, which is a lot of pressure, high expectations. A lot of what I came through was, a lot of what I had to come up against was, I basically was told that if you weren't happy 24/7, that you're a toxic person. And for somebody who has post-traumatic stress disorder, for someone who's dealing with a domestic violence, or maybe childhood trauma that is now coming up again, maybe in your 20s and 30s, you can't always, you're not always going to be 100%. You're going to have blind spots, and you need good people around you. So the Healers Network is a great place, or finding people in groups where you're maybe looking for more support, and like-minded individuals, you might find those people. You always want to be aware of what the characteristics are, but good community is always going to support you through. Sometimes a person standing next to you, not giving you any particular advice, but just being with you while you're crying, while you're thinking, or maybe just to hear you say what you need to say out loud because you need to hear it yourself, is very healing. So I like to support people in facilitating. You are your best healer. You are your best friend. People always say, well, you're your worst enemy, or you're, you know, whatever, negative stuff, right? I'm more about switching it around. The same is true about the opposite. As much as I can be my worst enemy is as much as I can be my best friend. And I choose to be my best friend. I decide to be good to myself and to learn to honor myself. And sometimes that means looking at what other successful people, other healers in the community are doing, etc. So that's one pillar, is community. The other pillar I would say is never giving up, resilience. Some people would say they have it, some people say they don't. And I say that, you know, sometimes we're in a dark place and we can't seem to fathom, like, when is it going to be over? When are we going to get to the point in our lives where we're already at our like the end game, the result that we want, which is peace and harmony, and being in a place where we're reaping the rewards, whether it be financially, whether it be in our relationships and things of that nature. And the truth is that we're never going to not have challenges. We're always going to come up against something. There's always going to be a challenge, and you're never going to be in a place where it's just, you know, one way. And that's the fun part about living here. It's living on earth amongst all these different cultures, people. There's a reason for that. There's opportunity that can be found in all the different that we have here on earth. And it's more about your ability to be able to utilize the way you see things, perspective, you know, seeing the opportunity in meeting that toxic person and recognizing, you know what, this isn't the kind of relationship I want. The kind of relationship I'm seeking that would honor me is this kind of relationship. There's always going to be opportunities in what we feel is a daunting situation or an unexpected scenario that was really challenging, we didn't want. There's going to be an opportunity. And the more we train ourselves to remember that there's opportunities in these places and these low places that we're in, and that's how we get to the next level, the more we can create the resilience. And sometimes we have to go back to community to create that resilience too, where we ourselves don't have the faith and the hope anymore to continue because we're so depleted of energy, we're so saddened by our heartache and breaks and whatever we've gone through, right? Because we're, for the most part, we're always thinking about the future and the past. So if we're always thinking about the future and the past, we create a lot of that anxiety on our own. We constantly are triggering that fight or flight response and lowering our immunity, compromising it, because that's how connected everything is when it comes to our body. So community, resilience are two really powerful pillars that you want to have as a part of the foundation so that you can pioneer on your journey to wellness and longevity, healing. And another one I would say is a moment of silence, self-discovery. Self-discovery can look many different ways. A lot of us have said that, you know, yes, we have certain practices that we have in place for us to take time to connect with ourselves, but how consistent are we? How much of what we are a part of, like our everyday jobs, our responsibility as a mother, our responsibility as a provider, husband, wife, whatever you are, sibling, how much of that takes away from us because we're always looking to feel that need or that expectation. So we need to really remember that honoring our time for self-reflection away from the masses, away from the realm of technology where we have access on Google to almost Googling everything. Like, let's use our own internal Google. Let's go into a place where we can feel safe. You know, and where we can put our guard down, which is hard for a lot of people who suffer from trauma, which is hard for a lot of people who have anxiety. It's hard for someone who has anxiety to sit alone by themselves and do breath work. It's not easy. And you know what? It takes a lot of guts. I know because I went through it. I still go through it. I still have that there. But the difference now with where I was a couple years ago handling anxiety versus where I am now is I use it as a teacher, you know? I use it as my basically my reminder for what I'm trying to make second nature, which is harmony, which is empowering myself and utilizing my my time for silence and connecting with myself and breathing and checking in with my alignment, checking in with where I'm not honoring myself, which is all important. That's what the body does. The body's there to let you know, hey, you know, you need to slow down. You might want to do XYZ, but you're kind of falling short on even just breathing properly. If you're not even able to just take in a nice deep breath of air, how can you say, I'm going to go for this promotion? I'm going to go for this class and I'm going to ace an A on it. You know, you're not hydrating yourself. You're not eating right. You're not, you know what I'm saying? And the thing is that for most of us, we sometimes are on autopilot and, you know, all we've been taught to do is to do what we're used to, you know, work, go to work, provide, be there for those people that we love, try to do the best that we can, but we fall short on us. So self-reflection time allows us to really check in with ourselves. And it's really simple. You know, we don't have to be, we're whole and complete where we're at. It's all the answers lie within you. And every time we go outside of ourselves, we look towards another individual to give us that guidance. We're really just disempowering ourselves. We're taking away the opportunity for us to really just go within and give ourselves the confidence and the belief and the trust to say, you know what, that's it. That's what I need. It's not what my mom said. It's not what my husband told me. It's not what, you know, my coworker had mentioned. It's this thing that I need. So coming back to us heightening our intuition through self-reflection, through, you know, tuning into our bodies, checking in to see what your level of pain is during self-reflection time. All of those things can be done during self-reflection and will help you or aid you with connecting deeper to your body, especially for a woman who has been through domestic violence, molestations, abuse, childhood trauma. Women have a hard time with connecting to their body. They're like looming around it. They're not inside of it. And then what happens is it creates a lot of discord. There's no really getting the inner guidance or wisdom that lies within you. And you're constantly seeking outside of yourself. And now there's just this empty place within you. You know, you don't have, you want to always go towards the habits and the lifestyle approaches that are going to strengthen you. And that's why I say community, which is the first pillar, is so important, because you are the sum of the people you're constantly with. So if you're with people who don't even recognize for themselves that they're behaving in a way that's not going to support them to get to that next level, or, you know, there's always a way to figure out, like, you know, this isn't right. At some point, you're going to recognize for yourself something's off. I'm not getting the results I want. Something's going on. So what is it? And the only way to really get the answer is not going and digging your head into a book or going to go ask a therapist all the time. Sometimes it's just take a moment for yourself to shut off everything, which is that self-reflection time, and just breathe. Stop even thinking if you can. And that's hard too for someone who has trauma. How do you get into a space of stopping the white noise? All of that chatter in your mind that tells you you're wasting your time sitting here breathing. Go cook. Your kids are hungry. Go work. You need to do something that's monetizing, that's going to bring you money. You know, but the thing is that we need to sometimes do that counterintuitive stuff, because if you match up the amount of hours you spend sitting, commuting to get to work, to make money, to put food on the table, or to do anything, you know, that we've been doing mainly, a lot of us, I would say, is mostly into that system of constantly producing. So we want to also make our creativity, anything that allows us to connect to that childlike wonder, that allows us to step aside from all of that and just connect with us, with our soul, with our intuition, and really just see what comes up for us. It's not always about thinking it out. It's not always about analyzing things and figuring it out that way. Sometimes it's just being in silence for a moment and taking a deep breath and working through that. And sometimes it's taking a break for a glass of water and praying over your water for a moment. I know that might sound silly, but at the end of the day, we need to bring some magic back into our interactions and create more transition for ourselves. We need to be our own best friends. We need to be our own advocates. You need to care enough for yourself. And if you're not caring enough for yourself, I'm sorry to say this, it doesn't matter what you're going for in life, eventually things will fall apart. You have to be well-rounded in a way, you know? And you don't have to think so hard about this. Like I think Robert Wood had said this, the soul will do what it needs to do. Well, how do you connect with the soul? How do you get to that point? A lot of that, learning to trust yourself, learning to trust your intuition, getting connected to that inner wisdom in your body, and allowing now then for your body to start taking its place so that it can start healing or working towards you getting healed up, not just like mentally and spiritually, but physically too. Your body will change. It reflects. Is that time for you to just really reflect and connect with yourself, surround yourself around good people when you're at your lowest. Be very selective with the people you're going to have around you. Your soul, you will connect to your soul, and you will build that relationship through you taking these little steps, which right now sounds like a lot of stuff. Yes, darling. I see someone raise their hand. You can go ahead.
Starling.
Maybe it might have been a boo-boo.
Starling raised her hand. And if you're not ready to open up for questions, and then you can open it up afterwards and take them to your room. And when you're done, I want you to feel complete, not be interrupted, and
okay,
close it out.
All right. So we went over 3 very specific pillars for pioneering in your self-healing as an introduction to this. And the first one was community. The second one was resilience, remembering never to give up. And then the other one was to self-reflect, to create a time for you to have reflection time. And reflection can look many ways. And like I said, one size does not fit all. Within these pillars, you can customize what works best for you, how you want to seek community, how you want to reflect, whether it's through you sitting in your bed in the morning time, you just woke up, and instead of like just putting your feet on the floor and running, maybe you do something different. Maybe you sit back in your bed a little bit longer, and maybe you just breathe and you just feel into your body for a minute. You have to kind of start disrupting the typical behaviors. We've been doing something for so many years on autopilot that eventually you have to break away from it little by little and be patient with yourself. Very patient with yourself. And I'm just going to go over those 3 pillars because I believe I only have maybe like about 4 more minutes. Is that true, Sheri? So
yes,
this is
okay.
Alex.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, we need to have some time for the raffle.
Go ahead. We can go. I'm going to wrap it up right now. Okay. So what I wanted to say was basically that, the introduction to pioneering your self-healing, you can customize within these pillars. It can look many different ways for you, but the fun part about figuring out how to customize it is taking that silent time for yourself and listening to your body and see what it wants you to do. Sometimes for me, that's being on the yoga mat, and that's doing some movement and some stretching and some meditating. And other days it looks like hula hooping to music. It doesn't have to be the same rigorous routine every time. You can make it fun. The whole point is to really ignite your childlike wonder. So if anyone has kids here and they watch their kids, how they are in the mornings, they wake up and they go straight to playing and they're joyful. They're happy every morning. And I think that that's something that we all get to harness and we all get to remember. And sometimes that gets activated by doing simple things like hula hooping, listening to music, taking time for self-reflection, and just listening to our bodies, our heartbeat, our breath. things of that nature. So you guys can come visit me in room 33. I do appreciate all of you being patient with me. This is my first time publicly speaking here at the Healers Network, and it's definitely nerve-wracking. So thank you for your feedback, if you have any, and I love and care for all of you very much, and I hope to continue to provide more. And I will be doing free Bach flower essence consultations in my room, angel readings, and 7-minute problem solving, where I spiritually do some spiritual guidance for all of you.
Chandell, thank you for an awesome presentation. That was totally wonderful. And I can't believe it's your first time. You must have done this 1,000 times before, maybe not in this lifetime, but in a previous lifetime. So your prize that you're giving away is a, let's see what it's called. It's, your 4 consecutive Reiki sessions or a free consult with Bach flower essence. And you have to pay shipping on that, $7. But the value of what you're offering is $497, according to the sheet that I see. So select a number between 1 and 100. And folks who are listening, please start putting your numbers in. And again, people who are a part of the staff are not eligible who are participating.
I would like to share a little feedback of my experience with her. Okay. I don't know what happened in my life, but there was a time in my life where I couldn't even walk down the stairs and my body kind of shut down. I was like almost like very acidic, and I had to grab the walls as I climbed down my stairs in my apartment. And I found out later that I have arthritis in my knees. But in the meantime, I reached out to Chandell as well as other healers to help me walk. I felt very limited and very restricted. And she did one session on me, and I did other sessions in my life that week. But in a week, my whole life changed, and I don't know where to put the benefit or the praise to, but I know she was part of my healing journey, that in that 1 week of me not being able to move, I was able to move again and walk. And I know I'm a healer, and I always seek healing, and I have many healing modalities, but she was one of the people that helped me move forward in my life. So I don't know if I want to give her 100% credit, but I want to give her credit because something different happened in my life after my session with her. So I'd like to give her some praise and some recognition for that. Okay.
Wonderful. Okay, Chandell, what is your number?
Unmute yourself.
Go ahead. What's your number?
Do we have all the numbers in the chat? Put down your numbers in the chat before we reach it out. Last chance after you heard my testimonial, guys. If you don't want an opportunity with this lady, go for it. Hurry up.
And again, participants are not eligible. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You guys got to work it out privately if you are one of the practitioners. Participants are eligible. Practitioners are not.
That's what I meant. Practitioners are not eligible.
Right. You guys got to work it out. So put down in the chat a number. Did you write it down, Chandell? Do you have a number written out? Are you ready to shout it out? We can't hear you. Unmute yourself and tell us your number. We can't hear you. Chandell, where are you, darling? Unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Unmute. Hit your far left-hand corner of your screen. Well, write down in the chat, since you can't hear us, write down in the chat to everybody what your number is if you're having a problem communicating with us. Did she write down a number yet?
She said she can't hear anyone. That's strange.
Chandell, in your far left-hand corner, you have to unmute.
No, but she says she can't hear us either.
So she hit some kind of button. She can't. So Chandell, why don't you just either chat in the private or in the feed what your number is, and then we can do that, and they can follow you to your room. Did she give us a number?
I think she's putting it in now. 20. Oh, no, that's not her. That's someone else.
No, no. Chandell, let's, Vicky, why can we not hear her?
Maybe she has some her side issue from her side. Because everything is fine right here.
So, Chandell, we just need you to give us your number. We have a bunch of numbers in the chat. If you guys want a session with her, it's valued at $497 and includes Bach Fellow remedies. All you have to do is pay for the shipping.
Okay, she put number 3. So now what we're going to do is scroll through the list and see if anybody had 3 or who was closest to 3. Let's take a look.
Eileen, I'm sorry, Eileen, you can't apply because you're one of the practitioners. Rachel.
I see 14.
14 is Starling. No, Karen. We have a Karen. Zazo is a 14.
Karen said 14. I don't see anyone else close. So Karen, you win. And what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to follow Chandell to room number 12. I'm sorry, not room 12, room 33. And she'll make arrangements for your free session. Congratulations.
Lucky
Chandell, you may need to reboot and join again so that you can go to your room and handle that. I don't know if you can hear me, Chandell. Vicky, can you sort of work with Chandell and there you go. Chandell, can you hear us now? No.
And I would like to just make some quick announcements that we do have many readers and healers here available for you. We have Robert Wood available from Colorado doing readings. We have Donnareyna doing readings. We have Xavier doing readings. We have Alan Pratt doing healings and readings. We have Mire doing readings, shamanic healings. Linda Gifford doing hand and foot readings. We have Eileen Cohen doing Magnetude jewelry. We have Julian Michael doing numerology. We have Chandell doing shamanic healing. Joe Petroski doing psychic healing and readings. Everybody who's involved today is a healer or psychic or like a consultant or advisor in some kind of way. And they're all giving away like 5 or 10 minutes free with them for you to experience what they have to offer today. So this is a time for you to get a taste of their buffet, of what they want to offer everybody. This is like free. This is like free. You don't have to go further. If you want to go further, then you go for it. Whether you want to pay $1 or $2 a minute and go further to the next level, that's up to you. But take advantage of this opportunity to get some healings and readings. Like we're in the state of on flux, uncertainty. We're not knowing if we're coming or going. And we're here to help you. This is affordable, holistic healthcare, mental health care, physical health care, spiritual health care. We brought together some amazing people from around the world to help bring you the best of the best. So take advantage of this for the next hour and a half. If you're listening to us on Facebook, come on board. The only way to participate is here on Zoom. It's free, everybody. Just come join us right now. We got an hour and a half left. Right?
And it's all about love. It's all about love. It's about loving yourself as much as you've been giving love to others throughout your life. It's time to give that love right back to you. We all need to do that. We need to honor ourselves. So our next speaker is Eileen Cohn Reichman, Magnetude Jewelry, and her bio says she's an attorney, a certified coach, speaker, trainer, nutritionist, author, advanced clearing practitioner, and doctoral candidate in natural medicine. She runs workshops in personal and business development, as well as nutrition and health. She inspires with knowledge, humor, and a charismatic personality. She represents a product line called Magnetude Jewelry. Her website is tudegirl, TUDEgirl.com. Please join us, Eileen. Welcome, Eileen.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, but we can't see. There we go.
I can't see my face. I can only see my face in a small picture, which is actually better. Yay, oh my God, it's frightening. So thank you all for hanging out with us today. We're really
Eileen, just letting you know your bandwidth is low in case we have some issues, okay?
I'm sorry, what's low?
Your bandwidth is low, you're slow motion, if your son is there.
What does he need to do? Sorry.
You're like in slow motion. You're going 2 miles an hour instead of 100 miles an hour.
Sheri, they have an issue with their bandwidth there. She's going to speak. Your speaking is fine, Eileen. Your movement is a little bit off. That's all.
Okay, so would you mind if I kept it? I don't want anybody to be dizzy. This is our 4th device. As long as you can hear what I have to say, is that okay?
Sure. Once we put you on the screen, then we don't need to see your face, and we're going to watch your beautiful presentation.
Okay, I am going to be showing certain items. Will you be able to see it?
Yeah, you can start showing it now because your voice is behind your presentation.
I just love technology. And the joke is I'm surrounded by so much EMF protection here.
Oh, we got a problem here.
Yes, maybe that's it. And I'm on my 4th device, but not to waste everybody's time. I talked a little bit earlier in the playroom. And of course, I have to be the downer here. Why your cell phone may be harming you. Because a lot of people think that the cell phone makers, Apple and Samsung and all these other phones, they wouldn't put anything out there if it would hurt us, right? We're the government, we're here to help you. So that is not the case. Now, I'm sure that everybody on this call, on this Zoom, at this expo knows what an EMF is because everyone is so enlightened. But just quickly, an EMF is electromagnetic frequency, and they're not good things. They basically come off these lovely devices we can't live without, Wi-Fi, computers, even baby diapers I was speaking about before. Yes, now you don't even have to get up and check if your child has wet their diaper. If the child does, you're going to get a Wi-Fi signal. And let's not even get started about microwaves. So all these things affect us. And why is that? Because we're all electrical beings, where that's why EKGs measure your brain waves and EEGs. Unfortunately, if you have a heart episode, your body is shocked to start your heart. So they're all out there. These frequencies are out there. So why is all this stuff getting a bad rap, especially 5G? Now, if anybody knows what the G's are, they're nothing mysterious. G stands for generation. 1G was started back in the late 90s when the miracle of the cell phone was invented. If you're all my age, I'm 64. You remember the size of the cell phones. They were huge. You could barely lift them. You needed wheels. But how thrilling was it to be able to leave your house and make a call? They could always find you. Then about 5-6 years later, they came out with 2G, the 2nd generation. Now, what was that? That was the ability to text somebody. In other words, you did not have to even talk to them anymore. You could say, "Happy birthday, sis," in a text. No human contact. Then there was 3G, and 3G was the ability to send videos for people to check out websites. In other words, never pick your head up from your phone or your computer ever. Again, the lessening of human contact. Sound familiar about what's happening today? Then we had 4G. 4G was faster and stronger, and now we have 5G. So why is 5G so bad? Well, 5G and 4G are exponentially different. What these frequencies are, they're waves. Now, 4G is a regular wave, like an ocean wave, but 5G is a perpendicular wave that sits on top of 4G. And of course, we measure, I've had to learn this because I'm getting my doctorate in natural medicine, how to learn things like organic chemistry, things like that. That's why I went to law school, to avoid all this stuff. But what the G stand for are also gigahertz when we talk about measurement of waves. So 4G only has 6 to 12. Not good to be bombarded with, but not horrible. But now there's 5G, which is 64 to 120 gigahertz. And now what does that mean? Well, 5G is so bad, it has been banned in 6 countries in Europe as being dangerous to its citizenry. 5G was started by our military for crowd control, and 5G penetrates skin. Listen, penetrate skin. 5G, not my opinion. You only have to Google it or go onto my website for hundreds of articles on the science and the research. Again, not our opinion, documents that will put you in a coma or be a cure for insomnia. But 5G penetrates skin, and 5G has been known to create anywhere from anxiety to cancer to sleep disorders. 5G is now classified as a class 2B carcinogen. Remember cigarettes? Remember lead? Well, 5G is there. Now, this is bad, but it's even worse for our children, our plants, and our at least 120 times more water soluble than we are until the age of 25. So therefore, the water and what's going on in their brain conducts EMFs faster and exponentially more potently. Now, what does that mean? That means that where we might have a headache or we might feel anxious, they are having things like ADHD, vision issues, anywhere from any learning disability you could possibly imagine. And they're getting sick. There was a recent study by the National Institute of Health that the incidence of brain cancer in teenagers has gone up in the last 5 years by 25%. And that is attributable to their devices. So 5G is bad for children. Also, 5G hurts our plants. Forgive me for not screen sharing this time, but I do have a picture that shows a beautiful field. It has regular telephone wires, a 5G tower, dead plants right underneath.
Any screen share this time?
What? I'm sorry?
Are we not doing screen share this time?
No, not this time. I'm sorry. Sorry. We're going to have to just live in the world of our imagination. Next time, I promise I'll have assistance with screen share. And then we have our animals. Now, I have an almost 15-year-old dog, and I'll show you what I use with to help 5G for her. But animals now, according to the vets, are having a higher incidence of tumors. My dog has had this is the second instance of a masked tumor. She had a surgery about 3 months ago. We almost had to euthanize her. She's bad this time, and now there's another tumor. And they're attributing this to the toxins, the technological stress that's on our planet. Another problem with 5G, and then I'll go to solutions, is this. The 5G towers that are supposed to be so fantastic only last about half a mile. So where you for a long time did not see cell towers years ago, now you're going to see 5G towers every half an mile. And the joke is, if you live and where you can see one, move. It's almost like the movie Erin Brockovich, where all those people live near the toxic waste dump that caused cancer. It's a very similar situation. So 5G is bad. I don't want to be the one who just tells you it's awful, there's nothing you can do. There are things you can do. Now, you know that I'm here as a vendor, sorry, checking the time. And I will get to what we're selling and sharing, because that has had such infinitesimal improvement over combating 5G absorption. And I just have to start with this. It's not going away. In 2018, in December, the telecommunications industry banded together and spent $20.8 billion, that's B, dollars, in putting up shared cell tower wires for 5G. So it's not good. We've established that. Half of Europe is not allowing it. If there's a 5G tower put up, there's a €250 fine, which is translates to about $500,000. So they're very serious over there, how they protect their citizenry. So what can you do? Well, You can not pick at your Verizon store as people in my community do. You can lobby your Congress people. And I have to tell you that teenagers in 2 communities, one in Maryland and one in Massachusetts, were able to get ordinance passed where no cell tower can be put up within half a mile of a school or a daycare center. Kids did this, so there is hope. I mean, what, we're destroying their planet, so thankfully they're stepping up and fighting back. So there is hope that way, but until then you have to take personal responsibility, because why are we all here? Why have you listened all day? You listened to all these healers trying to help you, and I have to tell you, this stuff is free. I offer a 30-minute session with my coaching and with the EMF jewelry. I offer private appointments. Some of these individuals charge is upward of $500 for sessions. And you heard, you're getting taste for free. So please dip your toe in the water and see who resonates with you. If it's not me, then I am sure it will be people who've done this expo, because I have to tell you, Donnareyna, Sessler, Robert Wood, in times in my life have been my left and right hand. So that has been my recommendation, plus all the other people. So taking personal responsibility, besides checking some of us out, are these. I usually call it my top 10 list. One is supplementation. Now, we are electrical beings. So what the EMS do is they knock down and they punch holes into our electrical voltage. You have to keep your electrical voltage high. It's like a force field. What I'm about to share with you will put up a force field around your body. I'm a big sci-fi Star Trek fan. That's why I attribute it to that. But you have to put up a force field around your body. What do? Supplement first. 1,000 or 2,000 milligrams of vitamin C. It'll help you with this virus. Vitamin D3, 20 minutes of sunlight. Melatonin, 10 milligrams to sleep. If you want private notes, I can message you and give you the information, because this is usually a 2-hour talk. Another thing you can do is you can put these down. I'll tell you a very quick Facebook story. It's just amazing. They show a vignette where this guy and this girl are walking by. She asks the guy in his 20s, "Sir, do you know where Main Street is?" And he tells her without looking up. End of story, next scene. Same scene. She walks by, "Sir, do you know where Main Street is?" He looks up, he goes, "Wow, she's cute." So what he does is he says, "Let me show you, it's 2 blocks over." Well, they have coffee, they end up dating, you know what's coming, they get married, they have a bunch of kids, and you see them at the end, and I get all verklempt when I talk about this. This is the New Yorker in me. At the end, they are holding hands and they're in their 90s. So what's the answer? Put this down, put this down. This is not real life. This is people posting what they're posting. It's not the truth. If you saw a recent social media manipulates you, do research, do not take my word for it. Another thing is, if you can at all possible, turn your router off. Put this far away from you when you sleep. Now, another thing is that you don't want this messing with your melatonin levels, with your sleep patterns while your body is recharging. Another thing you can do with this is put it on airplane mode. I know a lot of people feel they need to be, someone has to reach them. That's okay. Put it in the other room, put it louder. You can hear it, trust me. And you know what? Mom and dad intuition, if somebody needs you, you'll know. So no worries. But why I'm here today is because of this fantastic company that I stumbled over 2.5 years ago called Magnetude Jewelry. This was a company founded by a wellness practitioner, chiropractor with a bunch of other degrees, Dr. Tracy Diner, and a designer, Candice Loren. They've been friends and partners forever. And what they did was they created interchangeable, genuine gemstone and crystal jewelry that is mood elevating, helps with circulation, and will protect you from absorbing EMFs. So I will explain how that works and show you some of the jewelry because it is beautiful. And you know what? The price point is great. And they just came out with a line for children because, you know, thank you, Mayor de Blasio. Thank you, Governor Cuomo. I think it was Governor Cuomo who shut the schools down 2 weeks ago with 5 minutes notice. So everybody's remote learning. So now your kids are really on their devices. Now they have an excuse. They have to go to school. So I'm going to speak to you a little bit about the jewelry, what the components are. Well, here is a piece. I call this the goddess. This is a pendant. We have pendants. We have all sorts of bracelets. We have earrings. We have a scarf pin. And we have for our little animals. Now, I'm just going to talk about the animals first. My dog daughter, I have 4 sons. She's my fur daughter. She has arthritis. About a year ago, they came out with these tags. On the back of the tag is a neodymium magnet, which I'm going to talk to you about. The neodymium magnet is a rare earth magnet, and they're on in every stone we have on the back of every stone, big, little, medium size. And what these do, each is 4,000 Gauss, and they will form a force field around you, and they will raise your vibration and your voltage so EMFs cannot sneak through. If I could, and when you see me in person, or if you have seen me in person, you've seen me muscle test and show you how strong you are with these in your hand with your cell phone. So just for the dogs, these have on the back energy balls. They help elevate mood. They're for infrared energy and they're for healing. And they have the magnet. Now, how is this relevant to my dog? Well, you know, people want stuff to work. There's what they call the panacea, you want it to work so badly because everything is up here. Well, my dog has arthritis and she was limping. So when these came out about a year ago, I figured, what the heck? I put this on her. And do you know, within a few hours, she stopped limping. I couldn't believe it. I took it to the vet. He was amazed. He got some for his dogs. So my dog doesn't care if I want something to work. She just wants to feel better. And she is like a totally different dog. If you go on my Facebook page, Ilene Cohn Reichman, or my son's, he's a new chiropractor, my youngest son, Dr. Andrew Reichman, you'll see her running down the hallway. She's a few months shy of 15, little shih tzu, you would never know it, but she wears her pet tag. So we have bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and they all have this neodymium magnet. This neodymium magnet, and magnets, you know, have been around since the age of Cleopatra. They're very strong. They're 4,000. The World Health Organization says you can wear up to 20,000. I think I'm wearing 20,000 now, but I'm surrounded by, I think it's 1 million. But one thing these ladies did do, I just want to show you some of these beautiful bracelets. Now, they came out with an affordable way for our children to be protected. Now, these are all different colors. They're silicone, they're cork. This is very ethical company. The owners have a number of rescue dogs. And what these are EMF protection bracelets. And these slide right on. So everybody I know on this call, your kids I know are very smart. They're not going to swallow these. So, but these slide on and these just go on their wrists. So you can say, hey, you're on your phone, you wear this. That's the deal. That's the deal I made with my son when I got him an Apple Watch. I want this on you while you're using it, and with my nieces and with everybody that uses a device. So what we say is pick something you like. Here's another one, very simple. And I have to tell you, the price point is very, very inexpensive. A pet tag is only $20. You can get a children's bracelet for $23 total. And you can get complete sets of these for $40, $50, $60. The earrings you can get for $40, very, very inexpensive.
Bargain,
So,
what a bargain.
sorry?
What a bargain.
No, it really is for what it does. And the problem that we have is having people believe it does what it does, because the ladies that started this company, they want to get this into everybody's hands. Price should never, ever be an option. And if you go on my website, it's Tude, Tude, because we call these stones Tudes, Magnetude Tudes. Like, for example, this is a hematite, and you know, hematite's a stone for anxiety. Who has any of that now, right? And on the back are the magnets. Every stone has a magnet, and the magnet has a range of 1 foot to 2 feet. And I tell people, if you must sleep with your phone by your bed, at least put your jewelry by your phone. Or people actually wear this, they wear the scarf pin, because these things actually help with insomnia. One thing I have done with my husband, he's one of the non-believers, opposites attract, is I put this near his Sirius radio. And when I did that, he said, wow, I'm sleeping much better. It must be what I'm listening to on the radio. I'm like, yeah, that's right. So, you know, you do what you have to do. There's an expression we use, Shalom Bay, is you keep the family together, you keep the peace, and you just keep everybody healthy. And I could talk forever about this, but are there questions? I'm checking my time. I'm sorry.
You're doing great. If anybody wants to follow her, I'm sure you do, because this is like a aha moment for many of you. Like, what? Sign me up. Give me my grandma, my grandpa, my pet, my sister, my daughter, and my children some protection. This is all we need to have. Then let's do it, right?
And it's very cost efficient. And I'm raffling off a it's, you don't lose these. It's a scarf pin.
Yeah.
It's
Take it out of your bra.
Okay. And I'm raffling off a few things just besides the
All
jewelry.
right. Let's
As
do
well.
it.
3
Beautiful.
prizes. You
Put
see
down
this?
your numbers in the chat room right now, everybody. Put your
All
numbers.
right. And this.
Beautiful.
I don't know, it's backwards. It says paper tantrum, because you know what, you got to keep your sense of humor. And while they're writing the numbers, I'm going to show you a few boards of the jewelry. So
Do we have more than one prize? Because we're like coming down to the last couple of minutes, okay? And they can join you in your private room for more.
Yes, just 2 more seconds. These are some of the stones. These are all genuine stones.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, for $10 you can get a Labradorite.
Put your numbers down in the chat, everybody, right now, if you want to win.
And here are some of the styles of necklaces.
I want to win.
And here are more styles.
Lovely.
These are all stones, and they all have the energy balls. And I'll just show you one other board. I could show you a million, but let me just show you this board. For those of you who like essential oils, these are essential oil lockets, and they open up and they have different color pads, and then you just put them on your jewelry. And these are $25. I mean, it's crazy. And of course, if anybody is interested in joining us in this fight, because this is a relatively new company, we only have about 500 people helping us. Please contact me, because it's very, very inexpensive to get started. And we just have some great people, men and women, helping us. Do you think, so
I love that.
we have,
that.
we have beautiful, remember the Avon catalogs? We have beautiful brochures. We have, our CEO will personally make you videos. They're all amazing.
It's not Avon, it's crystals. Yeah, the crystal.
What we say is, you know, this is the time to have a side gig, because we're all online. And we say it's great to make money, but help us make a difference.
Absolutely. Her website is tudegirl, TUDEGIRL.com. Email Ilene at Cohn Leadership, that's COHN leadership.com. And are we ready to make the drawing? Sheri, we ready?
Yep, she's got to write down her number.
All right, write your number down, and then we'll see who came the closest.
Or she can say it out loud after we're done. Say, everyone, you done?
All right, you know what? I'm going to text Victor my number, because I had him on speed dial. How about that?
No.
God bless that man. Okay. God bless you too.
Honestly, Ilene, you don't need to do that.
You don't need to text it. No, just say it. Just say it. It's fine.
In 10 seconds, we're going to close the opportunity.
Thank you.
And in 10 seconds, you're going to be done. And then she's going to tell the number. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What is your number, Eileen?
11.
And Allie is the winner. She had number 12. She was the closest. So Allie, you're the
Okay.
winner. And Allie, you can
Okay.
get a hold of Eileen in room number 14 after this is over.
Or
and
remember,
exchange
I
information.
had 3 prizes. So if you want to draw 2 others.
Okay, let's see who
Do
else
you
is
want to
close to
do
11.
3 different prizes?
Yeah, that's why I was holding up these.
Okay, what's your
I
next
don't know if you
number?
could see.
What's your next number?
I love your cat. We have these for dogs and cats. This is the one for cats. It's a heart.
Okay, pick
Oh, isn't
another
that
number.
funny?
Pick another number.
Next number?
I have another number. You want it
Yes,
yet? 7.
yes, 7.
Tell us.
I'm
7.
so
Closest to
predictable.
7. Let's see. Does anybody got a 7? I don't see a 7. I don't see a 7.
What's the closest?
Looks like Lynn with 13 is the closest.
13. Lynn.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. No, wait. Who's this? Rachel. Rachel had a number 1. I'm sorry. Rachel, number 1. That was the closest to 7.
As
That's
opposed to
6.
what?
Well, actually, it's a tie. 6 away. You know what? You had 2 prizes. One for
Yes,
Rachel.
I do.
One for
And I
Rachel
would
and one for
ask-
Lynn.
Right. And if these people would email me or text me, Eileen, ILENE at Cohn, COHN leadership.com. We lost the E at Ellis Island. That's our joke. Or my cell, which is 516-316-3987 with your address. I will get this in the mail Monday. I almost said tomorrow. I'm losing track of what day it is.
Okay, and again,
They can follow you into your room.
Okay.
And you can exchange the information there.
Phenomenal. All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Everybody
Thank you so
can follow-
much. Thanks.
Follow Eileen. Amazing, amazing. You know.
Sheri, before Eileen leaves, could I ask her that question I asked you? Or you think it's too
What's the question?
risque?
It's never risque. Nothing's ever risque.
Okay,
I was expecting crimes
if mankind, if men, I'm not talking about women now, if men can find 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G, how come most of us, not me, but most of us can't find the G spot? That's what I want to know.
That's very funny because
you.
unfortunately, I'll give you the answer. The answer is the G's find you. You don't have to find. That's the sad thing.
Ah, very good. Excellent.
Unless you're on Mars and, we're not colonizing that yet.
Excellent. Very good. Okay. Thank you.
To be,
Did you
to
say
be
your-
continued.
I'm sorry, I can't go to the other room. Would you just tell me your number real quick? It's 516.
316
Uh-huh.
3987.
398. Thank you, dear.
And,
Thank you very
and her
much.
email is Eileen, ILENE at Cohn Leadership, COHN leadership.com.
And everybody, you can go to the far right-hand corner of your screen where you have the chat and you have a 3 little dots, and you click on those 3 little dots and you can save your chat. And the chat will go right into your computer, and everything that happens on the computer chat will be saved to your
Absolutely. Okay, that brings up our next guest. Our next guest is Joe Petroski.
Billy, can you help me find the room?
Okay.
Oh, wait, I can hear you.
Let's move Eileen out. Hold
Yeah,
on.
please mute me. I'm so sorry. I had to ask. No, I'm out. I'm gone. Bye, sweetie.
Vicky, Eileen, hold on, please. Beautiful. Vicky, Joe. Let's bring Joe out.
Okay, so our next guest is Joe Petroski, and his story is Ayurvedic Wisdom for Modern Times.
Nope, that's not me.
I'm
That's
sorry,
not-
not you. That's not you. You know what? I'm so confused because I got upset about the G spot.
You're still trying to find that one thing you were
That's
looking
it.
for.
That's it. Okay. Okay. Energy
Who
assumes.
said he didn't find it? Who didn't say
I have
yeah.
found it. I have found it. I did find it on Mars. Energy assumes its true state when being observed. Joe Petroski is a psychic and a profound healer who discovered his gifts by overcoming certain death. Joe trained with the amazing energy healers that saved his life and has been invited to be a part of many Native American ceremonies. Joe's ability to connect with spirit and to see your complete energy field facilitates profound healings. He can see your subconscious, its powers and blocks, providing you quick and profound positive changes in all areas of your life. Joe's been coaching and healing clients for more than 18 years. He helps eliminate pain, illness, allergies, migraines, trauma, and so much more. In 1999, he was sent home to die from a severe illness. Energy healing saved his life, and it can save yours too. He's honed these techniques over the last 17 years to bring massive healing and breakthroughs for his clients and for you. Eliminate all which is holding you back, living your joyful and healthy life today. Please welcome Joe Petroski. Hello, Joe.
Hey there. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate this. And yeah, and so it was, okay, gallery starting requested you to control your camera. Okay, I guess, is that what I was supposed to do?
Joe, you're good. You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So the way that I got into this is I was very, very ill. I had worked with the doctors for over 6.5 years. I was on oxygen for almost 2, and my body was killing itself. And I tried everything under the sun. And I met this fellow that was a 35th generation Shaolin, and I worked for him, with him and his students. And all of a sudden I was perfectly healthy in a matter, you know, it was actually in 3 sessions. And so I trained with him for over 3.5 years. And then I sat with Native Americans, and the Native Americans actually were the ones that helped me be able to see, feel energy and everything. And since 2001, I've been doing the healing work. And then in 2012, at the behest of my clients, they begged me to begin coaching. And so I've been doing that. And so my thing is that we were all sent here. We were all born to be magnificent. There was nobody held you at one time. It's like, oh crap, let's throw this one back. You know, they looked at you and
actually, you know what? That's not the truth.
Well, so, okay.
I don't think so.
I'm sorry. Please mute yourself. Thank you.
Yeah. So, okay. So, even if that were the case, okay, even if somebody was that rude and did say something like that to you, it's my belief that God, you know, creator, made every single one of us special for a purpose. And I would imagine the person that had said that has found their purpose beyond anything that the people that restricted her have felt. And so my feeling is that due to conditioning, we've forgotten our magnificence. We've forgotten what makes us so profound and so special. And by the conditioning around us, we take on all these beliefs and we take on all these energies, and it weakens us. It weakens our emotions. It weakens our physical body, and it weakens our spiritual connection. And so I work with people to be able to help you be able to feel your magnificence, to feel it and to own it. And as I do, I work to the point where you can actually know, you can feel and be your great essence. So that's what I work with. That's what I do, whether it's the physical healing, the emotional healing, or the coaching. And so today what I'm going to do is, if you guys want, is I'll tell you some very, very, very simple techniques and absolutely, completely, totally, quickly. Well, I'm trying to get this out of my screen here, but I guess it's going to stay. Just a second, if you can. And that comment threw me off guard a little bit. Okay.
What do you need to do?
Okay, in the middle, it says stop the recording. Can I hit that cancel button? Or
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. So what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to share a couple of things with you. It's actually 5 things that will instantaneously increase your energy and increase your connection with Creator. And the first one is very, very simple. And I was hired one time to work with some really high caliber athletes. And we had done some tests to basically see how strong they were and how fast they were. And then when I gave them this simple set of movements, every single athlete was able to beat what they just did to compete for cash. So if it helped them, it'll certainly help you. And what it is it's very, very simple. And so I'm not going to do it exactly here because the camera's not going to catch it, but you stand with normal posture and you just simply good posture with your shoulders back, and you tilt your chin up just a little bit, 10 degrees. That's all you have to do. And then at the same time, what you do is you do a Kegel and a glute squeeze. And a Kegel is basically squeezing to stop the urine flow. Okay. And then the glute squeeze, you just simply squeeze your butt muscles. And so I'll see if I can catch it. So let's see. So as I'm standing, it's like, okay, when you do the Kegel and the glute squeeze, you're going to see, kind of there with my butt. Okay. And when you do it, it's going to put that in. So you feel that, and you feel your shoulders back, your head straight up. And then you just take a couple of breaths, and then you take a half a step back and then a half a step forward. And if you were all here in front of me, I would ask you to do it. If you wish, you can actually stand up and you can try it. But when I was teaching this to the college athletes, what they did is they actually called it the Google movement, because they found that when they did this movement, that it actually brought their intuition so high that it brought back their memory for the tests and things like that. So it's an incredibly powerful move. And it's like, if you want to be able to get connected to Creator, this is one. And in Kundalini yoga, they call it the root lock. And what it does is it basically is like putting a stopper in the tub, and it brings all that energy up into your body. And I want you to know, it's like, okay, when I coach you and when I heal you, I do way more intense work than this. And a lot of you have had mini readings, so you've had that chance. And after this, I'll still do some mini readings for you, so you can see the work that I do is really powerful. These are just things that can boost you to be able to increase your energy right now. Another one is a lot of people have had sexual injury, you know, whether it's just simply shame, you know, which isn't, there's nothing simple about it. We've been shamed, we've been touched inappropriately, we've had bad experiences. And it's also something, the first and second chakra, the first chakra is all about safety and security. The second is all about creativity, sexuality, and hormones. And the creativity is a part of the second chakra that I think gets missed a lot, because the creativity is every single thing that makes you, you. Every single thing that you enjoy. So whether it's you, maybe you enjoy cooking, maybe you enjoy, you know, playing music, listening to music, whatever it is, the creativity is so important in that second chakra. And that second chakra, that's why, you know, celibate monks can have excellent health and incredible joy, is because the second chakra has the sexuality and the creativity, which helps with hormones. And what I tell people to do is simply place your hand over the first and second. So your fingers will be on your perineum. And then your hands are going to be, your palm is going to be over the genitals. And then you place your other hand on your heart. And when you do this, and try it, everybody, just try it for a second. And I'm going to put you on all viewer here, or gallery view, so I can see your reaction. So when you do that, what do you notice? What do you feel? Yeah, one hand, yeah, I see some people, it's like, yeah, one hand on your heart, and then the other hand over the genitals and on the perineum. And I can see some people, and they're like, okay, which hand? And it doesn't matter which hand it is. What will happen is sometimes you'll be led one hand and sometimes the other. And if you want to have a complete full experience, do it with both. And what ends up happening is when you connect that first and second chakra to your heart, it literally creates a loop. So the safety and security comes all the way up to the heart. The safety and security is going to go to the creativity, the sexuality, and the hormones, and the heart. So it's really, really powerful. And if you do this, usually they have a feeling, I'm good, I'm safe. It just calms them like that, just instantly, you know? And there's another one that I like to do, and it's the same thing. I engage the root chakra. And so I place my, you know, my one hand is in the same spot. And then I place my hand on my heart. And okay, that's the one I just did. What did I miss? Okay, just a sec. Let me get my, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Excuse me. So place your palm, the palm on your belly button, the palm on your belly button, and then the palm on the heart. And so breathe into that. And actually, I need this. So I've been doing readings all day, and I've been doing this, and so I'm not really here on Earth so much, you know. So you gotta give me a little bit of latitude. And so when you do this, when you put your, literally, it's like, you know, because what happens is the solar plexus is all about I, me, and you. You know, that's what the solar plexus, that's what the third chakra is about. It's about I, me, and you, as if I'm looking into the mirror, okay? And so it gives us that sense of awe, gives us that sense of power and openness. And then the, you know, one that I want to do, and I'm going to do this one right now. I'm going to do it out of order. And you begin up at the crown, and you simply point. You don't have to touch yourself. You know, you just come in front like that. But you do it all the way through the midline. You do it down your sternum, over your belly button, all the way through. And then when you get at the root chakra, take your hand and push it away. And so, and when you're doing it, you come up at the top and you say, all that which is mine is mine. And then when you're down at the root chakra, you say, all that which is yours is yours. So all that which is mine is mine. All that which is yours is yours. all that which is mine is mine, all that which is yours. And when we do that, what ends up happening is it does a variety of things altogether. It zippers both the left and the right hemisphere together. Okay, that's the first thing. And so it keeps my energy within me. It keeps my energy within me strong. And then when I push that energy away, it gives everybody back their energy. And this is something you want to be careful. I never point this at somebody's solar plexus unless I feel threatened. So I will never point this, I'm just doing it to the screen right here and I'm completely empty. I'm not even thinking about doing it, because if I say all that which is yours, I'm still going to point it away, because if I point it to you, you would probably feel it. And we used to teach this to women in a shelter where they were escaping their ex-husbands or their violent boyfriends. And we would teach them all that which is mine, all that which is yours. And we would teach them to point their hand with that all that which is yours to the one that's causing the trouble. Because it's a very, very, very powerful technique. But you guys got to take your own sense of, safety and sensitivity into your own power. But when I would have discussions with my ex-wife, for example, I would even do this when we're on the phone, because my ex-wife has a habit of saying things that really aren't there, and blaming me for things that really aren't. And so when I would go, all which is yours, she could not finish her sentence. Because what I was doing is I was giving her energy back. And so if we're in our true energy, if we're in our true power, we can't cause somebody else harm. And again, you guys are responsible for your own safety. Don't rely on this. It takes a lot of practice to do, but it's amazing. And so again, it's all that which is mine, all that which is yours. And it's an absolutely fantastic way to be able to control things and keep yourself strong. And it's also something where if you're out in public, if you're on an airplane or bus, whatever, and the person's coughing and you don't want to catch what they have, simply do all that which is mine, all that which is yours. Because like Bruce Lipton talks about epigenetics, how we perceive our environment affects ourselves. And so if we can come in and if we can clear this, it's quite possible. And I'm getting some comments here. I'm going to check out what the comments are saying, because it zippers the left and the right hemisphere. Yep. And all that which is mine, and yours is yours. Crown. Yep. And palm out. Yep. Yeah. And so just like this, and then giving off to the others. And so yeah, you're right on like that. And it's like I say, I've used it in situations. I've done help with people representing them in legal situations, when they've been dealing with sexual harassment, sexual abuse. And so I'll go with them and I'll teach that person. And you don't have to go like this. I mean, you can sit there and just scratch your forehead and just think about it and let your hand drop. It doesn't have to be really obvious. And one of the things with all of these movements, once you practice them at home, you'll be able to use them like this anytime you want to go, anytime you go someplace. So practice them first, so you don't want to go someplace and grab your crotch and grab your heart. It's like, okay, yes, I'm trying to be calm. I'm trying to be centered. Practice it at home first. Once you practice it at home, then when you go out, it's going to be really strong. And if you guys want, there's questions that are popping up on the chat. If you guys put in your email address, I will send you these out. They're very well written and they make a lot of sense, and you can simply read them and be able to, do them like that. And so one of the things, is there anybody that has any kind of an ache or a pain that's dealing with anything right now? If I can see your hand, yeah. Okay. Okay, so holding the belly button, other hand on the peritoneum. Well, holding the belly button and the heart, you want to do that on your own. If you held the belly button and the peritoneum, that's basically going to bring up all of your, your sexual energy and your sexual power. So if you're feeling, kind of insecure, if you're feeling sad, if you're feeling kind of dejected, then you would put your hand over your belly button and your hand over that. And so it's I see the oops now, and okay, cool. Okay. And I see, so go ahead and put your email addresses there. And I want to go back, to the very beginning. And it's interesting because I got thrown off by the person's comment. But no matter what we've experienced, and make a movie, okay, with my upbringing. When I've been with certain people, they're surprised that everything that I've gone through, that I'm a nice guy. Literally, when I had talked with one of the ministers, he says, the only time I've ever heard a story like yours has always been when there's glass or bars in between the people that have told that story. And luckily for me, I didn't go down that road. I was a hair's breadth from that. But I've really changed and I've wanted to be me. I didn't want to be that violent character. I didn't want to be everything that was done to me. And so all through this practice, what I found, and as I've gone through everything, what I'm really looking at is you guys being able to be the magnificent, okay? Because you weren't here to be average. We don't need to be like Oprah or Louise Hay or Tony, Robbins or Wayne Dyer. We don't have to be like that. But we want to be able to own and really feel it. And most people don't even know how to own their magnificent. Because when I ask people, it's like, what do you want? They usually don't really know what their own desires are. They really don't know what their own desires are, what they really, really want. And a lot of times they don't even know what they need. And so when I work with clients, when I do the healings and I do the coaching, what it is I help you be able to answer those really, really important questions. I help you be able to see the things. And because when I look at everybody, one of the reasons I get so high when I do things like this here, because I don't do drugs, okay? I'm allergic to most of them. But when I see you guys, I see your absolute highest good. I see the best thing about you. And then if I look deeper, then I can see the other things. I can see all of your blocks. I can see what it is that's stopping you. Because it's like, there's so many people that have been working with here today, given the mini sessions to, that are fantastic, amazing people. But for one reason or another, they haven't stepped into their real power. They haven't stepped into why they're really, really here. Co-host has stopped my video. Why?
Vicky, turn his video back on, please.
Okay, I did that. Okay, so yeah, okay, so yeah, so kind of disturbing what's happening here, So what kind of questions can I answer for some people? I'm going to let it go that way for a little bit, and I'll answer a couple of questions here. How self-forgiveness. Forgiveness and self-forgiveness is really, really huge, but this is a fabulous question, okay? I tell people all the time, it's like, okay, if you get stuck in the road or stuck in the ditch, they don't send another car to get you out. They send you a tow truck, okay? And so for forgiveness and self-forgiveness, it's like, oh yeah, that's cool, that's fine. But hold on a second. That's still, I'm forgiving something that's wrong. I'm forgiving something that's not enough, or I'm forgiving something that's happened, especially with the self-forgiveness. Well, what about going like this? This is the thing where I'm asking, it's like, what about this? Because my whole belief is the way that this got started is my daughter was 5.5 years old before she saw me healthy. I was sick her entire life. And so I would go to places, and when we would come out and I didn't have to use oxygen, she would throw up her arms and say, Daddy, Daddy, no oxygen. And so it's my belief, if we can't live in excitement every so often, why are we here? Why are we here? And so what, when you say the stuff about forgiveness, what I want to do first is I want to be able to find out what it is, about you that's magnificent. What is the thing that's so great about you? Because if you can go to what's great about you, then everything starts to open up. Because if we're doing the forgiveness, that's still kind of the cocoon. But if we can go into what's so great about us, that's where everything starts to flourish. And yes, how we overcome guilt, how we control past on spirits from trying to communicate 24/7, and the true feelings. Okay, I'll look at that one. And then electrical disturbances. Do you find that happens around you often? If it's misdirection of power energy, oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, all those metals and everything like that with EMFs. Oh yeah, they work. That's great. But what it is what you want to be able to do is find out, okay, how come you're overly disturbed in the first place? And because I take EMFs and I kind of categorize them with allergies, and allergies are very, very often about, it's all about emotions. you know? And so the EMFs, it's about that too. And so certainly if, you know, if I eat bad things, you know, I can get sick and stuff like that. And if I sit near the EMFs and everything, I thought, yeah, hell, I can feel my whole body buzz, you know, certainly affecting. However, God gave us power, okay? God gave us amazing power. And we can come in and we can, instead of letting that really affect us in a negative spot, we can own ourselves. And it's like, if you want to come in and just do this here, if you're feeling affected by EMFs and everything like that, do the Kegel and the glute squeeze, do that very first set of movements, watch to see the change. Do this one here, watch to see the change. It's going to be magnificent. It's going to be so powerful. So I see some laughing and giggling. Has anybody else got a question? So it's like, you know, okay. And so there's some of the things that I didn't cover, but if you send me your email, I'll send you out the power positions is what I call them, and I'll do that. And then in this 5 minutes, I'll tell you what I offer. So as you can tell, I'm very, very passionate. Okay. Oh. Okay. So sounded like somebody was going to say something. I'm very, very passionate about the work that I do. You know, I've almost died a number of times myself. Whenever I walk by a cat, they always go, holy shit, he's going to steal my legs, you know, because I mean, there's so many things that I've overcome in my own life. And we don't have time to waste. And especially with all this COVID stuff and everything like that, people have really had a chance to basically say, what's working for me? What's working? What's important? What is it that I really want? What is it that I really desire? What do I value? And what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to have you have a physical life where you feel fantastic. I mean, a physical life where you feel fantastic, because we shouldn't have to walk around with aches and pains. We shouldn't have to walk around with allergies. We shouldn't have to walk around with migraines. So I help you be able to get past that. I help you be able to eliminate that. And that's what I say is absolutely eliminate that. And so somebody wants to control my camera again. So if you guys can mute whoever is talking there, that would be helpful too. So I want to help you guys be able to be your most magnificent self, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. So the physical stuff we had talked earlier, there was somebody that thinks that they need to have a hip replacement. That's like, well, let's give it a couple of energy healing sessions first to see if you really do. Because I've worked with people and I've helped them so they don't need surgeries. I've worked with people and I've helped eliminate all kinds of pains and illness, all kinds of stuff. And then with the coaching, I love it. I mean, I absolutely love it. When I have my groups planned on the week, those are my highlights of the week. And I'm going to be starting a new group before Christmas because it's what better time than now? What better time before the solstice to start going and before New Year's to start going? You know, because it's like, if any year has ever taught us, we don't have the time to waste. I don't have the me to waste. It's like, if I'm not feeling like this, if I'm not feeling absolutely like my life is on purpose and I'm living what I want to live and I know what I want to do, you know, we have to be able to take that into control. So I mean, it's called Wisdom, Wellness, and Wealth. And I actually have a program, the same program that I do only with women. So I have the women's group and then I have the regular group. The regular group is co-ed. And I call it Wisdom because I help you really discover. We need to know, first off, what is it that's really super fantastic about you? Because we want to be able to help you have that knowing to go towards it, to see that. And then even more, like, okay, what are the things that are holding you back? And then what are the tools that you need? What are the tricks that you need? What are the things that you need and can use to eliminate those blocks and to live that life that you truly, truly desire? And the wisdom, the wellness is all about basically the physical health, the emotional health, and the spiritual health, and everybody loves it. And then the wealth just happens. Every single person that I ever worked with has always gotten either a raise, they've gotten money that they never thought they'd be paid back. They've gotten fantastic deals on cars and fantastic deals on houses that were just unheard of. And so normally it's $21.95 for me to do that, but the person that I asked to send something out sent out my old stuff recently for $19.95. And it's like, well, if I'm going to give you guys a gift because you're here, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it lower, which is the $17.95, but that's only through Sunday. So tomorrow. So if you guys want to text me, call me, and I can talk to you and you can determine if it's worth it. And so it's $17.95 and that's 90 days. And what we do is we meet once a week on Zoom. And then for that whole 90-day period, I give you support where you can connect with me and I can connect with you through Marco Polo video messaging. So instead of getting text or emails where you wonder what I really mean, you see me. So it's like, you can tell exactly what I mean. I'm very expressive. And I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. And every single client that I've ever worked with has loved it as well. And it's fantastic. So I wish you guys the absolute best. And I thank you for being here today. Thank you for attending the whole thing. And now I'm off to room 25, where you can ask me all the questions that you'd like.
And Joe, before you go, thank you for that awesome presentation. We're going to do a giveaway momentarily. His website is profoundpower.net. His email is profoundpowerjoe@gmail.com. His phone number is 651-755-6027. And he's going to be moving over to room number, what's your room number, Joe? I can't remember.
25.
Room 25. And before you do, we're giving away something, aren't we? We're giving away a 1-hour consult, a value of $200. And let's pick a number. Folks, put your numbers into the chat. Pick a number between 1 and 100.
Put your number in the chat. You want to have a session with this guy, everybody.
Want to have a session with this awesome man who has the answers and really has a program that's wonderful.
Who's died and come back many times, like many of you possibly sitting out there in this virtual world. You can connect and understand and how he can support you. So you have a bunch of numbers coming in. Joe, you ready to go? We're going to do a countdown.
Yep.
In 10 seconds, everybody. We're going to do a countdown. Coming up next, we have Donnareyna in the fun room doing her Donnareyna experience. And then we have Tina coming up in the main room. And we still have healers and readers in room number 2 in the Healers Network room.
And Joe, if my silly humor at the beginning threw you off, I apologize for that.
Well, everything is great. And, and this is something too, where it lets everybody know that even though we're on the healing, panel, or the psychic panel, we're still human.
Absolutely. Absolutely. With a sense
We're
of humor.
trying.
Okay. 10, last opportunity, folks. 10, 9,
right.
8,
Countdown.
7,
Yes,
6,
Victor.
5, ignition, 4,
The Victor
3,
ignition.
2, 1. Okay, Joe, what's your number?
What's your number?
44.
44. Let's see who's the closest. Oh, I have a 45 here from Rachel. Let's see if there's anybody else.
I see Rachel.
I think Rachel's our winner. Rachel is the winner. Rachel, please follow Joe to room number 25, and you can make the arrangements to set that up for you.
Yeah. And then
everybody can follow him too for more Q&A.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. Totally awesome.
Number 44, go to number 45. No, 25.
25.
Follow Joe to number 25 for more Q&A and stick around for Tina and hang out with Donna. And we still have the healers and readers in number 2. So
and I have one more book to give away.
Our last 30 minutes now.
And just
I have one more.
25 is actually the last number. It's the last room. So I can see some faces. It's like, where is it? It's actually past 44 and it's past 18 and 19. So
yeah. So, everybody just go down to the bottom of your screen, go to the more button where the little 3 little dots, hit the button and you'll have the breakout and you can maneuver on your own. If you cannot maneuver on your own, let us know and we'll be happy to do that as we are in our last 30 minutes of our event.
And before we start that, I have one more copy of our book, Pet Prayers and Blessings, to give away. Pick a number real fast.
Beautiful.
Put it into the chat. I got one more copy to go. And if you're the winner, please text me your email or put your email address in the chat and I will get this, send you an email to get your mailing address and a copy will go out on Monday. All the winners of the books, by the way, the copies will be mailed on Monday. And we'll wait for another 5 or 6 seconds. And I'm gonna let Sheri pick the number because somebody thought I
Oh.
was looking at the numbers before and selecting one that I wanted to give, and that's not true. But I'm gonna let Sheri pick the number
So from what to what?
from 1 to 100.
0 to 100?
0 to 100. Give it. We got 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, what's the number, Sheri? 77. Do we have anybody at 77? Who's closest? I see a 66. Hang on. I see 66, 66. It looks like Nicole. Nicole is the winner. Congratulations, Nicole.
Cole Van Dyke?
Nicole Van Dyke is the winner. So Nicole, if you would please send me your put your email address in the chat room, and I will send you an email to get your mailing address, and I'll send this out to you on Monday. Thank you to everyone for your interest in the book. It's available on Amazon in the Kindle edition, I think, for $3.99 if anybody wants it on Kindle.
Ooh,
Perfect, Nicole. Thank you so much.
Let's make it a number 1.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Victor. As we're coming down to the last hurrah, we're down to our last speaker, right?
Absolutely.
After our last speaker, we do have live music. We have Xavier, Frye, Lion Lightworker, who's going to be doing his own music, performing for us at about 8:55, 9:05 to close out the night. So don't go anywhere. So we have a great last speaker. We still got the fun room. We got Donnareyna going on and doing some experiences with her readings. And we do have people that are still here in the room. I have no idea who's still in the room offering services. Who's in the house at this point?
And a few folks also asked me about the poem that I started the first session with. And before we close, I'll recite that poem one more time, and I'll put it
Yes.
into the chat room.
That
So
would
our
be
guest,
beautiful.
our guest for the final segment of this session is Tina Woolsey, the Harmonizer. Ayurvedic wisdom for modern times. Tina is a clinical Ayurvedic specialist in internship at the California College of Ayurveda. She came to Ayurveda through yoga. She's been carrying a weight that she did not see and was unable to diagnose until the purification benefits of her yoga practice led her on a personal journey of inquiry. As she learned more and felt better and better, asthma disappeared, sleep improved, addictions alleviated. Today, she offers Ayurvedic constitutional and lifestyle analysis for treatment, prevention, longevity, and vitality. Traditional Ayurvedic therapies such as Abhyanga, massage, Shirodhara, chromotherapy, I apologize, nutritional, I'm really tired, apologize. Nutritional therapy, yoga therapy, sleep therapy, and energetic therapies are customized to the needs of the patient. Specialties include anxiety, depression, addiction, ADD, ADHD, trauma recovery, fertility, sexual wellness, insomnia, clarity of purpose, anger, grief, and rejuvenation. Her website is ayurvedaforall.yoga. Please welcome Tina Woolsey. Welcome, Tina. Tina, are you here?
Vicky, is Tina here in the room? Hello? Vicky?
Tina's in room 1 right now.
she's in the wrong room. Can we please bring Tina in the right room? I'm gonna go get her.
He has not been responding to me.
Sheri, could you send a message to the breakout rooms? I don't have that capability. There we go. Tina's on her way here.
Thank you
Tina,
for
are you
finding me.
here?
I was
There
in the
she
wrong
is.
room.
Hello,
gave me.
Tina. Thank you. We gave you an introduction before. It's all yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Tina Woolsey, and I'll tell you a little bit about me before we start. I'm 53 years old. I've been practicing yogic and Ayurvedic practices now 13 plus years. Before I had these practices in my life, I was out of balance and I didn't know it. I was carrying a load I would not have recognized because I never knew a sort of difference. And yet I identified as a high energy, good feeling, motivated person. But something happened. A yoga studio came to my neighborhood. I was, around 40. And I quit the gym and I started practicing yoga. Before I had ever even taken a class. Something about this studio drew me to it. And it was an Iyengar studio. I started practicing Iyengar yoga and I loved it. And I started to see things. I started to feel different. And I started to see, a lot of things. So the more I practiced, the better I felt. And this began a journey of personal inquiry for me, which led me to the larger umbrella, which is Ayurveda. What is Ayurveda? Ayurveda is a 4,000-year-old ancient Indian healing wisdom. So yoga is just one part of Ayurveda. In the West, we look at broad-based, generalized health prescriptives. Ayurveda helps us to understand ourselves very deeply. And when we come to understand our elemental makeup, which is totally unique, no two of us are exactly alike in mind, body, spirit, then we're able to recognize what is harmonious for us and what is not harmonious for us. We have a Prakruti and a Vikruti. Our Prakruti is our original elemental makeup as it appeared at conception. This is our perfect balance before we experience any imbalance. This is our Prakruti. So we all have this unique doshic elemental makeup that was perfect at the moment of conception. We seek to come back to our Prakruti, which is a bliss state. So we can absolutely treat imbalance, which is Vikruti. Perhaps we've had a life experience or in a climate or, I've got a little pop up here. Or maybe we've taken foods that are not harmonious for us. We can refine balance. The body, the mind, the spirit want to self-heal. We just need to create the conditions for self-healing. In Ayurveda, we have concepts, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. These are body types. The Vata body type and mental tendency would be petite, irregular, possibly sort of bird-like, maybe a more coarse hair. This is Vata, an air and ether disposition. Vata person, when they're in balance, will be neither a follower nor a leader, a person who takes on many things like a butterfly. Vata person out of balance might have a hard time completing things, might be overwhelmed or anxious. We have the Pitta, mesomorphic person, body type, and mental tendencies. This person is a leader, strong executive function, gets things done, strong fire, big, strong fiery appetite, zest for life. Pitta out of balance moves to judgment, anger, hot emotions. And then we have Kapha, which is the more round, heavier set body type. Kapha dosha person is a natural, loving, devoted follower in balance. Out of balance, Kapha can be clinging, materialistic, can also move into sort of barter type tendencies. So we have these three basic concepts, which also translate into types. But when we consider each cell of the body has components of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, Digestion has components of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And we as individuals have many components of Vata, Pitta, Kapha in different proportions. This creates our uniqueness. We also have Prana, Tejas, and Ojas. Prana is life force. Tejas is fire, digestive fire, enthusiasm, motivation, purpose. And Ojas is resilience, strength, immunity. This relates to glutathione in the body. So in Ayurvedic analysis, we look at the prana, the tejas, and the ojas. We want to bring them into balance. Prana out of balance can look like anxiety or overwhelm. Tejas out of balance, it can be hot emotions or anger or intensity. And ojas, if it's deficient, will mean that our immunity is going to be low, and we might have a low contentment level. We have 3 pillars of life that is a foundation for wellness. There's a saying in Ayurveda, if diet is correct, medicine is not necessary. And if diet is incorrect, medicine will not work. So Ayurvedically, my hope would be to create a lifestyle for your uniqueness that supports your prana, tejas, ojas in balance, that supports your dosha combination in balance. We do this by understanding the nature of the patient, the nature of any imbalance, and also the nature of the treatment. And we use opposites. If there's an imbalance due to cold, we use warm. If there's an imbalance due to mobile, we use stable to create harmony. So this is very powerful information, because when we use this very time-honored, accurate wisdom, then we can live our full Ayurvedic lifespan of 125 years. And also we have the opportunity to prevent and treat disease. They say the soul whispers and the ego screams in Ayurveda. We can listen to the communication of our body, our mind, and our spirit, and make appropriate choices so that we can live in harmony. So I had mentioned that I was out of balance when I found yoga, and it is amazing the changes that can come into a person's life through these practices. These are lifestyle practices, they are therapies, they are self-study and wisdom. So for example, my lifelong asthma is gone, healed completely. The overwhelm that I would often experience is manageable now. I would say I experience that very, very, very rarely. And there is treatment, herbs. I love herbs. When I feel a little bit of overwhelm, I can jump in with my herbs. Now, Western medicine, while often necessary, can come in like a hammer on a symptom and has oftentimes negative side effects. Ayurvedic therapies, we go to the nidana, or the origin of any imbalance. And that way we can actually, really address issues from their sourcing. And these whisperings of the soul, we learn to live in clarity so that we can really hear the information that our body, our mind, our spirit are giving to us in every moment. And so we can take necessary action. Okay, the therapies. We use color, sound, touch, diet, aroma, and the benefits for digestion and immunity of using these daily therapies. Really understanding their elemental makeup, understanding our own elemental makeup, and taking responsibility for the life. We believe that we can create our life, create a beautiful life, and manifest our balance in our life. We begin with the 3 pillars of life in treatment, moving from gross to subtle. So sleep, diet, sexual energy, the right sleep for your doshic combination, for your unique needs, the right amount and the right type. Also diet and sexual energy, very customized so that we can keep a nice, bright digestive fire. Digestion is a powerful tool, so relevant for this time of transformation. In the time of COVID-19, we have offense and defense. Offense is maintaining balance, including a strong and balanced digestive fire. When the digestion is balanced, the mind is balanced. So this is our first step in healing. And when the digestion is balanced, we're not producing ama. When food goes undigested, then it moves into the bloodstream as ama and relocates and can actually progress into a Western disease name. By maintaining digestion, we are really taking a strong action of self-love in maintaining our offense. As a defense in this time where we must be very mindful to protect ourselves, we use oil, sneha, as love for daily oil massage. Literally, massaging the entire body with oil before the shower. Now we have a layer of bliss, protection, resiliency as a defensive mechanism. We have nasya, oils for the nose. This is a beautiful way to deliver herbal medicines to the mind. Very, very, very powerful practices that can keep us very empowered and safe. The mind-body connection. The mind absolutely reflects the body, and there's huge opportunity to create a sattvic mind. We have ideas of tamas, which are ignorance, heaviness, muddiness, lack of clarity, rajas, which is disturbance, irritation, and sattva, which is purity, clarity. As we purify the body and use our practices to purify the mind, more and more sattva can enter our system. This flow, this spiritual flow, is incredibly energizing. This is beautiful energy, and we all, this is an equal opportunity situation. We can understand ourselves, use our elevated knowledge to come into balance and allow spiritual flow to move through us, which is a very beautiful thing. So this is an opportunity for both prevention and also for treatment, because we are designed to self-heal. We just need to create the right conditions. So I do not consider myself a healer. I consider myself a clinical Ayurvedic specialist. I merely share my experience and my knowledge, and we work collaboratively to create a life that supports ultimate harmony, ultimate vitality, ultimate clarity. And like a lake, a muddy lake, when we have that clarity, things simplify, and the quality of life is improved. The vibration is raised. I believe we speak vibrationally, and as we raise our vibration, we attract on a different vibration. So this too is also very powerful. If anyone would like to join my Facebook page, I'm on Facebook, ayurvedaforall.yoga. I have a group. I have a website, www.ayurvedaforall.yoga. And I will also give you my email. If you have any questions or you would like me to offer your complimentary tongue diagnosis. The tongue is actually a great diagnostic tool. It is a roadmap for the digestion. I would be very happy to meet you and give you your complimentary tongue diagnosis.
Why don't you give us an example right now?
Oh, absolutely. I would love to. Who would like to have a tongue analysis? Do I have a volunteer?
Pretty awesome, everybody. It's pretty amazing what she can decipher. She's gotten really good at this. Anybody having challenges you want some answers to? She's almost a doctor in Ayurvedic medicine.
I would
I would
love to.
take it.
Linda?
That was Karen.
Yes, it's Karen.
Karen, okay. Go for it,
Hi,
Karen.
Karen.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
You too.
Do you feel comfortable? You have an issue, or you would like to have a tongue analysis, or both?
Both probably, but I guess
Can we
tongue analysis.
Let's share the screen, Vicky.
Yes, whatever.
Share the screen.
Okay, I share the screen, Sheri.
He's going to.
Okay, thank you. I'm afraid of pushing a wrong button.
We got it.
Okay, great. Yeah, it is wonderful if anyone has any issues, just to share and witness the Ayurvedic approach, because this is such practical wisdom, and it speaks to everything in the lifespan. Okay, Karen, do you feel comfortable extending your tongue? Let's see what we have here. Okay, I'm going to make
Vicky, can you make Karen's image larger, please?
Wait, I pinned her. Okay, stick out your tongue, Karen. And, I know it's hard not to shake your tongue.
Okay, thank you. So I'm seeing quite a few things. I'm seeing a little bit of alma. You have a little bit of alma on the base of your tongue, at the back of your tongue. So the back of the tongue relates to the lower GI tract. So this is the vata region. So the colon and the large intestine. And we have a little bit of alma there, which is telling us that there's some undigested food. So possibly you have a digestive fire that is variable or that is a little bit sluggish. How is your appetite?
My appetite is good, but I have diverticulitis. Or I had perforated diverticulitis about 2 years ago, and I still have a lot of issues.
Okay, Ayurveda would be a wonderful opportunity to really work with digestion and seek the nidana, the origin, and heal. I'm also seeing some redness in the periphery of the tongue, which tells me that you do have that heat, and you're telling me that that's a consistent, strong appetite. And then we know that there's some ama moving through your system, especially in the large intestine and the colon. But you have some heat in the organs as well. We see that in the redness in the periphery of the tongue. I see that you are digesting your food, but that excess heat might be creating a little bit of inflammation for you, which is a good time to jump in. So the analogy I like to make is a pilot light. We might have a pilot light on an enamel stove, and this might not seem like excessive heat. It might not even be uncomfortable. We might even leave it on. But over time, over years, that enamel will crack due to that light, that little bit of excess heat. So if we're carrying too much heat, we want to be very mindful to bring that into balance, bring that inflammation down, because this can be very depletive to the digestive system. It can be very depletive to the organs. We can burn through our mucous membranes, which line the GI tract and the organs. So, gosh, that would be first order of business, working with those 3 pillars of life, really fine-tuning that digestion, really fine-tuning the sleep, and then energy, managing the energy. Because, when the fire is too hot, then some things are going to happen. We might have some hot emotions on occasion. We might have some intensity. And then as the organs are depleted by that excess heat, then we have a lot of movement, because the protections are gone and there's excess space. And then that movement will fan the fire even more. So this is how this type of situation can feed itself. And then ultimately, that fire, might burn itself out. So, gosh, time to, we want to look at everything. Tongue is just a piece, but I think the opportunity for you might be Rasayana, rejuvenation, rebuilding where there has been depletion, and also managing that fire. You said you had some issues. Would you mind sharing your issues, or would you be interested in sharing your issues?
Sure.
Okay.
I had a perforated diverticulitis, I guess it's probably 3 years ago, that I ended up in the hospital for 5 days, but they couldn't do surgery because it was too inflamed, and they would have caused more issues opening it up because I was becoming septic. I was this close from being totally septic. But since then, they said they preferred not to operate, but I've got a lot of scarring, I guess. And I do have a lot of issues with eat. I have to be very careful with what I eat, how I eat, when I eat. Certain things will make me very, and I haven't pinpointed what they are, but there's certain times where I will just be vomiting for no apparent reason.
Okay, you brought up some incredible points. One is how we eat. Gosh, a Big Mac eaten mindfully will be more nutritive than a really beautiful sattvic meal that's customized for your prakriti with a scattered mind. So the mind is a very powerful digestive tool. And if we're not able to digest our food, there might be many reasons. One might be a kappa imbalance, and gosh, undigested food would contribute to that. And vamana, which is a purgation, is an Ayurvedic therapy that can be beneficial in clearing that excess kappa, when appropriate. There's a cleanse process called panchakarma, which cleanses excess dosha from the digestive system. It's a very powerful and beautiful treatment that can be done in the fall or the spring. This is a great opportunity, but in this instance with the diverticulitis, I would very much love to fine tune the digestion. And once that digestion is strong, the immunity is stronger and the sensitivities are fewer and more manageable. And most importantly, we want you to receive the nutrition from your food. We are not what we eat. We are what we digest.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you so much for volunteering. Tina, thank you so much for this wonderful sharing, this wonderful wisdom that you're bringing to us. We have a door prize to give away, Tina. That's your Prakruti and Vikruti analysis, valued at $175. We're going to ask the folks in the room to put a number from 1 to 100 in the chat, and we'll ask you to select a number between 1 and 100, perhaps write it down on a piece of paper. And as soon as all the numbers are present, we will take a drawing and see who wins your session.
You can either write it down or you can tell us in a couple of seconds when we close out the timer. Whatever it is, it is. As we are winding it down, let's let you guys know. We have Xavier Frye is going to be presenting his own musical performance to close out the evening on our full moon lunar eclipse ceremony event. This is his own music and I'm so excited to hear it. So whether you want to stay or not, and we're going to close it out, you can chill out and close it out and put on your headphones and relax. And we'd love to thank everybody for being here. I just had an awesome time. Didn't you, Victor?
Absolutely. This is wonderful. And this has been a learning experience for all of us on a many, many levels. And for our wonderful presenters like Tina, thank you very, very much. And also for those who are hanging around, I opened up with a guided meditation, including a poem that I wrote in 1989. And I'm going to repeat that poem after Xavier does his performance.
So before we do that, so you put your poem in the chat. Is that what you said?
I'm going to put my poem in the chat and then I'm going to share it live at the end of the evening.
Beautiful. And
okay, so let's do a countdown.
And also,
10. I'm sorry.
Wait, before we stop, in case you guys check out, just letting you know that we made this available for you guys because it is Small Business Saturday. Don't forget to support us. because we are all striving to stay alive during this pandemic, to keep our doors open. And since we cannot have our doors open, we brought our doors to you. So I want you guys to realize that we have created a virtual business, a store, a model, a business, a frame, a foundation for you to walk in and experience everything we have to offer without leaving your house, driving, putting on a mask, or wasting gas. We are making it really, really easy for you guys, okay? So if you really appreciate this, just send us a little donation. It's the bit.ly link /love donations, period. Thank you. Thank you. And Galaxy, I don't know who Galaxy 12 is, but I'm not going to allow them in at this point. So let's close this out. So let Tina do your raffle.
And I just posted the poem for those who want it.
We want to thank everybody for being participatory. Tina, where are you, girlie?
Okay, 10.
And okay.
Here's the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead, Tina.
Just choose a number.
Yes, number between 1 and 100.
Okay, I choose 6.
6?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, stand by.
What did she say?
6.
6?
I was gonna pick that number, but I didn't think I could. Put it in. That's so funny.
It looks like the closest we've got to 6 is Allie with 12. I don't see anything lower than 12.
Wow.
So Allie wins.
Sweet. Wow, that's beautiful.
And Allie, what I'll ask you to do, we're going to have you join Tina privately, and she'll exchange information and set that up with you.
And anybody can go join Tina right now and hang out with her for a little while, because we're closing out the event and we're going to have some music and you can have some time with Tina and talk with her. We don't have to lock this down. And I want to thank and acknowledge all the other participants here, Victor. You know,
absolutely.
You know, let's like bring some acknowledgement. So let's bring so Tina's going to go into her room and answer any Q&A, and Xavier's going to come out and do some music, and we have Alan in the room, and we have Joe in the room, and we have Ellen in the room, we have Trace in the room, we have Annette in the room, Julian in the room, Linda, Tina, Karen, Annette, Mark Becker. Hey. Where'd you show up? Welcome.
Everybody at once. Trace and Victor and Linda and Annette. Good seeing everybody. Victor, you were great. Sheri, you were great as usual. I've never heard Xavier play, so I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, great. Well, we had a great 6 hours. It was kind of very seamless and very stressless. You know, I think we did a good job, everybody. So thank you. You know, thank you. And Nicole, there's Alex, there's Viola and Nicole. Everybody's on the screen. Thank you for anybody who's participating. Mire's there, and Chandell, and goodness, who am I forgetting who's been here part of the whole day? Robert, Chandell, Mire, Julian, Donnareyna, Alan, Victor, Joe, Eileen.
A couple of people are asking to join Tina's room, which is room 24. Is that open right now?
Whose room?
Washington, I'm
Yes,
looking
I'll
for
move that.
room 24. Oh, there we go. Great.
Yeah, you guys still have the ability to go down to the bottom of your screen, go to the more, hit the button on your left finger, and bring you out to the breakout. We don't have to close it down at 9 o'clock. No.
And you had the best volunteers ever.
We got the best volunteers. Hey, yeah, we got a nice little routine going on here. So I want to thank all the awesome volunteers. Thank you, everybody, for holding my back. Thank you for bringing in the new moon energy, the full moon energy, like letting go of anything that no longer serves us as we move forward in this time of uncertainty. Oh my God, it was like a powerful day. Yes, Alan, totally. And everybody, it's been awesome. And this is like just a day of moving forward. You know, this is how you get to experience the world outside of our little circle, our little world. Linda, you're awesome. Trace, Joe, Mire, all these awesome, Donna, you guys are awesome. You know, we all have these great gifts. great gifts. And it's like it's not enough time. It feels like, God, I feel so cut off. Like you kind of want more, you know, like, oh, it's like drugs in a way, like, yeah, give us breath, give us energy, just give us food. It's like energy for healing. Yeah. So as we close out this night, and we're going to bring Xavier in here to play some music and kick some butt, and we can just keep the party going. You can join us in any of the rooms. We're not closing it out. You can either leave the main room and just go play in the other rooms and keep it going. All right. So,
Oh, hi. Sorry.
yes.
I want to know the name of the book that Victor wrote. So I wanted to order it for my girlfriend.
Oh, thank you. It's Pet Prayers and Blessings. My wife is the main title author. That's Lori Sue Brockway, and my name is under hers, Victor Fuhrman.
Okay. And the name of the book again? I'm sorry.
Pet Prayers and Blessings.
Oh, okay.
Thank you,
you.
Viola. Thank you so much.
Victor, Viola introduced me to coming here today. Would you send her a copy for me and I'll pay for hers?
You know what? If she introduced you to coming here today, I will take care of it. Viola, do me a favor. Just pop your email address in the message box, and I'll send you a copy.
You don't, Victor. She's. Are you sure?
Listen to me, please don't. If I offer, then just let me have it.
Okay, Viola, sweetie
I told
pie.
you.
That. Okay, yes, you did. Yes, you did. Okay, Viola, sweetie pie.
Viola,
Thank you so much.
just put your email address in the chat, and I'll take care of it for you.
Okay.
Gosh.
My pleasure.
Also, Mark,
Bless your animals. Bless your animals.
Mark, don't you have something going on tomorrow? You got something going on? You want to unmute? Unmute yourself.
Me tomorrow?
Mark has a thing going on tomorrow.
Muted. No, I don't. I have the virtual Sunday is next Sunday.
Next
But
Sunday?
yeah, but I think I just posted that I just got for the extravaganza. I just got an old friend, John Gray. He'll be on. So I haven't had him for a while. It's good to have an old friend back. And Judy Satori got back from Australia. So that's New Zealand.
Why don't you announce your event then? What's going on?
What's that?
Tell us about your event.
What, the extravaganza? Oh, that's February 6th and 7th.
Yeah.
So right now, who do I have right now? I have John Gray. I have Stephen Halpern, Robert Young, Judy Satori, Daniel Brinkley, Kimberly Meredith, Gail Thackeray. So that's who signed up so far. Next Sunday, I have some interesting speakers from India that I've never had before. So I try to get talent that I try to get good talent out. There was talking about Ayurveda before, and actually in '79, I actually got a green card for Vasant Lad, who is the main Ayurvedic person in the country. He has the Ayurvedic school in Arizona. So Ayurveda is great, and she was very good. Yeah, that's some good people on. Good information.
Well, it felt good to receive, right?
Yeah.
Just do nothing but listen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was there listening.
Oh,
Happy
beautiful.
birthday, Donna.
Great. Well, happy birthday to Donna and everybody here. Thank you for all your support, all the volunteers, all the practitioners, readers, and healers. And we're going to allow a little bit of music, and you guys could chill out. And we're not going anywhere, we just can keep it going. Even says 9 o'clock, we can keep it going, but we just need to close out the night in case anybody wants to check out. But you can still check in and hang out with the other people in their rooms. Just join the breakouts in the bottom where you see the 3 little dots that join breakout rooms, and you go there on your own, and we can bring you there. Awesomeness.
Thank you. Thank you
We're
for
gonna-
all the helps with moving into the breakout rooms.
Awesomeness. And we'll do this
Thank
again
you.
next month. I'm not sure the date with the holidays, but we'll do it again next month. Beautiful. So we're ready to play some music.
All right.
Ready?
Excellent.
Awesome.
Okay, so yeah, I'm ready. So the song that I'm about to play you guys, it's probably the most magical thing I've ever written. And it came through me when a friend of mine asked me to write a song for her wedding. So here we go, guys. The song is called The Long Haul. Better than all the rest. You passed all of my tests, and I must confess that I never expected anything less. And all I can say is that I wouldn't have this any other way. Perfect for me, and that's not hard to see. I just need you here with me now. Can we please go for the long haul? Oh, can we please go for the long haul? I love for you to stick around. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Cause it's you, babe, it's you, babe. It's always been you, yes, it's you, babe, it's you, babe. You're my dream come true, yes, it's a you and me. Oh, can we? Talk is oh so cheap. So many promises that we get to keep. But that don't bother me, cause I know that we are supposed to be. Now if you're sure that I'm what you're looking for, if you're sure that you're sure, I'll give you all of me, then some more. If you're sure that it's me that you just got to give the key to your heart, well, here's mine for a start. Now can we please go for the long haul? Can we please go for the long haul? I love for you to stick around. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Cause it's you, babe, it's you, babe. It's always been you, yes, it's you, babe, it's you, babe. You're my dream come true, yes, it's you and me. Oh, can we? Can we? You're so good to me, despite my complications. You bring out the best in me, and I love all our conversations. And I like to be the warmth when you get cold. Take refuge in me as we grow, can we please
please go for the long haul? Can we? Please, 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 please. I love for you to stick around to you, picking up what I'm putting down. Cause it's you, babe, it's you, babe. It's always been you, yes, it's you, babe, it's you, babe. You're my dream come true, yes, it's you and me. Oh, can we please? Please, 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 go for the long haul. I love for you to stick around and picking up what I'm putting down. Cause it's you, babe, it's you, babe. It's always been you. I love for you to stick around here, picking up what I'm putting down. Cause it's you, babe, it's you, babe. It's always been you. I love for you to stick around here, picking up what I'm putting down. Cause it's you, babe, it's you, babe. It's always. You're better than all the rest. You're better than all the rest. You passed all of my tests. You're better than all the rest. You passed all of my tests. And I must confess that I never expected anything less. Oh yeah.
Bravo!
Awesome.
Yay!
Awesome.
Woo! Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cute.
Very lovely.
Wow.
Xavier, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
Very welcome,
Amazing.
everybody.
You would know all that talent and then something.
Right? Sorry, I didn't mean to hit that. You can.
So I think maybe I did it. I don't know. Let me stop.
No, all of a sudden.
It's all good. It's all good.
It's all good. How do you stop this? And polling. Hey, hey guys, it was great. Great, your awesomeness. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being part of this project. Robert, you're still here, our Santa Claus. And we got Donnareyna, we got Linda, we got the other Linda. Who else is in the room?
We got Eileen. Eileen's here.
Eileen is here. Beautiful. We got, thank you, all the participants for coming back. If you've been here before, did you have a good time or what?
Wonderful.
Yes.
Right, Shar? Right? Nicole, do you have an awesome time? You can unmute yourself, say thank you to everybody for making this happen.
Thank you so much.
Everybody be safe, you know.
Thank you so much.
No, we got to do this together, and all we can do is be in this together, no matter where we are, you know.
And as I shared at the beginning, back in 1989, I was on a retreat, a yoga and meditation retreat with some wonderful friends and teachers up in Livingston Manor, New York, at a Zen monastery. And in meditation, I kept seeing the mathematical notations, power of 10, power of 20, power of 1,000, whatever it might be. And this poem came through me, which I think expresses what we're doing, all of us. The energy flows from the love of the sun and charges a soul the power of one. That energy shared with a spirit that's new. A heart opens up the power of two, ebbing and flowing from women to men. Hearts on the wavelength, the power of 10. And when all the millions with compassion run, the birth of the new mind, the power of one. Thank you.
Hello.
Awesome.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Woohoo! Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Nice to have the author read it. Thank you.
Awesomeness. That is our mission, to bring you guys together. No boundaries. Healing has no walls.
And of course, without Sheri, this doesn't exist. Sheri, thank you so much for
Thank you,
creating
Sheri.
this. Thank you. Thank you, Sheri.
Yeah,
Everybody.
yeah,
Sheri,
yeah.
come on, come on, come on.
Hey, Sheri.
Blessed be you,
No
Sheri.
idea.
Amen.
Yay.
Together, everybody. Healing is accessible and affordable, and it has no walls. You know, we don't have to drive anymore to get healing. No,
Amen. Thank
we
you.
can make this happen.
Yes, we don't have to wear masks.
There's so many different ways of getting healing. There's, you know, there's consulting, there's advising, there's physical, there's mental, emotional, spiritual. There's different ways of healing. We cannot rely on the medical industry and popping a pill. We got to stop going the Western. We got to look on the other side of how we can create our own solutions with the support with everybody here in the room.
Absolutely.
Okay, so awesome. Thank you, guys. We don't have to close it out. You know, if you guys want to check out and goodbye, we can keep the breakout rooms open. If you want to keep shopping for some holiday offers, you know, Donna is willing to do it. I know Eileen's still willing to do it. Mire is still here to do it. Anybody here has some offers. We don't have to close it out. We just have to probably end like the Facebook Live, and then we can keep it open. You know? But, you know, the party will continue. Shopping will continue. You want crystals, you want jewelry, you want EMS solutions, you want answers, you want healing. Come on down.
And I'm getting a call actually from that, if you can see that star constellation to over my shoulder, that's the Pleiades. That's where I come from. And I'm being called home tonight. So everyone, thank you so much. God bless. Goddess bless everything and all that is. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Victor. You've been
Thank
awesome.
you so much.
Bye-bye.
Victor, will you give my love to Lori Sue Broccoli?
Absolutely will. Absolutely will. Take care
You know
now.
why I call her, my daughter and I call her Lori Sue Broccoli?